Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 37-27. Illusion. Fu Jiwen uttered the mantra, and the three groups of inscription A turned into fine streams and rushed into the three holes in the wall. Immediately, the three holes emitted three colors of light, and the sound of chanting came out from inside. Good. Seeing Fu Jiwen activate the inscriptions so easily, Gongshu Exin cheered again, and then, puff puff puff. She spat out 3 mouthfuls of Zhenqi. These 3 mouthfuls of Zhenqi had different colors, and in each mouthfuls of Zhenqi, there were also inscriptions, which were similar to Fu Jiwen's talisman. These inscriptions were divided into 6 groups, and under Gongshu Exin's control, each group turned into different characters, and as Gongshu Exin pointed her finger, the 6 groups of inscriptions fell into the 9 holes almost at the same time. Boom! The 6 holes shined brightly, and the roaring sound was incessant. The vortex in the middle began to rotate, and the 9 colors of light changed. Go! Gongshu Exin's face showed a smile, and she pointed at the small bridge. Whoosh! The inscriptions at the bridgehead surged and rushed toward the vortex. The small bridge fell into the vortex, and there was no obstruction at all. Rumble! Just when the small bridge broke through the vortex, the whole formation shook violently, and the whole mountain also shook. Amidst the vibrations, the Golden Wind J-Do Origin formation began to slowly fade away. Even when Shan and the City of Books could not stop it. At the same time, the dazzling Golden Light Buddha formation began to recede and the Buddha light gradually disappeared. Gongshu Exin looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, "The Misty Mountain formation has been broken, and your foundation in formations is quite good. If you become my disciple, you will make progress in the future." This. Fu Jiwen slightly frowned, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "Junior has already served Shaojinren. I am afraid it is not good to worship another master. Senior's kindness, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness." Gongshu Exin was a little stunned, and her face was a little ugly. She had always been arrogant, and not to mention accepting disciples, she even disdained to teach others. Today, she was in a good mood, and it was rare for her to open her mouth, but Fu Jiwen did not buy it. She felt very dispirited, and waved her hand and said, "Humph. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Fu Jiwen's eyes swiveled, before he opened his mouth and said, "If Senior has any insights regarding Yuan arrays, can you record them in your jade eyes and bestow them to this junior? In your dreams." Gongshu Isin sneered, "Do you think my Gongshu clan's primordial array Dao is something ordinary people can spy on?" Yes, this junior understands." Fu Jiwen's face was very awkward, and also a little panicked, which made Gongshu Exin's mood somewhat recover. Of course, whether Fu Jiwen's embarrassment was real or fake, Gongshu Exin couldn't tell. Humph. Gongshu Isin glanced at the smiling Xiao Hua and said, "You're really obsessed. Following a Dao cultivator, how can you have a bright future?" At this moment, the rumbling sound in his ears gradually calmed down. However, to Gongshu Exin's surprise, the 9 holes disappeared, and so did the whirlpool. The bridge was pushed out by the whirlpool and landed in front of her. What? How is this possible? Gongshu Exin's confidence was shattered again. She inconceivably used her silver moon eyes, looking at the empty space, shouting, "This, the so-called 9-song ghost lock restriction was clearly broken. This cave, why didn't it open?" Immediately after, Gongshu Exin once again waved her imperial weapon, dancing crazily near the left side. Was she fighting against the Great Formation? Or was she looking for the formation's restriction? In fact, not just Gongshu Exin, even Fu Jiwen frowned, looking around in disbelief, and then at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stood to the side with a smile, rubbing his chin as if watching a joke. Xiao Hua's ease really puzzled Fu Jiwen. He originally wanted to use the clear eyes technique, but when he looked at Gongshu Exin's silver moon pupil, he didn't find any clues. His own clear eyes technique couldn't be compared to others, so he simply didn't use it. Fu Jiwen looked around, using his divine sense technique. At this time, the essence formation had stopped, and the Buddha formation also disappeared. Gongshu Isen's 2 imperial artifacts flew back to her side. In the distance, Gusu Chiodi, accompanied by Zhai Xingzi, flew over with an imperial artifact copper cup. This was clearly a scene of a formation being broken. How can this be? Why didn't the cave's door appear? Could it be there's something else in the formation? Fu Jiwen thought of this, suddenly moved, looking at the edge of the formation. At this time, the clouds in the center of the formation had dissipated, returning to its previous state. However, Fu Jiwen's cultivation couldn't see the edge of the formation. Senior. Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua nodding slightly at him. He knew what to do, whispering to Gongshu Exin, who was still angry at the formation. Junior thinks, what do you think? Say it. Gongshu Exin was just rejected by Fu Jiwen, feeling ashamed and angry. Her words were even more unfriendly. Junior thinks this is the core of the formation and the key to breaking the formation, but the entrance to the cave may not be here. Fu Jiwen still answered respectfully. Gongshu Exin's delicate body slightly stiffened, then she looked up, her starry eyes had calmed down. She glanced at Fu Jiwen and said faintly, you think you're the only one who knows? Then, Gongshu Exin looked at Gusu Chiodi and said, I just want to see if there are any other mechanisms and restrictions here before Chiu Jijia comes back. Seeing Gongshu Exin's twisted logic, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. In fact, when Sun Kong Shangren said there were 4 strange qi at the edge of the formation, Xiao Hua already thought of another possibility. But at that time, the last restriction hadn't been broken, he couldn't speak blindly. As for now, Xiao Hua was more willing to let Fu Jiwen gain more experience. Also, using Fu Jiwen to dampen Gongshu Exin's spirit was more satisfying than Xiao Hua himself. Elder Sun Kong, Elder Dao Ran, Elder Xiao, you 3 go to the 3 extremes you were guarding before and see if there are any abnormalities nearby. Gongshu Exin calmly ordered, Chiu Jijia, will go to the place Zhai Xingzi was guarding. Okay. Sun Kong Shangren had already checked briefly before, but hearing Gongshu Exin's order, he still agreed and flew into the sky. Xiao Hua and the others didn't say a word and also flew up, releasing their divine senses to investigate carefully. In less than an hour, everyone flew back. Sun Kong Shangren first said to Gongshu Exin, Miss Gongshu, I found an entrance at the eastern extreme of the formation. I went in to check and found there was another maze formation inside, my spirit sense was restricted. When Sun Kong Shangren said this, Xiao Hua and the others had strange expressions. Gongshu Isen looked at Xiao Hua and the others and sighed. Seniors, do you all see the entrance? Yes. Zhang Dao Ran nodded, the place I was guarding also had an entrance with a strange presence, my spirit sense was also restricted. AI. Gongshu Exin didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak, she looked at the formation below and sighed heavily. Cloud Mountain Maze Formation is called a maze formation, of course there's a maze formation. Elder Tsang Lang Zi set up 4 entrances outside his cave, naturally there are 4 maze formations, who knows which one is real. Gusu Chiodi's face showed some fear, she looked at Gongshu Exin and said, Exin, this Cloud Mountain Maze Formation is indeed strange, since we're not sure, let's just forget it. Our 4 Dao sect friends all got something, we didn't come in vain. Gongshu Exin bit her lips, her face showed shame and anger, Xiao Hua and the others all got something, but she didn't. She really didn't want to give up. She thought for a moment and looked at the messy array. She seemed to have thought of something and the corners of her mouth curled up. Elder Sister Chiu, Senior Tsang Langzi's mountain protection array has been broken by us. This so-called maze array. I'm afraid there won't be any powerful restrictions. If there is, it will only be some crossroads or mazes. We just have to be careful and there won't be any problems. Okay. Gusuchiodi nodded, then we'll split into 4 groups and choose an entrance. Let's see who has the opportunity. Gongshu Exian smiled, what do you mean Sister Chiu? You want to leave me? No matter what, I'll go with you. Of course. Gusuchiodi glanced at Jai Xingzi and said, Xingzi and I didn't bring any disciples, of course you'll come with us. Then Gusuchiodi looked at Xueping and the others and asked, is anyone willing to come with us? We're willing. Seeing Gongshu Exian and Gusuchiodi split into 2 groups, several Taoist cultivators answered in unison and flew out. Good, follow me to the entrance of the South Pole. Jai Xingzi nodded and was about to fly up. Zhang Daoran quickly called out from nearby, fellow Taoist Jai Xing, please wait. Zhang Daoran took out 4 jade green toads of the same size and waved his hand. 3 of them flew toward Xiaohua, esteemed Sun Kong, Jai Xingzi, and the others. He said, this is Reverend Zhang Han's enchanted treasure, the one-heart toad. If there aren't any special restrictions, it can communicate with each other within 100 li. I borrowed it from Reverend Zhang Han. You and I each take one. The method to use the enchanted treasure is carved on the inner wall of the enchanted treasure. All right. Jai Xingzi agreed. He took the toad and scanned it with his divine sense. Joy appeared on his face and he smiled, this is a good item. Then, Jai Xingzi formed a seal and struck the one-heart toad. A jade-green halo shone from the toad. The halo rushed out and landed on Xiaohua and the others' toads before disappearing. Xiaohua and the others took the toads and refined them simply. Then, their halos flew out and landed on each other's toads. Chapter 37-28. Afterwards, Jai Xingzi held the toad in his hand and said with a smile, fellow Taoists, this old man will go first. Fellow Taoists, this old man will go first. Instantly, Xiaohua, Sun Kong, and the toad in Zhang Daoran's hand all spoke. Their voices were exactly the same as Jai Xingzi's. Ha! Not bad indeed. Xiaohua held the toad in his hand and laughed. The other 3 toads also laughed. This old man will go to the entrance to the North Pole. Whoever wants to follow this old man can come. Xiaohua put away the toad and flew towards the North Pole of the formation. Fujiwen, Xueping, and several others followed behind. Afterwards, the remaining cultivators also followed Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's disciples to the east and west. Xiaohua flew to the entrance of the maze formation and squinted his eyes to take a look. At this time, the entrance was several zhang wide, and there were some chaotic streams of air rushing out from inside. The streams of air sometimes emitted heat, sometimes emitted cold. Occasionally, there was also some aura similar to that of a magic treasure pouring out. After this aura, there was even a fishy smell assaulting his senses. Fujiwen, what do you think? Xiaohua didn't rush in. Instead, he stood in front of the entrance and asked with a smile. Senior. Fujiwen frowned and looked around. He even released his divine sense and whispered, in Junior's opinion, this formation isn't as simple as Senior Gongshu said. There must be a powerful restriction inside. Senior must be careful. Are you all ready? This old man will go in. Jai Xingzi's voice sounded from Xiaohua's robe. He, fellow Taoist Jai Xing can go in first. Sun Kong's voice sounded again, this old man will take my disciples and explore carefully. Alright, this old man will go first. I will wait for you all in Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave. Jai Xingzi smiled and his voice disappeared. Fellow Taoist Jai Xing. After a while, Xiaohua took out the toad and whispered, did you hear it? I heard it. Jai Xingzi's voice came again. This old man's entrance is a bit troublesome. Not long after we came in, we encountered 9 forks. Although Lady Gongshu has the imperial plate, she can only rule out 5. The remaining 4 cannot be judged to be real. This old man and the others can only choose one to enter first. Zhang Daeran's voice said with a smile, "This old man's entrance has been very smooth. I haven't encountered any forks in the road so far." Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen and said with a smile, "Fu Jiwen, you bring Xue Ping and the rest in. This old man will be at the back. This kind of maze is not this old man's strong suit. It's better for you to break it. Also, you don't have to worry about your safety. This old man has a Confucian cultivator's nation treasure and can take you in at any time. In fact, if you're willing, I can take you in now and let you out when we're in the cave. On one hand, we want to obtain some magic treasures and cultivation techniques. On the other hand, we want to gain some experience, so we don't want to be suppressed into the nation treasure yet." A cultivator looked at the people beside him and nodded slightly. Then, he said respectfully to Xiao Hua, "If we encounter any danger later, Senior Xiao, please take action to suppress it." "No problem." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Follow Xue Ping and Fu Jiwen in." "Yes." The cultivators bowed respectfully to Xiao Hua and turned to follow Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping into the cave. They rejoiced in their hearts. Since Xiao Hua had a nation treasure, as long as Xiao Hua did not encounter any danger, they would be able to keep their lives. They had made the right choice in choosing Xiao Hua. "I'm going in too," Xiao Hua said as he pinched the concentric toad and flew into the cave. Meanwhile, Sun Kong's voice came from the toad again. "Damn it, this old man has a ferocious beast here." Sure enough, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard outside Sun Kong's voice. "Senior Sun Kong." Gongshu Isen's voice sounded. "If you encounter any danger, immediately turn back. There's only one path in the maze that's safe. There won't be any ambushes on this path. As long as you leave the area controlled by the ferocious beasts won't chase after you." This old man knows. "Quickly retreat." Sun Kong laughed and hurriedly urged the disciples to retreat. Hearing Sun Kong's laughter, Xiao Hua knew that Sun Kong gained a lot from the Xianqing spirit forbidding grand array. Sun Kong could deal with the ferocious beasts inside the maze with just the souls of the ancient ferocious beasts. Thinking about Sun Kong's gains, Xiao Hua felt proud again. There were hundreds of ferocious beasts inside the Xianqing spirit forbidding grand array. Sun Kong only obtained 1 or 2 of them. The rest were all taken by Xiao Hua. His gains were incomparable to Sun Kong's. In particular, Xiao Hua's invisible nascent soul absorbed several times more ferocious beasts than other nascent souls. Xiao Hua felt that as long as he cultivated quietly for a while, his realm would definitely reach the middle or late nascent soul realm, or even higher. What was special was that Xiao Hua's lower dantian was extremely lively right now. 100 or so nascent souls circulated their energy to absorb the ferocious beasts. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua used the 5 Qi righteous thunder. When the 5 Qi righteous thunder landed on the invisible nascent souls, it was divided into hundreds of lightning threads. The lightning threads melted some of the ferocious beasts accumulated inside the nascent souls for the nascent souls to absorb. There was also that soul cultivator Xiao Hua who didn't hurry to return to the mysterious dark clouds to cultivate. He temporarily assisted green-robed Xiao Hua in his dantian. These 100 or so nascent souls moved at the same time as soul cultivator Xiao Hua. They were like puppets tied with silk threads. These 100 or so nascent souls don't have physical bodies. The only thing they can do now is cultivate scattered souls. Thanks to Xian Songzi, he was able to cultivate scattered souls and found a future for these 100 or so nascent souls. However, these ferocious beasts. I'm afraid Xian Songzi won't have a chance to share them. I'll think about how to compensate him when I remodel my body with human essence. Xiao Hua thought as he flew behind the group of cultivators, heading towards the depths of the maze formation. Xiao Hua and the others flew into the cloudy mountain maze formation. The chaos inside the formation didn't disappear. The 4 entrances also didn't close. A few days later, several divine senses swept over from the sky in the west. First, they aggressively swept through the entire formation. Soon after, they locked onto the 4 entrances. In just a short moment, several nascent soul cultivators arrived and landed at the edge of the formation. The one at the front was a female cultivator dressed in palace attire. She had a tall stature, slightly protruding cheekbones, and a pair of watery eyes that revealed an indescribable charm. However, at this moment, her eyes revealed an indescribable anger. The brilliance around this female cultivator dissipated, revealing a short Taoist cultivator beside her. This cultivator seemed to be a little dizzy. He looked around but couldn't tell where he was. However, the female cultivator lowered her voice as if she was suppressing her anger. She asked, "Dao Cheng. Is this the cloudy mountain maze formation you mentioned?" The cultivator named Dao Cheng released his divine sense. After looking for a moment, he smiled bitterly. "Senior Xiangfeng, you should know that this place is different from the cloudy mountain maze formation that Junior knows. Moreover, Junior's divine sense can only reach a range of 10 kilometers. I can't tell. If Senior came according to the map that Junior gave, please send Junior there. There should be a temporary cave abode that Junior and the others opened there." As he spoke, Dao Cheng identified the direction and pointed at the cave abode where Xiao Hua and the others were. "No need." Fairy Xiangfeng waved her hand coldly. "There's an empty cave abode there. Xiao Hua isn't there, nor is Xue Ping and the others you mentioned. If that's the case..." Dao Cheng looked at the grand formation that was in a mess beneath him and said, "That Xiao Hua has definitely arrived. Moreover, he even helped Xue Ping break through the misty mountain maze formation." "Impossible." A handsome male cultivator behind Fairy Xiangfeng shook his head. "If it's the cloudy mountain maze formation, how can Xiao Hua break it with his cultivation? Even this old man, together with Fairy Xiangfeng and the others, don't dare to say that we can break it." Dao Cheng smiled bitterly. "On the way, Junior has already told you about the cloudy mountain maze formation. The evidence that Junior found is enough to prove that this is the cloudy mountain maze formation." Taoist Master Dichuan. Fairy Xiangfeng said coldly. "Whether this is the cloudy mountain maze formation or not, as long as Xiao Hua is here, as long as Xiao Hua goes in, I will go in." "But..." Another nascent soul cultivator hesitated and said, "Fairy Xiangfeng, this old man wants to remind you of something." This time, many nascent soul cultivators died in the Yaotai meeting. Reverend Xiangtian died on the Yaotai mountain. It might not be Xiao Hua's doing. The message you received is very strange. It can't be explained clearly. How can you prove that it was Xiao Hua's doing? It might be a frame-up. Someone wants to take your hand and kill Xiao Hua. Hearing the nascent soul cultivator mention Reverend Xiangtian, Fairy Xiangfeng's entire body trembled. Her eyes revealed an indescribable hatred. She said, "Reverend Han, your guess is right. Someone wants to take my hand and kill Xiao Hua. However, although that person's message is strange, the description inside Xiangtian's death is true. This person must have seen Xiangtian and is with him. If I want to find Xiangtian's enemy, I must find Xiao Hua first." Forcing Xiao Hua to speak, "Let's see who he offended." "Then the person who sent the message, who is it?" Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the other nascent soul cultivator. "Yi Mingzi, in fact, I have a feeling. I have been restless in the Soaring Pond country. I feel that something will happen to Xiangtian. When the message came, my first feeling told me that this message is definitely true. That cultivator called Xiao Hua must be the one who killed Xiangtian. This is the intuition of us female cultivators." Yi Mingzi was a tall and sturdy male cultivator. While he was cursing in his heart, he said with a fake smile, "Of course, you female cultivators are all sensitive people. This Reverend Xiangtian is your lover, so your feelings should be right. However, this old man is not interested in who is the real culprit. This old man will only follow the agreement with you and help you kill Xiaohua." Chapter 37-29. Very good. Fairy Xiang Feng nodded and revealed a satisfied smile. She then looked around at the three nascent soul cultivators and said, "As fellow Taoist Mingzi said, fellow Taoists only need to help me kill Xiaohua. There's no need to care if he's the real culprit. It has to be said that female cultivators who are blinded by hatred are truly terrifying. It doesn't matter if she's a real female cultivator or not. This is going to be troublesome." Taoist Master Han looked at the messy array and retracted his consciousness from the holes in the four extremes. He said thoughtfully, "Previously, we were only discussing how to kill Xiaohua, but we never discussed how to enter the Cloud Mountain Maze array. But now, this Cloud Mountain Maze formation seems to have been broken by someone. We didn't see Xiaohua. Who knows if it was Xiaohua who broke the formation? Who knows if Xiaohua entered the Cloud Mountain Maze formation? In particular, if Xiaohua can't break the formation by himself, then he must have invited others. The one we're facing is not Xiaohua alone. To be honest, I don't think I'm a match for a Taoist cultivator who can break the Cloud Mountain Maze formation." Fairy Xiang Feng's face turned ugly. How could she not have thought of what Taoist Han said? If she could invite friends, why couldn't Xiaohua do the same? The reason why she rushed over was because she wanted to catch Xiaohua off guard. Furthermore, she also heard from Dao Qing that Xue Ping and the rest were only at the second or third grade of essence energy. It was unlikely that they would be able to find a senior at the fourth grade of essence energy. The four of them, as nascent soul cultivators, would have no problem killing Xiaohua. Now that a few Taoist cultivators who can break the Jade Mountain Maze formation appeared, what she promised Taoist Han and the others, was probably not enough to move them. However, Fairy Xiang Feng looked at the formation and said confidently, "I know there's a change in the situation. However, there are 4 holes in this formation. Even if Xiaohua has help, they can't enter from one hole. We only need to enter one hole and block Xiaohua inside. I don't believe that Xiaohua alone is our match." Taoist Di Quan sneered, "Fairy Xiang Feng, there are 4 holes here. How do you know which hole Xiaohua entered? Besides, it's best if we can meet Xiaohua. What if we can't?" Fairy Xiang Feng smiled and said, "I've already thought about it. Right now, we are standing in front of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. The formation has already been broken, and the door to Senior Tsang Langzi's Immortal's Cave is already half open. It is fate that brought us here. Regardless of whether Xiaohua is inside or not, we must enter. Of the 4 cave entrances, I will choose one and we will enter together. If we are able to meet Xiaohua, it will be the same as the agreement between me and the fellow Taoists. As long as we kill Xiaohua, I will fulfill my promise to the fellow Taoists. Moreover, after we enter the cave, I will only take 10% of the things inside, and the 3 fellow Taoists will each take 30%. If we can't find Xiaohua, then we'll break into the Immortal's Cave. The 4 of us will each take 25% of the things inside, and I'll leave my share behind everyone. That's a good suggestion." Taoist Han narrowed his eyes and looked at the other 2. "What do you think, fellow Taoists?" "Alright, let's do as Fairy Xiang Feng says." Taoist Master Di Quan pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the Misty Mountain Maze formation had already been opened. This was an opportunity in itself, and he could not give it up. Since Taoist Han and Taoist Master Di Quan agreed, Mingzi naturally had no objections. At this moment, Dao Qing hurriedly said with a trembling voice, "Seniors, this junior did not dare to place his hopes on the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Now that there is an opportunity, please help this junior." "Sure." Fairy Xiang Feng said faintly, if there are any cultivation methods or magic treasures inside, you can choose one or two. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Taoist Master Di Quan and the other two looked at each other and nodded slightly. However, just as the three of them were about to discuss in detail, a few tyrannical spiritual senses swept over from another direction. Who? Fairy Xiang Feng's face changed slightly as she looked at Yi Mingzi and the others. The four of them clapped their hands at the same time and took out their magic treasures. At this time, the Dao sect cultivators who could come to the Misty Mountain Maze formation were definitely enemies and not friends. Just as the four of them were preparing for battle, another four nascent soul cultivators and four second-level essence force cultivators flew over. Xiu. Li Xiu. Fairy Xiang Feng and company did not speak. Dao Cheng, who was at the side, was abnormally shocked. He seemed to have recognized the four cultivators who were at the second grade of essence force. He hurriedly whispered, "Senior Xiang Feng, those four cultivators are the same as me." They all received Xue Ping's invitation. However, they did not believe that Xiaohua could break the array and had already left. Now that they came back, it seems, they invited some seniors. Oh. Hearing that it was a cultivator trying to break through the formation, Fairy Xiang Feng relaxed. Taoist Han frowned. He looked at the petite figure with a cold face. That cold and arrogant gaze swept across him. He said in a low voice, "Fairy Xiang Feng, the female cultivator in front seems to be Fairy Su Ming from Ji Province." Yi Mingzi also said softly, "That's right, the cultivator behind her is Ji Province's Xian Kongzi. I've met him once before." While Fairy Xiang Feng and the others were discussing in a low voice, Fairy Su Ming was also discussing something with the three nascent soul cultivators. Even the four second-grade Essence Chi disciples were also discussing something from time to time. After a while, Fairy Su Ming flew forward and bowed, "I'm Fairy Su Ming, is the other Fairy Xiang Feng?" Fairy Xiang Feng took a deep breath and did not put away her magic artifact. She also flew forward and bowed, "I'm Fairy Xiang Feng, greetings fellow Taoist Su Ming." "Fellow Taoist Xiang Feng, are you here for the Misty Mountain Maze formation?" Fairy Su Ming asked straightforwardly. "That's right, we're here for Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave abode." Fairy Xiang Feng smiled and said, "Isn't fellow Taoist Su Ming here?" "Hee, we're here for the same reason." Fairy Su Ming also smiled, but she changed the topic and asked, "However, I have a question to ask fellow Taoist Xiang Feng." Fairy Xiang Feng sneered and looked at the arrogant Fairy Su Ming. She replied, "Fellow Taoist can ask any question, but it's up to me whether I'm willing to answer." "Okay." Fairy Su Ming bit her lips as if she wanted to get angry but held back. "Did fellow Taoist and the others break the Misty Mountain Maze formation?" "No." Fairy Xiang Feng said firmly, "If we were the ones who tried to break the formation, we would have already entered." "That's good." Fairy Su Ming nodded and asked, "Then, did Fairy see the person who broke the formation?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked curiously, "What does fellow Taoist mean?" "That's the second question, right?" "I'm not going to answer." Fairy Su Ming gritted her teeth, and her face turned ashen. She stared straight at Fairy Xiang Feng and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, it's your choice whether to answer or not. I just want to ask you, have you seen Xiaohua?" "Xiaohua?" Fairy Xiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Fairy Su Ming's expression and asked curiously, "Why are you looking for Xiaohua? Why do you care what I do? You just have to tell this old lady whether or not you've seen Xiaohua." Fairy Su Ming completely flipped out, revealing her arrogant attitude. If Fairy Su Ming asked someone else, Fairy Xiang Feng would definitely turn hostile. However, Fairy Su Ming was asking about Xiaohua with a face full of hatred. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know what happened? She said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Su Ming, you don't have to hide it anymore. Are you looking for Xiaohua for revenge? Did Xiaohua hurt your relatives at the Yaotai banquet?" "That's right." Fairy Su Ming could no longer hold back and cursed, Xiao Hua, that damned bastard, actually dared to hurt my beloved Taoist Chu Feng. If I don't grind his bones and scatter his ashes, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Did fellow Taoist Su Ming also receive an inexplicable message? This message clearly stated what happened that day, but even with fellow Taoist's ability, you can't find out who sent this message. Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Fairy Su Ming sneered, I don't care who sent the message. I only know that whoever hurts my Chu Feng, I won't let that person off. Xiao Hua dared to touch my Chu Feng on the Jade Mountain, so I dare to kill him on the hidden immortal continent. Seems like Fairy Su Ming also received the news that Xiao Hua is here. Fairy Xiang Feng wasn't angry and still asked. That's right. This old lady has already sent out a message. Whoever can tell this old lady about Xiao Hua, this old lady will give a great reward. Fairy Su Ming nodded and said, Xiao Li and a few other juniors heard the news about Xiao Hua. When he came here, they specially informed. At this point, Fairy Su Ming seemed to have realized something. She stared at Fairy Xiang Feng and asked curiously, what? Fairy Su Ming also received the news about Xiao Hua. That's right. Seeing this, Fairy Xiang Feng no longer concealed the matter and explained the cause of the matter. When Fairy Su Ming heard this, she was even more hypocritical. She and Fairy Xiang Feng hit it off, and the two of them actually discussed how to join forces to kill Xiao Hua. Seeing the two fairies together, Dao Cheng also flew to Li Xiu and the others on behalf of Daoist Han and the others. Not long after, the two groups also gathered together. Fairy Xiang Feng and Fairy Su Ming chatted happily. Both of their faces showed satisfaction, and in the end, the two of them actually communicated with each other through sound transmission. After the two finished their discussion, they returned to the other 6 nascent soul cultivators. The other side also came to a conclusion. Then, the two groups of people separated and entered through 2 different entrances. As luck would have it, Fairy Su Ming led 3 nascent soul cultivators into the entrance to the North Pole where Xiao Hua was. The 2 groups of nascent soul cultivators who were chasing Xiao Hua entered the misty mountain maze, and the entire sky above the formation regained its tranquility. However, this tranquility only lasted for half the time of a meal. In the direction where Fairy Su Ming and the others came from, layers of ripples flashed in the air, and many inscriptions gushed out from the ripples. Chapter 3730. Immediately, a scholarly cultivator in a brocade robe appeared in the inscription with an imperial weapon in his hand. The scholarly cultivator was burly and dignified, and the thick eyebrows on his face were eye-catching. The scholarly cultivator stood in the air and looked at the cave where Fairy Su Ming and Fairy Xiang Feng flew into with interest. He muttered to himself, Dao's sects have always had internal strife since ancient times, this saying is really true. If I go to find Xiao Hua by myself, I can only go to the Black Wind Ridge to touch the impregnable array. Fortunately, I was smart enough to think of starting from the Dao sect's cultivators. This Xiao Hua is really a troublemaker. Not only did he kill Fairy Su Ming's lover, but he also killed Fairy Xiang Feng's lover, TSK. Then again, if not, how could I follow Fairy Su Ming to this place? I have also heard about San Langzi's cave mansion. There seems to be some Dao sect's mystic arts inside. Since I am here, I will take the opportunity to see if I can get San Langzi's orthodoxy while killing Xiao Hua. If I can bring this orthodoxy back to the clan, I will be rewarded by the patriarch. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? After the scholarly cultivator finished speaking, he raised his hand and put away the imperial weapon. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he flew toward another entrance, disappearing in a moment. This scholarly cultivator could follow Fairy Su Ming and others without being discovered. It was not only because of the strangeness of the imperial weapon, but also because the strength of this scholarly cultivator was far beyond Fairy Su Ming and other nascent soul stage cultivators. Another half a day later, dusk gradually rose. 3 Confucian cultivators dressed in bright yellow robes also appeared in the air on auspicious clouds. The 3 of them did not directly enter the formation. Instead, they first flew into the cave that Xue Ping and the others had opened up. After checking that there was no one there, they flew into the formation. The 3 of them looked at the 4 entrances again and again, whispered a few words, and chose a different entrance from Fairy Xiang Feng, Fairy Su Ming, and the scholarly cultivator and rushed in. From beginning to end, these 3 Confucian cultivators did not speak loudly, nor did they reveal their identities. Even if Xiao Hua and the others were nearby, it would be impossible for them to know the intentions of these 3 Confucian cultivators. However, since they had entered the Misty Mountain Maze, they would definitely meet Xiao Hua and the others in the end. At that time, everything would come to light. Xiao Hua didn't expect that just as he entered the bewildering array, there would be 8 nascent soul cultivators chasing after him for revenge. He also didn't expect that there would be a Confucian cultivator at the 5th grade of essence energy following behind him. There were even 3 Confucian cultivators who entered the bewildering array with unknown motives. The development of the situation had long exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. At this moment, he was flying steadily behind Xue Ping and the others. He released some of his soul sense and saw Fu Jiwen holding a palm-sized imperial disc in his hand, breaking through the maze while flying. The imperial disc in Fu Jiwen's hand was called the heart-calming disc. It was an imperial tool used by Confucian cultivators to break through bewildering arrays. The imperial tool was engraved with horizontal and vertical lines, and between the lines were common inscriptions such as A, B, C, D. Every time Fu Jiwen flew for a while, he would stop and mark something on the heart-calming disc. Every time he encountered a fork, he would activate the heart-calming disc. When a fingernail-sized inscription appeared on the disc, he would use the clear eyes technique to check it and then choose a suitable route from it. Xiao Hua had always been indifferent to bewildering arrays and directions. Seeing that Fu Jiwen was proficient in controlling it and hadn't encountered any danger after flying for a long time, he naturally understood that Fu Jiwen's heart-calming disc was very effective. Therefore, he simply ignored it and stayed on guard behind the others. Seeing that they had arrived at another fork in the road, facing 4 exits, Fu Jiwen activated the heart-calming disc. Clouds surged above the imperial tool and covered the entire imperial tool. The inscriptions were like ants rushing out from the inside. Fu Jiwen used the clear eyes technique to look down. In his eyes, the inscriptions were 4 big characters, each flashing with a different light. Fu Jiwen stretched out his finger and true qi rushed out. This true qi slowly moved along the lines of the heart-calming disc under the inscriptions. As Fu Jiwen's finger moved, the 4 big characters began to flicker in different places on the large characters began to extinguish. When Fu Jiwen's finger moved away from the lines and landed on the inscriptions, more than half of the light from the 2 big characters had already been extinguished. Fu Jiwen's finger moved as if he was playing a zither. Every time his finger touched an inscription, the remaining 2 inscriptions would move. The small inscriptions inside would either flicker or extinguish. After half a cup of tea's time, Fu Jiwen stopped and looked at the 2 inscriptions that were about the same brightness. He turned his head with a bitter smile and said, "Senior Xiao, this disciple is incompetent. I can't determine which of the 2 entrances is the real one. No matter." Xiao Hua heard and flew to Fu Jiwen's side. He smiled and said, "Which 2 entrances?" When Fu Jiwen pointed them out, Xiao Hua released his soul sense and looked. He also shook his head and said, "This old man can't determine either. It seems that we can only force our way in. You all fly behind this old man. If there's anything wrong, immediately escape." "Yes, this junior understands." Xue Ping and the others' expressions tensed. They hurriedly retreated a few meters and bowed. "Let's take a look at this first." Xiao Hua casually pointed at the left entrance and said with a smile, "However, this Xiao seems to have a premonition that this Xiao's choice is most likely wrong. Then senior might as well go to the other entrance." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, wouldn't that be in the bag? How is that possible? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If this old man chooses that one, that entrance is most likely fake. Senior, is this mysterious? Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then follow me. Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and flew into the fork. Fu Jiwen and the others didn't dare to delay and followed behind. Sure enough, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the cave became deeper and deeper. A gloomy coldness came from the stone walls. Xiao Hua's soul sense was blocked and his soul sense also showed signs of being imprisoned. Fu Jiwen, I'm afraid this is not good. Xiao Hua flew in front and asked. Senior. Fu Jiwen replied in a low voice. This junior's imperial artifact heart calming plate can no longer be used here. This junior is not sure, Wu. Just at that moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew. This chilly wind did not blow out from within the cave, but instead seeped out from the stone wall near Xiao Hua and the others. However, Xiao Hua had naturally already inspected the stone wall when he flew over, and there was nothing abnormal there. This chilly wind was extremely strange. Retreat. Xiao Hua saw that something was wrong and made a prompt decision. With a wave of his sleeve, he covered the several people behind him and urged his magic power to retreat. Xiao Hua had just flown a few feet away when he heard a roar. Roar, layers of fog seeped out from the stone wall about 100 feet away. This fog was thicker than ordinary clouds and fog, but thinner than demonic qi. Moreover, the fog emitted a sour and fishy smell, which was very unpleasant. Roar. Another roar sounded, and it was still emitted from within the fog. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and that divine sense seemed to have been swallowed by the fog. There was some indescribable numbness. Strange. Xiao Hua was bewildered, because there weren't any strange beasts within the fog. He really didn't understand where this roar came from. However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His body didn't slow down and he still retreated. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was flying very fast, and the area covered by the fog was also very large. Xiao Hua flew a few more meters forward, and the fog was already blocking his path. Roar. Suddenly, the fog in front of Xiao Hua rolled and a strange beast head came out of the fog and bit down on Xiao Hua's head. At this time, Xiao Hua understood that this strange beast head was condensed from the fog. However, this fog itself was made of particles smaller than mung beans. These tiny worms could fly in the air. Moreover, when Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out, these worms seemed to be able to swallow Xiao Hua's soul sense. Xiao Hua's current soul sense was not simple. It was a soul sense that could be condensed into a hammer. Even this kind of soul sense could be swallowed by these worms. Ordinary soul sense would be torn apart by these worms. In particular, the roar of the strange beast that Xiao Hua heard before was not the roar of the beast head, but the trembling of these worms. What kind of strange worm is this? Xiao Hua didn't dare to rush in rashly. His figure retreated quickly. At the same time, he waved his hand and cast a spell. Boom! A huge fireball was born from the fog and fell into the mouth of the strange beast like an embroidered ball. What made Xiao Hua flabbergasted was that the fireball only made a rumbling sound before it landed in the mouth of the exotic beast. The head of the exotic beast, which was originally made up of worms, began to tumble again, like the waves of water. However, in just a moment, these rolling turned into calmness, as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, the worms around the beast's head had expanded by several times. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked because after the beast head expanded, the worms that took advantage of him roared again and rushed over. Moreover, the nearby beast heads of different sizes frequently appeared and rushed towards the place where Xiao Hua's figure was located. This is Senior Tsang Lang Zi's immortal cave. These worms, in the end, they are for him to guard the door. Xiao Hua looked around. It was as if he was surrounded by these strange worms. There wasn't much space left for him. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think to himself, who is this old man guarding against? Taoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhist disciples are all possible, but he is a Taoist cultivator, so he naturally understands Taoist cultivators the most. If there is no accident, most of the things in this maze are things that can be used by Taoist cultivators. The restriction of divine sense is a clear proof, so if I use Taoist cultivators' divine sense, I'm afraid it will be half the result with twice the effort. Of course, this Xiao Hua's tempered golden body is not necessarily afraid of these strange worms, but this Xiao Hua won't use his own body as bait. While pondering, Xiao Hua raised his hand and grabbed a few worms out of thin air. Sure enough, the worms that were wrapped by Xiao Hua's magic power struggled frantically and tenaciously devoured the magic power. But when Xiao Hua opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of true qi, the worms immediately became obedient like flies blown by the autumn wind. What made Xiao Hua laugh even more was that these worms actually gathered together and condensed into a small beast head, letting out a very low roar, as if threatening Xiao Hua. Chapter 37-31. Hee, this is indeed interesting. Xiao Hua laughed heartily as he had a plan in mind. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to spit out the flying sword, his heart skipped a beat. Several soul threads fell from his glabella and pierced the worms. Things went so smoothly that it exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. Against the soul threads, the worms did not put up any resistance at all and could not even detect them. As soon as the soul threads pierced through, the worms strangely disappeared without leaving a trace. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed in the face of the worms that were almost unstoppable by the Tao sect's divine ability. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down the body. This saying is too true. With that said, Xiao Hua glanced at the Tao sect disciples beside him who were already trembling abnormally. At that moment, even Xue Ping and Fu Jiwen, who were extremely confident in Xiao Hua, turned pale. Fu Jiwen's body flashed with array talismans as he prepared to shield Xiao Hua from the front. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said very calmly, Xue Ping, you and the other Tao sect disciples follow behind me. Fu Jiwen, activate the array talismans and follow behind. Yes, I understand. Seeing how calm Xiao Hua was, how could Fu Jiwen not know that Xiao Hua already had a way to deal with it? With a response, the inscriptions around him flowed and various array talismans began to form an inscription armor around him. With that said, Xiao Hua turned around and flew back. At that moment, he did not fly very fast, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. However, what surprised Xue Ping behind him was that he did not see Xiao Hua use any divine ability. There was no brilliance, no dermic power fluctuation, no spell art, and not even a movement of his hand. Although the fog within 100 feet around them had hundreds of beast heads that were roaring madly and pouncing at them, it was as though a breeze had blown past. The fog was like the melancholy in one's chest that was swept away in an instant. There was no trace of it as it disappeared into thin air just like that. Xue Ping was ecstatic. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at the thin and tall cultivator in front of him with incomparable reverence. This was truly unfathomable. Exalted Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, they were nothing to this seemingly ordinary cultivator. Sigh, what a pity. Just as Xue Ping was prostrating himself in worship, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. He turned his head slightly to look at Fu Jiwen. Why did I have thoughts of probing that day? If I can meet Jinren Xiao for the first time and give him a good impression, won't I also be able to become his disciple? It's just that, the Taoist Xiao of that day, he really wasn't Taoist Xiao. He looks like that. How could he possibly be a senior of our Tao sect? But, how could Fu Jiwen have such an opportunity? According to Fu Jiwen, he met Taoist Master Xiao in the Bronze Pillar state, which was not long after me. What did this mean? I'm afraid I don't have such an opportunity. However, since I was able to invite Daoist Xiao here, and Daoist Xiao even invited seniors like Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, and Zhai Xing to break through the Cloud Mountain Maze formation, isn't this my fortuitous encounter? Needless to say, Xue Ping's mind was filled with mixed feelings. Xiao Hua had already flown to the earliest fork in the road. Fu Jiwen, you do it. I'm at my wit's end, Xiao Hua called out with a smile. Fu Jiwen responded loudly and flew in front of his head with the heart-calming compass in hand. After flying for more than half a day, they did not see the end of the maze formation. Instead, they encountered many ferocious beasts, fog, yellow spring, and blazing objects. To Xue Ping and the rest, these were fatal things. However, to Xiao Hua, they only stunned him and made him admire Zhang Langzi a little more. They did not harm him at all. Fu Jiwen. Seeing that they had come out of another maze formation, Xiao Hua looked at the marks they had made when they entered and asked helplessly, what we're doing now seems to be trying one by one. This heart-calming compass of yours, actually doesn't have much use. Do you have any other convenient methods? I'll let you know, senior. Fu Jiwen said with a wry smile, my heart-calming compass can already choose 4 out of 10. It's more than twice as fast as trying one by one. Furthermore, Senior Zhang Langzi's maze formation is really troublesome. I don't know why he set up so many traps in his cave abode. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Fu Jiwen and said, of course Senior Zhang Langzi knows how to get to his cave abode. In the old man's eyes, every fork in the road would have a mark that the old man himself knew. We've spent so much time, and he's already sitting on the cloud bed. Yes, you're right, senior. Fu Jiwen nodded. If I walk again, even if I enter the cave now, it won't take long for me to reach here. There's another possibility. Xue Ping took the opportunity to say, the entrance we entered is not the real entrance. This. I don't know, Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua and answered Xue Ping, only by walking to the end, There's someone. Who, is it? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He looked behind him and said with a smile, is it Brother Sun Kong or Brother Daoran? It can't be fellow Daoist Zhai Xing, right? Is that perfected Xiao in front? Just as Xiao Hua looked up, an unfamiliar female cultivator's voice was heard. Huh? Xiao Hua was surprised and immediately became alert. Magic power surged around his body and he waved his hand, indicating for Fu Jiwen and the rest to fly behind him. Then, he replied indifferently, who are you, fellow Daoist? How can you be here? He, so it really is perfected Xiao. The woman laughed coquettishly and said, I am Li Qiuming. I received a message from Li Xiu and the other juniors. I knew that fellow Daoist wanted to break the Misty Mountains maze, so I hurried over. But what surprised me was that Daoist master had already broken the maze. I truly admire you. Li Xiu. Xue Ping, who was behind Xiao Hua, hurriedly transmitted his voice, Senior Xiao, Li Xiu is one of my old friends that I invited earlier. However, he had already left before perfected Xiao arrived. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. I'm afraid that Li Xiu thinks that I can't break the formation. You've already started inviting nascent soul cultivators, and he just happened to meet this woman. It's possible. Xue Ping was still somewhat puzzled. He didn't say that he knew any nascent soul cultivators. While they were talking, Fairy Su Ming, who had chased into the maze formation of Cloud Mountain, had already appeared in the cave. Behind her were 3 nascent soul cultivators and several second and third grade disciples. That's right, Li Xiu and Xiu are inside. Xue Ping hurriedly transmitted his voice when he saw the people who had arrived, seemingly believing them. Fellow Daoist Li is joking. Xiao Hua cupped his hands. How could I have such a great ability? It was all thanks to Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, and Zhai Xingzi. I just took advantage of them. Fairy Su Ming laughed. That's because perfected Xiao has a great reputation. Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, and Zhai Xingzi are fellow Taoists that I've admired for a long time. I don't dare to say that I can invite all three of them here. While speaking, Fairy Su Ming looked around and said, however, it seems that the three fellow Taoists aren't at this entrance. If I want to meet them, I have to go to Senior Tsang Lang's cave. Xiao Hua didn't answer her. He looked at the people behind her and asked, fellow Taoistly, did you only invite these few fellow Taoists? I don't think I've seen them before. Hee, look at how silly I am. Fairy Su Ming patted her forehead and said self-deprecatingly, I was so happy that I was able to follow the mark left by perfected Xiao to this place. I forgot to introduce the three fellow Taoists to perfected Xiao. This is fellow Taoist Xian Kong of Mountain Changming. Fairy Su Ming raised her hand and introduced. Xian Kong flew a few feet away and stood in the air, cupping his hands towards Xiao Hua. Greetings, perfected Xiao. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xian Kong. Xiao Hua looked at Xian Kong and the others with a smile and hurriedly cupped his hands in return. This is perfected Yu Ming. Fairy Su Ming introduced again. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and said with a smile, Yu Ming. I met a cultivator before, and he seemed to be called Yu Ming. Oh. Where is this fellow Taoist? I haven't heard of a fellow Taoist with the same Taoist name as me. Perfected Yu Ming flew a few feet closer to Xiao Hua and cupped his hands in return. That cultivator has already fallen. Even if I want to introduce you, I can't. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is perfected Qiu Luo. Fairy Su Ming introduced the last cultivator. Perfected Yu Ming hurriedly moved aside, seemingly afraid of blocking Xiao Hua's way. I've heard of the saying, falling leaves no autumn, but I don't know why fellow Taoist is called Qiu Luo. Xiao Hua smiled and asked casually. Qiu Luo is a harvest. I hope to have more harvest on the road of cultivation. Perfected Qiu Luo explained with a smile, but his tone sounded a bit stiff. Oh, right. After Fairy Su Ming finished introducing the three nascent soul Taoists, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and asked curiously, fellow Taoistly, what's your Dharma name? Hee, fellow Taoist Li's Dharma name is quite interesting. I'm afraid perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Perfected Qiu Luo smiled and stepped aside, blocking Xian Kongzi's path. Xian Kongzi naturally flew a bit inwards. In this way, Xian Kongzi, perfected Qiu Luo, and perfected Yu Ming were right in the middle of Xiao Hua. My Dharma name? Fairy Su Ming seemed a bit shy and slightly lowered her head. I'm sure perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Oh. What is it? Have I seen fellow Taoist before? Xiao Hua tilted his head, quite puzzled. However, when he tilted his head, Xiao Hua frowned and became vigilant in his heart, because the position of the four nascent soul Taoists was very strange. At this time, Fairy Su Ming's eyes were red and she said sadly, my Dharma name is Su Ming. I'm sure perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Fairy Su Ming. Xiao Hua was stunned and blurted out, I've never heard of it before. Chapter 37-32. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Fairy Su Ming's beautiful face turned serious. She waved her small white hand and tossed a magic weapon into the air. She shouted, I've come to take your life in Chu Feng's place. Just accept your fate. A pitch-black magic weapon flew out of Fairy Su Ming's hand like a bow and arrow. Under the activation of Fairy Su Ming's magic power, the magic weapon immediately produced a powerful impact force. Moreover, it flew in the air and let out a rumbling sound. Countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy were absorbed by this magic weapon, Master Chu Feng. You're Fairy Su Ming. Perhaps Xiao Hua didn't remember Reverend Chu Feng, and he also forgot the Fairy Su Ming that Reverend Chu Feng mentioned when he threatened him. But seeing such a powerful magic weapon, How could he not remember the magic weapon that destroyed Reverend Jingting's physical body? Xiao Hua immediately understood that his karma had come. Not only that, when Fairy Su Ming activated her consumable magic tool, Xian Kongzi, Reverend Yu Ming, and Reverend Qiu Luo moved at the same time. They waved their hands in unison, and identical magic tools attacked Xiao Hua from 3 different directions. This cave wasn't big and the 4 were close to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was caught off guard and only had time to activate his magic power. He spread out his hands and the 4 magic weapons let out a shrill sound as they landed on Xiao Hua's Daoist robe, boom. The 4 consumable magic weapons let out a loud sound at the same time. Light overflowed and the powerful impact pushed Fu Jiwen and the others behind Xiao Hua far away. Fu Jiwen and the others were already injured by the magic weapons. Even Fairy Su Ming and the other nascent soul cultivators were pushed away by this force. Their bodies flickered with brilliance as the golden light protecting them flickered incessantly. Ha ha ha. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire cave. The stone walls on the left side of the cave were blown to smithereens. Following a series of explosions, layers of passages collapsed one after another. Fairy Su Ming's sharp laughter was especially ear-piercing. This arrogant female cultivator didn't have any thoughts of confrontation. As soon as she saw Xiao Hua, she wanted to kill him. She simply didn't care whether Xiao Hua was the real culprit or not. Unfortunately, before Fairy Su Ming's sharp laughter stopped, she saw a thin figure flying out of the air wave in a rather embarrassing state. Fairy Su Ming was like an old hen whose neck was bitten by a weasel. Gagga. She couldn't laugh anymore. She looked at Xiao Hua in the air in disbelief. Although Xiao Hua's Daoist robe had already been torn to shreds, the golden light protecting his body had already been extinguished, and there were even several fresh wounds on his naked body. However, these scars did not reach the bone, nor did they break his arms or legs. They were also not torn apart like Fairy Su Ming had imagined. What was special was that these scars were flashing with a dark gold color, as if they were slowly healing. How is this possible? Fairy Su Ming was fully aware of the power of the artifact she refined. Moreover, the artifact was activated by 4 nascent soul cultivators at once. Even a cultivator with 5th grade essence force would not be able to resist it, so how could Xiao Hua be safe and sound? However, after a moment of surprise, Fairy Su Ming didn't hesitate to turn into a rainbow. Dazzling flames shone on her body as she rushed towards Xiao Hua in midair. Nascent soul self-detonation. Daoist Qiu Luo, who was closest to Fairy Su Ming, turned pale with fright. He really didn't expect Fairy Su Ming to be so crazy. This was the maze of Tsang Langzi's immortal cave. If she self-detonated here, not only would Fairy Su Ming perish together with Xiao Hua, Daoist Qiu Luo and all the other cultivators would be buried together with her. Daoist Qiu Luo didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He simply ignored his unstable body and urged his magic power to escape. However, just as he flew a few feet, pang! A loud sound rang out as his body hit the stone wall. The explosion of the 4 artifacts had already changed the cave. At this moment, huge rocks were piled up behind Daoist Qiu Luo. Boom! A dazzling brilliance flashed before Daoist Qiu Luo's eyes and an even more powerful explosion rang in his ears. Daoist Qiu Luo's heart suddenly sank. He truly regretted believing this arrogant and domineering woman. Everything she promised him now seemed to be nothing more than a scheme. Whoosh! Just at that moment of imminent peril, a sound akin to the spring rain moisturizing things could be heard. Following the descent of Xiao Hua's hands, not only did the loud sound disappear, even the resplendent light disappeared without a trace. See. Daoist Qiu Luo seemed to be even more shocked than seeing Fairy Su Ming perish together with Xiao Hua. Because of Xiao Hua's spell, Fairy Su Ming's already collapsed body froze in place. The filthy blood that flowed out also stopped there. The nascent soul that emerged from Fairy Su Ming's body also blankly stood still in midair. This. What is this ability? This. Is this a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator? Daoist Qiu Luo only had this thought. When he looked at Xiao Hua again, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Fairy Su Ming's malevolent face that was about to collapse. He said indifferently, "You've been tricked by Daoist Yuan Qing. You're only here to kill me for him. But I can tell you that I did kill Daoist Yuan Qing because he deserved to be killed. Not only did he rely on his strength, but he also bullied the weak and injured innocent cultivators. I'm afraid Daoist Yuan Qing doesn't dare to tell you the details. Of course, it's meaningless for me to tell you now. Not only do you not believe me, but..." With that, Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Su Ming's bloodshot eyes. There was no remorse or apology in those bloodshot eyes, only hatred. Xiao Hua sighed and raised his hand. Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul fell into his hand. Her tattered body exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. Xiao Hua raised his hand and picked up Fairy Su Ming's Qinkuan pouch. Sure enough, it was almost empty. Presumably, she had already arranged everything before coming here. Xiao Hua raised his hand and held the Kunlun mirror in his hand. A six-colored brilliance flashed and Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul was taken into the Kunlun ruins. Humph. Xiao Hua took Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul and looked coldly at Daoist Qiu Luo. "Spare me, Daoist Qiu Luo. Spare me." Daoist Qiu Luo's heart turned cold. He hurriedly shouted, "We were just deceived by Fairy Su Ming and fell into her trap. I am also a victim, unfortunately," as Xiao Hua looked at Daoist Qiu Luo. Although Daoist Qiu Luo could still shout, the true qi in his body had already begun to solidify. Xiao Hua's eyes were even colder. Daoist Qiu Luo knew that today's matter would not end well. He made up his mind and desperately urged his magic power. Wu. Streams of heaven and earth essence gathered. A large hand clenched into a fist and smashed toward Xiao Hua. At the same time, Daoist Qiu Luo opened his mouth and wanted to spit out a magic treasure, swoosh. At this moment, a golden light appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the golden light flew in front of his neck. Moreover, it was as if a sharp awl had pierced into his Naiwan palace. It was so painful that Daoist Qiu Luo's magic power stagnated. In an instant, the golden light split Daoist Qiu Luo's body into two halves. His condensed nascent soul hurriedly escaped from his body. Unfortunately, before his nascent soul could teleport, the Kunlun mirror's light pillar fell again, facing the three nascent soul cultivators who could not be considered the culprits. Xiao Hua was decisive in killing them. He did not hesitate to destroy their bodies and suppress their nascent souls in the Kunlun ruins. This was because Xiao Hua really hated these seemingly innocent lackeys to the core. If he had not tempered his golden body in the rockfall formation and if his magic power had not far surpassed theirs, he would have been the one who died here today. On the other hand, these accomplices who used the name of being innocent and wore the hat of the ignorant are not guilty, enjoyed the benefits that Fairy Su Ming had promised in advance and the rare treasures in Song Langzi's cave abode with a clear conscience. Even Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded. Those were four nascent soul cultivators, but they were killed by his master like chickens and geese. How strong was his master's true strength? Unknowingly, Fu Jiwen thought of what Bai Wu had said to him. After a while, Fu Jiwen came to his senses. He flew to the front with difficulty and asked in a low voice, "Master, those few low-level disciples. How should we deal with them?" Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen. Although Fu Jiwen's formation talismans were flowing around him to protect him, his scholarly robe was also damaged. It was obvious that he was injured in the explosion of the magic tool just now. Xiao Hua asked in return, "What do you think? Leading the wolf into the house is embarrassing. Leaking information is treacherous. Such a treacherous person is not worthy of being a disciple of my Tao sect." Fu Jiwen unexpectedly also thought of himself as a disciple of the Tao sect. An. Xiaohua nodded slightly, then looked at Fu Jiwen killingly Xiu and the others. He sighed in his heart, I once swore to the heavens that I would never kill an innocent person. But even so, the number of people who died in my hands is more than one. It seems that I have a reason to kill them. Is it because I have a hard heart, or is the world changing too fast? Oh. When did I make such a great wish? Suddenly, Xiaohua was stunned. There was an inconceivable expression on his face, this great wish is too child's play, right? It was as if a distant memory had sprouted in his heart. Fairy Su Ming's destructive power was really great. Her appearance not only caused 3 nascent soul cultivators to lose their physical bodies like her, but also caused their nascent souls to be suppressed by Xiaohua. Even several low-level disciples lost their lives. Now, in addition to Fu Jiwen's serious injuries, Xue Ping and the others also had injuries of varying degrees. Although several of them had taken medicinal pills, it was obvious that they could not rely on their own strength for the rest of the journey. Xue Ping. Xiaohua glanced at them and said, the fire at the city gate also affects the fish in the moat. Because of me, you were also injured. For the rest of the journey, why don't we follow what this old man has discussed with you before? This old man will suppress you all into the country weapon and bring you all into the cave. If there is a suitable opportunity, this old man will let you all out. What do you think? Chapter 37-33. Xue Ping and the rest smiled bitterly. What was a suitable opportunity? This opportunity was in Xiaohua's hands, not theirs. Even if Xiaohua didn't let them out, they had nothing to say. However, if they didn't enter the country treasure, they probably wouldn't be able to enter again. What other choice did they have in such a hopeless situation? After Xue Ping and the rest were stored in the mountain river seal, Fu Jiwen relaxed and smiled. Master, your methods are truly amazing. I don't know how to respect you. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, every skill has its own specialization. Master has some methods that you can't learn. You should cultivate the wordless heavenly book in your dantian to the extreme. That's your greatest fate. Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen replied with a smile. Then, he raised the heart control plate in his hand and said, disciple also needs to cultivate this thing well. Humph. Although Xiaohua snorted coldly, there wasn't any anger on his face. He raised his finger and pointed at the messy cave. Then Master will see how your cultivation is going. Master, please wait a moment. Fu Jiwen was very happy. He didn't really activate the heart control plate. Instead, he looked around and raised his hand respectfully. Master, this way please, wait a moment. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out the one-heart toad. He activated his magic power and shouted a few times, but no one else's voice came from the toad's mouth. Damn it, this thing looks good, but here, it's just a decoration. Forget it, we'll just go our own way. There's no need to count on others. Xiaohua put away the one-heart toad and said indifferently. With Fu Jiwen's guidance and Xiaohua's abhijna, the two of them quickly reached the end of the cave. They were as nimble as when they charged into the Imperial Academy with bronze pillars. However, when they reached the end, the two of them frowned. It was very simple. There was nothing at the end of the cave. It was clean as if someone had just cleaned it. Master, it seems like we chose the wrong entrance. Fu Jiwen looked up and down and used the eye-clearing technique. He even urged the array talismans and inscriptions in his body to rush into the stone wall, but the stone wall did not respond. Fu Jiwen said somewhat dejectedly. Xiaohua was naturally unwilling to give up. He urged his divine sense to rush into the stone wall. The stone wall was the same as the other places in the cave. There was a layer of extremely strong restriction that blocked divine sense. Although Xiao Hua's divine sense was like a hammer, it was blocked after rushing in a few dozen feet. Xiao Hua retracted his divine sense and activated the earth escape technique. His figure was the same as his divine sense, but after entering a few dozen feet, he was forced out by a powerful force. Could it really be a dead end? Xiao Hua sighed. It seems that this Xiao's luck has come to an end. However, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said to Fu Jiwen, "Move back a bit." After Fu Jiwen retreated a few feet, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the activation of his mana, a six-colored light pillar rushed out and landed on the stone wall. Crystal threads flickered on the stone wall like layers of flames, blocking the light beam of the Kunlun mirror outside the stone wall. Even his divine will was not as deep as hers. Oh! Just as Xiao Hua retracted the Kunlun mirror and was about to use the delusion breaker Dharma Eye, his gaze suddenly fell on the stone wall. He could see with the naked eye that there was a faint imprint on the surface of the stone wall. This imprint seemed to be a human shape, but the imprint was very faint. If he did not look carefully, he would not be able to see it with only Taoism divine abilities. See! Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the benevolent Taoist master of the single Liang kingdom. He took a deep breath and was stunned on the spot. For a full 5 minutes, Fu Jiwen, who was far away, did not dare to step forward without Xiao Hua's instructions. He looked at the motionless Xiao Hua with some worry. Just as he was pondering and about to speak, Xiao Hua's voice, unable to restrain his pleasant surprise, was heard. "Fu Jiwen, your opportunity has come." "Master." Fu Jiwen was surprised. He hurriedly walked to Xiao Hua's side and looked up and down. He was puzzled. "You found a way out." "Hee, of course it's not a way out." Xiao Hua pointed at the human shape on the stone wall and smiled. "Take a look. Is this a human figure sitting cross-legged in meditation?" "This." Fu Jiwen squinted his eyes and looked for a long time. He still did not dare to make a conclusion. He only smiled and said, "If Master did not say so, I really would not be able to see it. Actually, it's more or less the same if it's another shadow." This was the good thing about Fu Jiwen. Although he was facing his master, he was still willing to share his opinion. This was also one of the things that Xiao Hua admired about Fu Jiwen. "Sit down and try." Xiao Hua pointed at the ground and smiled. "I think this should be where Senior Tsang Langzi used to meditate. This shadow was also left behind by him. Even if it's not an exit, as long as you sit there, you should be able to gain something. Of course, whether it's what I said or not, you'll know once you try." "Yes, Master." As Fu Jiwen spoke, he was about to sit down cross-legged. However, Fu Jiwen immediately smiled and said, "I've cultivated more in Confucianism. I'm afraid that my Taoist techniques are inferior to Xue Ping's." "Master, it's best if Xue Ping comes out and tries." "Yes, that makes sense." Xiao Hua nodded and released Xue Ping and the others from the mountain river seal. When Xue Ping and the others saw the end of the cave, they naturally did not look good. However, when Xiao Hua explained his guess, their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Yes, what was their purpose in coming to the Misty Mountain Maze formation? Wasn't it just to obtain Tsang Langzi's legacy? Wanting to obtain the essence and comprehension of cultivation from the artifacts, jade slips, and other items left behind by Taoist seniors? This human figure sounded inconceivable, but it was absolutely possible if one thought about it carefully. In particular, although Tsang Langzi possessed remarkable abilities, he would not have spent so much effort to set up such a useless maze formation. "Senior, please experience it first." Xue Ping understood and hurriedly bowed. Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Putting aside the fact that this Misty Mountain Maze formation is your greatest contribution, I have to let you guys experience it first if there's any opportunity. Even if you came purely with me to break through the maze formation, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. You guys can experience it first, I can observe from the side. If anything happens, I can stop you in time. Alright. Then I'll go first. Xue Ping knew that this was an attempt. Moreover, there was no use of magic power to attack, so there might not be any danger. Moreover, Xiao Hua was extremely right. If anything happened, with the old man beside him, what was there to be afraid of? Then, Xue Ping sat cross-legged in front of the faintly discernible human figure and closed his eyes to meditate. After a long while, Xue Ping completed 3 circulations. Apart from the faint sound of the wind, there were no other changes. Perhaps I'm wrong. Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and watched as magic power surged around Xue Ping's body. Even when the waves landed on the stone wall, there were no changes to the stone wall. Senior. Ah. Xue Ping opened his eyes and was about to speak to Xiao Hua when he suddenly shouted and pointed at the stone wall. Enlightened one, as expected. I understand now. After saying that, Xue Ping did not explain anything to Xiao Hua. He opened his eyes and looked at the stone wall as he once again activated his mental cultivation method. Xiao Hua and the rest were overjoyed when they saw this. They focused their attention on the stone wall and Xue Ping. Xue Ping activated his mental cultivation method again and again. Although there were no changes to the stone wall, Xue Ping's face that should have been as calm as water was now filled with excitement. There were even traces of redness. Seeing Xue Ping's abnormality, Xiao Hua frowned. The most important thing about stopping him was whether there were any attacks on the stone wall. Seeing the abnormality in Xue Ping's heart and eyes, Xiao Hua really did not know whether to stop him or not. This is difficult. Xiao Hua slowly raised his hand and was a little hesitant. If Xue Ping encounters a great opportunity, I will be hated by others. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not have to make any choice. Just as Xiao Hua raised his hand and did not circulate his dermic powers, he saw tens of thousands of runes surge out from the stone wall. These runes tumbled like a tidal wave and instantly annihilated Xue Ping. Xiao Hua's hand was originally raised and he hurriedly wanted to cast the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. However, when his dermic powers reached Xue Ping's corporeal body, it was as though the runes were smoke and dust. Furthermore, when the runes fell back to the stone wall, Xue Ping disappeared as well. Alright. Xiao Hua was a little anxious just now. When he saw this, how could he not understand that this was a legacy left behind by Senior Cang Langzi? Xue Ping must have seen something when facing the shadow left behind by Senior Cang Langzi when he cultivated. Xiao Hua did not know what Xue Ping had obtained, but at least he knew that this was Senior Cang Langzi's painstaking effort. Xue Ping would not be in danger. At the very least, Xue Ping had already passed through the misty mountain maze. Who's next? Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the remaining cultivators as he asked with a smile. Since Xue Ping was fine, the others were naturally eager to go forward. However, Xiao Hua's question made them feel awkward. No one was willing to take the first step. You. Xiao Hua naturally understood what they were thinking. He casually pointed at the cultivator closest to him and said with a smile, anyway, this thing has been here for millions of years. It won't disappear after being used once or twice. It doesn't matter who is in front. Thank you, Senior Xiao. That cultivator was overjoyed and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Like Xue Ping, he opened his eyes and watched the shadow cultivate. As expected, it was the 9 revolutions technique again. That cultivator's reaction was exactly the same as Xue Ping's. Then, runes surged out and pulled him into the stone wall before he disappeared. After several Dao sect cultivators entered the stone wall one by one, Xiao Hua said to Fujiwen, it's your turn. You won't let me go in first, right? Yes, I understand. Fujiwen sat down cross-legged and looked at the shadow just like Xue Ping and the rest. To Xiao Hua's surprise, Fu Jiwen's brows furrowed even more after he cultivated several times. However, the runes on the stone wall did not surge out. Master. Fu Jiwen circulated a few more times and stopped. He then said, I'm afraid I have no fate with Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode. I didn't see anything. Chapter 37-34. That's impossible. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the faint figure. The figure didn't change even though a few Taoist cultivators had entered. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Although you're a Confucian cultivator, you're also proficient in Taoist techniques. Your mental cultivation method is also a genuine Taoist technique. Besides, since Senior Tsang Langzi could set up Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist formations outside the maze, he wouldn't differentiate between Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist. Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hua patted his forehead and shouted, Disciple, you don't have to use the Taoist mental cultivation method. You just have to take out your wordless heavenly book. Okay, this disciple is the best at it. Fu Jiwen was suddenly awakened. The noble qi around his body surged. Array talismans surged out of his body and turned into thousands of butterflies fluttering in the cave. His eyes were fixed on the figure. In just a moment, thousands of talismans surged out from behind the figure on the stone wall. However, what surprised Xiao Hua was that these talismans were completely different from those of Xue Ping and the others. They were actually armor inscriptions. Furthermore, these inscriptions did not rush out in an irregular manner like the tides from before. Instead, they condensed into the shape of a scroll and flew out. It was as if the humanoid figure had taken out a scroll from his body and presented it to Fu Jiwen. Boom! Thousands of noble qi pillars rushed out from the book. The book completely exploded and transformed into a complete picture of mountains and rivers. Buzz! The talismans that were flying around Fu Jiwen let out a strong roar and rushed into the book. Fu Jiwen's eyes were also filled with surprise. His body that was sitting cross-legged slowly flew towards the book. The armor inscriptions that turned into mountains and rivers were like little fluorescent lights that wrapped around Fu Jiwen's body. They happily pushed Fu Jiwen slowly into the stone wall. Good! Xiao Hua clapped his hands. In his heart, he knew that Fu Jiwen was able to pry into the mystery of the wordless heavenly book by chance. However, because his cultivation base and realm were limited, it was difficult for the wordless heavenly book to be complete. The heavenly heart inside Xiao Hua's dantian was actually different from the wordless heavenly book. If Xiao Hua wanted to guide Fu Jiwen's cultivation, he would have to start from the wordless heavenly book. Master Tsang Langzi of antiquity times was also proficient in Confucian cultivation. Perhaps he did not understand the wordless heavenly book, but he was a Taoist cultivator at the tribulation passing stage. The legacy he left behind was enough to complete Fu Jiwen's wordless heavenly book. Just based on this point alone, Fu Jiwen's trip was indeed daunting but not dangerous. If Fu Jiwen was injured by Fairy Su Ming's self-explosion, then Fu Jiwen was indeed blessed in disguise. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. He thought about his specious divination earlier and thought to himself, Fu Jiwen can cultivate in my Kunlun ruins in the future and never come out again. However, Miss Wanwan's Minglu chain has not been removed yet. I'm afraid Fu Jiwen's adventure has just begun. As he thought about it, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the faint human figure. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He did not expect that the ancient Senior Tsang Langzi would give him a surprise. Junior thanks Senior Tsang Langzi from afar. Xiao Hua was very respectful. He bowed to the human figure and then sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked up at the human figure and began to circulate his mental cultivation method. The human figure was originally very faint, but after looking at it for a long time, the human figure actually became obvious. It was like an old man in Taoist robes. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Xiao Hua was a little absent-minded when his gaze fell on the old man's face. The old man's face began to change. He was young, old, a woman, or a child. His Taoist robes were also changing. He was either a Confucian robe, battle armor, or a monk's robe. As time gradually passed, his face even turned into mountains, water, rivers, birds, and beasts. Occasionally, a huge flying boat would rush out. At this moment, Xiao Hua was no longer focused on activating his mental cultivation method. Instead, he focused on watching all the changes in front of him. He felt that these changes were very important. If he could find some hidden clues from the changes, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. 1. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua only felt that his eyes suddenly lit up, and a feeling of turning into a feather spontaneously arose. His entire body felt light, and his entire body was like a goose feather, floating in the sky. There was no need to use his eyes to look. The sky was incomparably blue, and the ground was incomparably vast. It was as if he was the entire sky, and also as if he was the entire earth. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with incomparable fullness. Following this feeling, Xiao Hua's state of mind gradually relaxed. He also let down his guard. Not only did he circulate his Taoist cultivation method, the 5 Qi's origin, the dragonization art, the immortal body bestowment technique, and so on also began to circulate, rumble. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened. Thick clouds instantly covered the horizon. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. At the same time, the entire earth cracked. Countless mountains and rivers collapsed. Countless huge peaks rushed out from the ground and pierced straight into the sky. Within the huge peaks, lava spewed out for thousands of feet. It rushed into the sky and collided with the lightning bolts. Mountain rocks filled the sky, torrential rain poured down, mountain floods covered the earth, and whales were everywhere. Roar! Suddenly, a giant whose height was unknown stepped over from the distance. This giant's appearance was exactly Xiao Hua's. Boom! The giant broke a huge hole in the sky with a punch. Boom! Another kick flattened all the huge peaks on the ground. Then, he actually stepped on the void and walked up to the sky. His hands and feet danced. It was actually the Big Dipper divine fist. Following the giant's fist, all the clouds, lightning, and thunder fell into his hands. All the mountain rocks, flood water, and lava also fell between the giant's feet. And after the Big Dipper divine fist was finished, roar! The giant unexpectedly let out a dragon's roar. His entire body stretched out in midair and turned into a dragon. The dragon's body stretched for an unknown length. His entire body danced strangely in the sky. And along with the dance, a sacred aura, a dignified voice, and a kind of irresistible power spread throughout the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, boom! The dragon's body collapsed and turned into a torrent. That torrent was formed by strange characters that were bigger than a mountain. The torrent rushed into the sky, and it was a tragic scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Swish! Following the opening of a pair of eyes that seemed to be supporting the heaven and earth, that torrent fell between the eyes. The entire world also turned into fragments and rushed into the starry sky like eyes. Xiao Hua's happy face was then revealed. Moreover, like the finishing touch, Xiao Hua's entire body gradually appeared from the fragments. But the strange thing was, after the fragments, the entire world became empty again. Xiao Hua calmly stood in this empty space with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself. Congratulations, fellow Taoist bone tempering. This time, our first harvest is actually fellow Taoist. Even I would never have thought that my Dao sect's senior Tsang Langzi actually hid the Dragon Clan's bone tempering technique. Damn it, this is a secret technique that can even temper dragon bones. Fellow Taoist bone tempering, you should be secretly happy. Bullshit. A rough voice came from Xiao Hua's body. How can I, your father, understand this secret technique? I don't understand the dragon language, let alone the dragon language. Fellow Taoist bone tempering, don't be impatient. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice was full of dignity. Leave this matter to me. As long as fellow Taoist Jade Archive obtains the dragon language explanation, I will be able to understand this secret technique. Once I understand it, I just need to destroy the Jade Archive and inform fellow Taoist bone tempering. Isn't that enough? Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Dragon Vein. Although bone tempering Xiao Hua was unruly and filled with a desolate aura, facing Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's grace, he was still extremely polite. Dragon language. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Where should I go to find this? Just as he was thinking, Xiao Hua felt a gentle but irresistible force pushing him. His vision blurred, and his body landed in a huge secret room. Xiao Hua landed and looked back. Behind him was an incomparably smooth stone wall. It was similar to the entrance of the cave from before, but there were no traces of it. Clearly, Xiao Hua flew out from this stone wall. At this point, Xiao Hua was too lazy to use his delirium vision to look at the restrictions on the stone wall. Although he understood the Tao of formations, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years after all. Most of his time was spent running for his life. Such a marvelous formation was not something he could set up. Xiao Hua very naturally looked around. In front of him, under the stone wall, Xue Ping and several other Tao sect cultivators were sitting with their eyes closed. The magic power around their bodies was slightly surging. Clearly, they were comprehending what they had obtained from the stone wall. As for Fu Jiwen, his aura was even more arrogant. Layers of runes flickered with brilliance, causing clouds to emerge from his body and tightly wrap around him. The runes once again formed a talisman array, flowing either quickly or slowly. When it was fast, Xiao Hua's naked eye could barely catch it. When it was slow, it was like a crawling snail. Clearly, it was a critical moment in his cultivation. Xiao Hua glanced at it, then looked elsewhere. He saw that this was a rather spacious cave. Aside from the smooth stone walls everywhere, there were some stalactites of different heights hanging down from the top of the mountain. The light in the entire cave was emitted from these stalactites. However, this light was different from the stalactites Xiao Hua had seen before. They were not colorful, but a pure milky white, similar to the light in the sky. As soon as he saw the stalactites, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly looked below the stalactites. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, the bottom of those stalactites was empty. There was no stalactite at all. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought to himself, what a pity. If there was some stalactite, this trip would not have been in vain. Xiao Hua's gaze immediately shifted to the stalactites, then he looked inside the cave again. Moreover, his divine sense also very naturally spread out. Oh. There are no restrictions on divine sense inside the cave. Xiao Hua was slightly delighted. After a moment, he clearly saw the situation inside the cave. Chapter 37-35. Since he could clearly see the situation of the entire mountain cave, Xiao Hua's figure didn't stop and flew towards the depths of the mountain cave. Because at the center of the mountain cave, there was a small pond. On top of the pond, there was a small jade table. On top of the jade table, there were 3 things of different sizes. Xiao Hua didn't fly fast, and his divine sense quickly swept around the pond. Moreover, the Fa Li in his body surged, ready to receive attacks from the jade table at any time. But to Xiao Hua's surprise, when he landed next to the jade table, he didn't encounter any restrictions. Everything was normal. Hee hee. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth couldn't hide the smile. He stretched out his hand and looked at the space around him. He really didn't dare to believe that he could get the treasures in this cave so easily. Gotcha. Just when Xiao Hua's Fa Li touched the three items on the jade table, a layer of small thunderbolts appeared out of thin air. These thunderbolts hit the back of Xiao Hua's hand with lightning speed. Although Xiao Hua's thunder-attracting technique was successful and his body was tempered, under these thunderbolts, half of Xiao Hua's body was numb. The condensed true essence was completely dissipated by the thunderbolts. Xiao Hua couldn't even stand steadily, and with a pu sound, he fell in front of the jade table. Fortunately, there were no restrictions in front of the jade table. Xiao Hua stood straight for a moment and silently circulated his heart sutra several times. Only then did the numbness gradually dissipate. Damn, this senior Songlangzi is too stingy. Xiao Hua looked at the items on the jade table with some envy. He touched his nose and bitterly smiled. No matter what, this Xiao is still a junior of the Dao sect. Since I'm already here, why don't you open the door? Xiao Hua carefully looked at the jade table. On the left of the jade table, there was a black cloud pupil. In the middle was an inch-long magic weapon. It looked like a flute with a few small holes. On the right was a jade bottle with a talisman. If he didn't guess, there should be a spirit pill inside. Cultivation method, magic weapon, and spirit pill. Xiao Hua secretly thought. It seems that this must be Senior Songlangzi's cave. These three things are left for the Dao sect's disciples. Hee, this Xiao is rich now. While speaking, Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan the surrounding stone walls. He didn't see Zhai Xingzi and the others coming in. He knew that if they hadn't been delayed in the maze, it meant that Songlangzi's secluded abode was not the only abode. However, looking at the platform behind the jade table, Xiao Hua didn't think that there would be any other immortal's cave behind this maze. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua unceremoniously opened his delirium dharma eye. If there were benefits to be had, he would naturally make the first move. Hiss. When Xiao Hua saw that the three treasures were covered in thick, ball-like restrictions, layers upon layers of restrictions. Each layer had many runes flowing within it, and each rune contained a powerful might. Looking again at that unremarkable jade case, it similarly had unparalleled runes flowing with light, truly blinding Xiao Hua's dog eyes. Ah! Motherfucker! When Xiao Hua saw the stream of light below his feet, he suddenly jumped up from the ground. This pool of water, also has a restriction. Could it be that the pond water was also a treasure? This jade case's restriction is connected to the entire Immortal's Cave's formation. Of course, he saw that the entire pond was flashing with 5 colors, and within the 5 colors, there were also black and white auras floating elegantly. The brilliance of the 5 colors was connected to the flowing light of the jade case. As for the depths of the pond, there was actually a restriction that blocked Xiao Hua's delirium dharma eye. With Xiao Hua's current cultivation level, he couldn't see to the bottom. Withdrawing his delirium dharma eye, Xiao Hua looked with his naked eyes and once again sucked in a breath of cold air, almost crying out involuntarily. Because not far from Xiao Hua's feet, there was a spiritual tree that was standing in the water like a swallow. The spiritual tree looked very withered, but the clump of purple, cloud-like fluff on the top of the swallow's head was extremely eye-catching. This is spiritual wisdom. Could it be that Senior Songlangzi also prepared to cultivate the scattered nascent soul? After recovering from his shock, Xiao Hua carefully examined it, and only after a while did he dare to confirm it. After all, this was a spiritual object of heaven and earth needed to cultivate the scattered nascent soul. Although Xian Songzi's ink cloud pupil only mentioned its name, and this object wasn't necessary to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, it was extremely important to the cultivation of the scattered nascent soul. Xiao Hua originally placed his focus on Renjing, but he didn't expect that after searching high and low for so long, he would find it without any effort. Renjing was actually the mother-child spiritual fruit. As for this spiritual wisdom, Xiao Hua had never thought about it, but strangely, when Xiao Hua saw this spiritual tree, he naturally thought of spiritual wisdom. Sure enough, This is a memory that I don't know where I got it from. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. After confirming that it was the spiritual tree, he thought for another moment and slightly shook his head. Unfortunately, there's still no heaven soul and earth soul in these memories. Perhaps these two spiritual treasures are the same as Ren Jing, completely different from the names in ancient times, so I can't find them. Although Xiao Hua had more than 100 nascent soul cultivators to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, this spiritual wisdom tree certainly couldn't meet the needs of these scattered nascent souls. Looking at Xiao Hua's space, he wasn't afraid of not having enough. As long as he had this spiritual wisdom tree, it wouldn't take long to meet the needs of all the scattered nascent souls. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua stretched out his right hand and gently waved it. Kachacha, sure enough, a layer of fine thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and fell on Xiao Hua's right hand. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was already prepared and hurriedly pulled back his hand. Who knew that the thunderbolt would still mercilessly fall in the direction of Xiao Hua's hand? See. Just now, the left half of his body was numb, and now the right half of his body was numb. Xiao Hua grimaced as he stood beside the jade table and shook his hand vigorously. He looked very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to try again. He squatted down and looked at it with his illusion-breaking eyes. He pinched his chin and secretly thought, spiritual will hammer or wishful staff should be enough, but the counterforce of this restriction is also huge. This is a restriction set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. If I don't handle it well, I might cause some trouble and end up losing the rice used to lure it. The safest choice is still, spiritual fire. Thinking of the spiritual fire that didn't even have any heat, Xiao Hua had a headache. Although this thing has been tempered, he didn't see any special effect. Moreover, the spiritual power consumed by activating it once was also particularly huge. It simply didn't care how deep Xiao Hua's spiritual power was and directly consumed half of it. Therefore, after the Kunlun mirror and overturn the sea seal were successfully refined, Xiao Hua would only consider using it in a life and death situation. However, now that Xiao Hua wanted to use the spiritual fire, it was obvious that Xiao Hua could only use it twice. At most 3 times, then his spiritual power would be exhausted. Even if he had a nascent soul, it wouldn't be enough. In other words, Xiao Hua had to choose where to use it twice or thrice. At this time, although Xiao Hua, who didn't care much about vitality stones, greedily looked at the 3 treasures and Yan Lingji in front of him, he was quite unable to make a choice. The magic treasure left by Senior Tsang Langzi is definitely not ordinary. If it's not a spiritual weapon, it's a spiritual treasure. Maybe it's even a heavenly spiritual treasure. Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, I can refine spiritual weapons now. Moreover, green-robed Xiao Hua also said that although some of the magic treasures in my space aren't very good, after the separation of yin and yang, they may become heavenly spiritual treasures. In particular, the Kunlun mirror is now complete. Although it hasn't been refined successfully, the possibility of it becoming a spiritual treasure is very high. The Overturn the Sea seal also has a weapon spirit inside. In the future, it will be promoted to a spiritual treasure as soon as possible. Therefore, I don't need to consider this spiritual treasure. Then there are the medicinal pills and cultivation methods. I now have Do Shanjuan's Mo Yuntong, which recorded almost complete cultivation methods. Although Senior Tsang Langzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator, what he left behind may not be better than Do Shanjuan's. Therefore, I don't need to think too much about Mo Yuntong. My target is the jade bottle. Then, there's this spiritual intelligence. This thing is not necessary to cultivate a scattered soul, but it's the key to it. With this thing, the scattered soul, whether it's spiritual sense or spiritual body, can be close to the physical body. As for what it will achieve in the end, the Mo Yuntong didn't record it. However, since I want to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. After making up his mind, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat out a dual-colored spiritual fire. Under Xiao Hua's careful control of the divine fire art, it turned into countless fire threads and entangled the spiritual intelligence restriction. Sure enough, the spiritual fire threads were so gentle that they didn't have any spiritual power. When they fell on the restriction, there was no attack. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and used all his spiritual power to control the restriction. Although the spiritual fire was powerful enough and Xiao Hua's divine fire art was superb, this restriction was, after all, set by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Xiao Hua spent a full hour to break the restriction and put the spiritual intelligence back into the space. As the spiritual intelligence disappeared from the surface of the water, a layer of light ripples appeared on the surface of the water. These ripples were very strange. They actually moved inwards from the surface of the water to the jade case. The place where the ripples contracted was where the spiritual intelligence was. Good. Xiao Hua put away the spiritual intelligence and was overjoyed. He didn't dare to waste too much time and didn't look at anything else on the surface of the water. He hurriedly went to the jade case and opened his mouth to release another dual-colored spiritual fire. However, just as the fiery threads were about to reach the restriction on the jade bottle, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and hesitated. My nascent soul is different from other nascent souls. The number of pills it consumes is also different. In particular, according to my Dao sect cultivation method, when an ordinary cultivator reaches the late stage of nascent soul, they have to imprint their primordial spirit into their nascent soul. It's the same as the sword cultivators of Xiaoyu continent controlling their flying swords. Because the nascent soul is a spiritual body, it is different from a life source magic treasure. When the primordial spirit imprint matures, that is, when the nascent soul cultivation method reaches large success, the cultivator needs to cut off the connection between the main body's primordial spirit and the nascent soul. This way, the nascent soul can freely leave the cultivator's main body. This is the so-called leaving the body. When the nascent soul matures again, it can independently roam the sky. Especially when the cultivator's primordial spirit reaches small success, they can use a secret technique to split their soul from 100 li or 1,000 li away. This is called soul splitting. Chapter 37-36. However, I'm different from others. The nascent soul in my body is not only formless, but, my primordial spirit is already complete. If I leave a primordial spirit imprint in the nascent soul according to the cultivation method, I can't guarantee that the imprint will form a complete primordial spirit. Even if it succeeds, why would I not use the green-robed Xiao Hua and use a primordial spirit that needs to be cultivated? If that's the case, my path is different from Senior Tsang Langzi's, or even Do Shanjuan's. I'm afraid Senior Tsang Langzi's elixir won't be of any use. Also, my alchemy skills are not inferior to anyone else. As long as I have enough spiritual herbs, I can even refine a third-grade elixir. Why should I bother with elixirs? This Xiao should focus on the cultivation technique. Xiao Hua had already thought it through. Now that I want to create my own cultivation method, the more techniques I need, the better. Senior Tsang Langzi's cultivation method may not be as good as Do Shanjuan's, but I can use other techniques. That's right, I'll use this ink cloud pupil. Xiao Hua finished thinking for a moment and waved his hands. A wisp of spiritual fire landed on the restriction on the ink cloud pupil. This time, it took twice as long as the previous time. Perhaps the restriction was different, or the power of the spiritual fire was not as strong as the previous time. Xiao Hua took out the ink cloud pupil after 2 hours. When Xiao Hua touched the ink cloud pupil, a layer of strange cloud patterns appeared on a stone wall in the distance. The cloud patterns moved like a vivid painting and a thumb-sized human figure flew out from the cloud patterns. As it flew out, the human figure became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the human figure turned into the cultivator Xiao Hua saw earlier with about the third grade of essence force. The cultivator's face was filled with excitement and his eyes were tightly shut. He did not open his eyes at all in the cave. He casually sat down cross-legged and meditated like Shui Ping and the rest. It's really the same destination. Xiao Hua calmed down and confirmed that this was the real abode where Cang Langzi cultivated. He then turned around and placed the ink cloud pupil on his forehead. Ah! When he saw the records in the ink cloud pupil, Xiao Hua could not help but exclaim. His voice was filled with ecstasy and disbelief. How is this possible? Is this the complete fire escape, wood escape, and earth escape techniques? After Xiao Hua cried out in alarm, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He completely ignored the other cultivators that had fallen into the stone wall like dumplings. After carefully reading the ink cloud pupil, Xiao Hua's heart was completely at ease. This ink cloud pupil not only recorded the cultivation methods of fire escape, wood escape and earth escape, but also recorded some strange escape methods and secret skills, and even many pill recipes. Although Xiao Hua's wood escape, earth escape, and fire escape were different from these basic escape techniques, it was clear that they were all of the same origin. Only the details were slightly different. Alas, if I had known that Senior Cang Langzi's cave mansion had these escape techniques, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to find them elsewhere. Xiao Hua took back the ink cloud pupil and handed it to Xiao Hua in the green robe. Yes, the things left behind in the cave mansion of the ancient Taoist cultivators were all rare. No wonder so many cultivators searched all over the world for this cloud mountain maze formation. If this cave mansion could not be moved, it would have been found in Yongzhou Cloud Mountain long ago. What a pity. Xiao Hua looked at the other two restrictions again. He knew that the spiritual power in his body could no longer break any of these two restrictions. He felt quite regretful. He really wanted to know whether the one in the middle was a spiritual treasure or a spiritual weapon. Taoist Xiao. You're really fast. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice came from another stone wall. The same cloud pattern emerged and Gusu Churi's figure flew out from it. However, Gusu Churi's situation was somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's. Although she was very excited, her eyes were not closed. Xiao Hua turned around and laughed. Churi didn't take too long. I just came in. Swish swish. As he spoke, another cloud pattern appeared on the stone wall again. A disciple of Zhang Daoran flew out from it. Looks like everyone went smoothly. Gusu Churi smiled and flew towards Xiao Hua. Churi. Xiao Hua hurriedly reminded, don't use any spells. Oh, don't use any spiritual energy. There are restrictions all around. Is that so? Gusu Churi's eyes flashed with a clear light as if she was looking around. Unfortunately, after looking for a while, she only saw stalactites and stalactites. She did not see any special restrictions. Ah. This is Northern Underworld breath water. Gusu Churi's gaze fell on the pool and immediately cried out in surprise. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Yes, how could a pool that could give birth to spiritual intelligence be an ordinary pool? Xiao Hua used his spiritual eyes to see that the pool was extraordinary. However, he did not have any thoughts of collecting it because the restrictions in this cave mansion were really too powerful. But Gusu Churi was different. She reached out and the imperial copper cup immediately appeared in her hand. She activated her spiritual energy and was about to collect the so-called Northern Underworld breath water. Churi, be careful. Xiao Hua could only remind her again, hoping that the lightning that he could not resist would not cause too much damage to Gusu Churi. Unfortunately, this time Xiao Hua's eyes fell out again. The pool water followed the suction force into the copper cup and did not produce any lightning. Oh, I understand. In an instant, the embarrassed Xiao Hua immediately thought of the ripple when he collected the spiritual intelligence. Then Xiao Hua smiled and said, Churi, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. I'll take the rest of the Northern Underworld breath water. Okay. Gusu Churi's copper cup did not look like an imperial tool that specialized in collecting water. However, it was already filled with a lot of water in a moment. Gusu Churi thought about it and immediately agreed. Sister Churi. While they were talking, Gongshu Isin also flew out from the stone wall. When she saw such a huge cave mansion, she immediately shouted happily, "Look, it's not out of little sister's expectations. Behind that huge stone array must be Tsang Lang Zi's cave mansion." Eh? Is this Langlin stone? It's the one used to refine the array diagram. Gongshu Isin did not fly up. Her eyes only swept around and landed on a place not far from the stone wall. She cried out in surprise and flew over. Damn it, I miscalculated. Xiao Hua secretly stomped his feet. He first looked at the stalactites, then he saw the jade table and the pool of water. Although he used his divine sense to scan the area, he didn't look carefully. He didn't expect that this cave was full of treasures. If I knew this, I would have cleaned everything and not left a single stone for them. The stingy Xiao Hua regretted it very much. Eh? Who is this? At the stone wall where Zhang Daoran was, the second person to fly in was a nascent soul cultivator. However, when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, he was a bit surprised because this cultivator was very unfamiliar and was not someone he knew. Looking at Gusu Churi who was concentrating on collecting the northern underworld breath water and Gongshu Isin who was collecting the Langlin stone, Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted a message to the two. The two were also surprised and hurriedly looked up. However, they saw the nascent soul cultivator sitting cross-legged and ignoring Zhua Churi. They looked at each other and transmitted a message, Daoist Master Xiao, carefully monitor this person. If there are any strange movements, then make a move. If there is no accident, it should be because we caused too much of a commotion when breaking the array. The nearby cultivators were attracted and then entered the misty mountain maze to meet Zhang Daoran and the others. Xiao Hua's heart jumped. He immediately thought of Fairy Su Ming and vigilantly looked at the cultivator. Gusu Churi and Gongshu Isin left Xiao Hua and hurriedly went to collect their treasures. After half a cup of tea, the cultivator did not move. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fairy Churi, it's my turn." "All right." Gusu Churi took a deep breath and put away the imperial cup. Her gaze fell on the plan behind Xiao Hua. However, when Xiao Hua's figure flew up and took out the clear water bottle, she shifted her gaze away from the jade table. What a joke! Even with Xiao Hua's divine ability, he could not collect it. Naturally, she would have to use her true qi. Rather than that, she might as well see if there were any other treasures in the cave. Seeing Gusu Churi fly to other places in the cave, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. People were really different. Greed was also different. Others only knew how to go to other places to look. He, on the other hand, fought with the restrictions right from the start. He took the most difficult ones first and left the rest of the treasures that he obtained effortlessly for others. However, Xiao Hua did not have the time to look at other things. He pretended to take out the clear water bottle, but his mind had already sent a large amount of northern underworld breath water into his space. It was still beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. No matter how much northern underworld breath water he collected, the pool of water did not decrease at all. Instead, when ripples appeared, there was still some surplus. Daoist Master Xiao. What treasure is this? Zhai Xingzi also flew out. His face was flushed, and starlight flickered around him. Obviously, he also obtained many benefits inside the stone wall. Northern underworld breath water. Do you want it? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Yes. Zhai Xingzi answered without hesitation. He reached out to take out the artifact. At this time, Gusu Churi coquettishly scolded in the distance, "Zhai Xingzi, don't listen to the spiritual master's nonsense. I have already collected it. Go look elsewhere. Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave really has too many treasures." He. Zhai Xingzi rolled his eyes at Xiao Hua. He chuckled and also released his divine sense. Damn, I thought I was here first. I didn't expect you all to be here. Sun Kong Shangren also flew in at this time. However, he only closed his eyes for a few breaths. He immediately flew up and shouted, Brother Xiao, this jade table. Without waiting for Sun Kong Shangren to finish, Xiao Hua immediately interrupted, that is the most difficult one. Wait until the end. Okay. Sun Kong Shangren was even more cunning. He already understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He swept with his divine sense and quickly flew to another place. Chapter 37-37. Xiao Hua collected the northern underworld breath while paying attention to the stone wall in Zhang Daoren's direction. At this time, Zhang Daoren's disciples and a few cultivators with Xue Ping also came out from the stone wall. There were even 3 nascent soul cultivators that Xiao Hua didn't recognize, but Zhang Daoren still didn't appear. Xiao Hua frowned. Swoosh! Another cloud pattern surged and a nascent soul cultivator flew in. This cultivator had a strong build, fair skin, and somewhat thick eyebrows. This cultivator, like the other 3 nascent soul cultivators, didn't open his eyes. He also chose a place to sit cross-legged and comprehend, but didn't see any abnormalities. Strange, there are also 4. No, there's also one more low-level cultivator. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivators below the stone wall in surprise. Could it be that these 4 nascent soul cultivators have the same purpose as Fairy Su Ming? I killed Reverend Chu Feng and Reverend Xiangtian at the Yaotai conference. Reverend Yuan Qing already said that he would spread the news of their deaths. Fairy Shuming avenged Reverend Chu Feng, so the one who avenged Reverend Xiangtian was naturally Fairy Xiangfeng, right? However, it seems that there are no female cultivators among these 4 nascent soul cultivators. Oh, perhaps. When Xiao Hua saw the unfamiliar low-level cultivator, he somewhat understood. These 4 nascent soul cultivators might have been invited by this cultivator. However, no matter what, I have to be careful. However, at this time, rumble. A huge tremor came from all sides of the Immortal's cave. The entire cave was shaking. Xiao Hua watched as the pool water, which hadn't decreased at all just a moment ago, disappeared in an instant. Brother Xiao. What's going on? Amidst the rumbling, Zhang Daoren flew out from the cloud pattern on the stone wall. When he saw the entire cave shaking, he couldn't help but feel strange. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar resounded, and the figures of 4 demonic beasts appeared beside the stone wall where the 4 cultivators came from. At the same time, the entire stone wall cracked open, revealing a beast-shaped cave. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, and it emitted a cold aura. Xiao Hua felt strange. Is this the exit of the cave? While thinking, Xiao Hua put away the water bottle. Although the pond water was gone, Xiao Hua took advantage of this time to collect a lot of northern underworld breath water. After instructing Xiao Gua to implant the northern underworld breath water into the northern underworld breath water, Xiao Hua used his spiritual force to scan the 4 caves separately. That's not right. Why do these 4 holes have the same aura as the previous maze? Xiao Hua frowned. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. Without waiting for him to speak, Gongshu Xin in the distance exclaimed in joy, I understand. This wasn't Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave abode. This was just a place where he rested, or rather, his front residence. When the old man left, he set up a part of the maze. This Misty Mountain maze formation has more than 1 layer. Who cares if it's the first floor? With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Hua collected the few jade crystals at the bottom of the lake, as well as a few array discs and other objects into his space. Then, he turned his gaze to other places. Senior. Fu Jiwen flew over and bowed. Senior, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find treasures. Xiao Hua didn't allow him to finish his words. He hurriedly shouted, "No matter what it is, as long as you can take it first." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen hurriedly called out his master and immediately flew off. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Zhang Daoran simply didn't ask any more questions. He hurriedly released his divine sense and began to search around. Fu Jiwen came in first. Moreover, he had only completed the wordless heavenly book, so he woke up faster than the others. The other Dao sect disciples weren't as lucky as him. After all the nascent soul cultivators opened their eyes and began to search the cave abode, they woke up one by one. Of course, these cultivators also hurriedly got up, very familiar with avoiding the nascent soul cultivators and looking for their own treasures. In just less than half an hour, the entire cave abode, except for the 2 restrictions on the jade table, was as clean as a dog licking the jade table. The low-level disciples were still searching around to see if they had left anything behind. The nascent soul cultivators naturally had to worry about their face, so they all landed beside the jade table. Xiao Hua looked at the unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators and said with a smile, "Brother Daoran, what's going on with these fellow Taoists?" "Hee, it's all a coincidence." Zhang Daoran smiled and pointed at the nascent soul cultivator who flew out earlier. "This is Taoist Master Di Quan. He and Taoist Cheng are friends despite the difference in age." Taoist Cheng didn't believe that Brother Xiao could break the formation, so he went to find fellow Taoist Master Di Quan. Fellow Taoist Master Di Quan invited Taoist Master Han, Mingzi, and Yun Mingzi over. When they arrived, the outer formation had already been broken by us. Of course, they also thought of it and hurriedly entered a cave. They thought that they could meet Brother Xiao inside the cave, but who knew that they would meet this old man? Since they were Dao sect disciples, this old man also came in with them. During this period, we encountered many traps. The 4 fellow Taoists also put in a lot of effort to protect this old man's disciples. Brother Daoran is really lucky. Master Sun Kong smiled bitterly. If this old man met the 4 fellow Taoists, this old man's 2 disciples wouldn't have fallen in the maze. That's true. Zhang Daoran nodded. This old man has 5 nascent soul cultivators here. Fellow Taoist Master Zhai Xing has 3. Although Brother Xiao is alone, his cultivation far surpasses ours. You are alone and can't do anything alone. The key is that this ancient maze is too powerful. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, even the few juniors with this Xiao suffered no small amount of damage. Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at the cave in the shape of a beast on the stone wall. He pointed at it and said, "These 4 entrances are the entrances to the 2nd layer of the maze. Presumably, it's even more dangerous inside. Since we are already here, we have no choice but to continue forward. This 2nd layer of the maze, we have to carefully ponder over it. Brother Daoran." At this time, Taoist Master Di Quan smiled and pointed at the jade table. "Let's first discuss how to break these 2 treasures. I am already somewhat afraid of such a dangerous maze. Moreover, when I passed through the stone wall just now, I gained something. It's very useful for Ai's cultivation. If these treasures are lucky enough to fall into Ai's hands, I don't intend to go to the 2nd layer of the maze." Yun Mingzi's expression changed slightly and he said with displeasure, "Fellow Taoist Master Di Quan, this is not what we discussed before. If you give up halfway, what should we do?" "Ha!" Taoist Master Di Quan laughed and covered up, "Just now at the stone wall, old friend Yun Mingzi must have gained something. This is an opportunity. We haven't had such an opportunity for hundreds of years. Now that we have encountered it, why not cherish it?" When Yun Mingzi still wanted to say something, Gong Shu Xin stepped forward and said, "Since we want to break the maze, we naturally have to follow the rules. On this jade table, there should be 3 treasures just by looking at the positions. Now, there were only 2. The one on the edge must have been taken away by someone. How should we distribute the remaining two? Gong Shu Exin interrupted Yun Mengzi and Taoist Master Di Quan. It was rather reckless, but he didn't miss the opportunity. Taoist Master Di Quan hurriedly said, I and the others came later. We still want to hear Brother Daeron's opinion. Then, how about we make a decision again? When Taoist Master Di Quan was speaking, Gong Shu Exin intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very helpless. He touched his nose and thought to himself. Gong Shu Exin was obviously warning him not to reach out again. Next to him, Gusuchuri smiled and shook her head. When she came in, Xiaohua was standing in front of the jade table and also warned her that the maze inside the cave was powerful. He must have suffered on the jade table. The treasure Gong Shu Exin mentioned was secondary. The most important thing was that if the maze was not powerful, Xiaohua would have already taken it away. Why wait until now? Since Xiaohua couldn't take it away, it was unlikely that they and the others could either. Gong Shu Exin's warning was really like taking off pants to fart. Sure enough, Zhang Daoran said, if this was an ordinary matter, we would follow the rules and see who breaks the maze first. But this is the place where Senior Tsang Langzi meditates. The maze inside must be incomparably overbearing. We don't follow the rules. It belongs to whoever can take it. Furthermore, I would like to remind all of you, fellow Taoists, that no matter who makes a move or who obtains it, the other fellow Taoists are not allowed to attack. Otherwise this old man will kill without mercy. Taoist Master Di Quan's heart chilled, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. After all, he had seen clearly that dealing with 5 cultivators above the 4th level was one more than him. Moreover, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daeron's spiritual power fluctuations were obscure. They seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Although Zhai Xingzi and Xiaohua couldn't see clearly, since Xiaohua could kill Taoist Master Xiangtian, his means must not be weak. In this way, he and the others were clearly at a disadvantage. Zhang Daeron's rules were absolutely beneficial to them. Thus, Taoist Master Di Quan cupped his hands and said, many thanks for Taoist Master Di Rant's righteousness. Then please make the first move. Zhang Daoran was about to speak when Xiaohua's voice sounded in his ear. After a moment, he smiled and said, how about this, let's discuss first. It won't be too late to talk later. We will listen to Taoist Master Di Rant's orders. Taoist Master Di Quan smiled. Taoist Master Han and Yi Mingzi walked over naturally. Yun Mengzi pondered for a moment and could only come over. The 7 4th grade Essence Force cultivators were divided into 2 groups as they discussed in low voices. The other cultivators stood quietly in the surroundings. Xue Ping's gaze was fixed on Dao Cheng, who was standing with the other cultivators in the distance. Dao Cheng's expression changed slightly. Taoist Dao. Xue Ping thought of Li Xiu and the others and Fairy Su Ming's craziness. His heart tightened and he asked, what's going on with these 4 seniors? Chapter 37-38. Dao Cheng might not have expected such a situation, but he was naturally able to deal with Xue Ping's words. Moreover, Xue Ping did not know who Xiaohua's enemy was. The 2 of them talked for a while, and Dao Cheng's answer was watertight. Xue Ping did not ask anything, and Dao Cheng would definitely not reveal the fact that Fairy Xiang Feng had disguised herself as Yun Mengzi. The discussion between the Dao sex elders ended very quickly. Zhang Daoran was the first to speak, fellow Taoist Di Quan, this old man feels that. The restrictions on these 2 treasures are definitely not small matters, so this old man's first suggestion is. We should break the restrictions together. Huh? Taoist Master Di Quan was stunned. Zhang Daoran's suggestion was truly out of his expectations. After looking around at Taoist Master Han and the others, he turned his head and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Dao Rant's suggestion is excellent. However, There are only 2 treasures on this jade case. There are so many of us, I'm afraid it won't be easy to distribute them. It's better to go our own way. Taoist Master Di Quan's words were very obvious. They were afraid of giving Zhang Daoran and the others a wedding dress. Zhang Daoran was not surprised and said with a smile, since that's the case, the 4 of you should make a move first. The 4 of you can freely choose between these 2 restrictions. However, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, this old man will have to make a move. All right. Of course, Taoist Master Di Quan and the others were surprised, but since it was given to them, it was impossible for them not to take advantage of it. However, just as Taoist Master Di Quan and Taoist Master Han were about to move, Yunmeng Zi suddenly called out to them via sound transmission. This was because the attentive Yunmeng Zi had already heard something from Zhang Daoran's words. Taoist Master Di Quan and the other 3 discussed via sound transmission for a moment before walking to the side of the restriction where the jade bottle was located. However, when the 4 of them gathered, Yunmeng Zi hesitated for a moment. However, this hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yunmeng Zi returned to normal. Fellow Taoists. Seeing that the 4 of them had already stood in 4 corners, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "This old man has to remind you that the restrictions on this jade case are no small matter, and the power of the counterattack is great. You can't hold back, but you must also prevent yourselves from getting injured." "Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao." Taoist Master Di Quan raised his brows and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua with some gratitude and then intentionally or unintentionally looked at Yunmengzi and said, "Fellow Taoists, did you hear? You and I must act according to our capabilities." "Yes, thank you for your reminder, Spiritual Master Xiao." It seemed that aside from Yunmengzi, the other 2 all spoke. As for Yunmengzi, he was slightly stunned, then he smiled and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao is truly kind. We have no choice but to thank you." Xiaohua smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He thought that Yunmengzi had misunderstood and was mocking him for reminding Zhang Daoran of the power of the restriction first, so Zhang Daoran had Taoist Master Di Quan and the others test it first. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others stood still and looked at each other. They each slapped their hands on the top of the door, and 4 streaks of light shot into the sky. 4 small nascent souls in spirit armor appeared in the air. The 4 nascent souls were similar in size, and although the lights flashing around them were different, their magic power fluctuations were similar. However, when they summoned their magic treasures, their power was different. Taoist Master Di Quan had a silver spear that was more than a foot long, engraved with many flowing talismans. Under the activation of the nascent soul, the talismans emitted a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance was like a wave of water drifting between the silver spear and the nascent soul, and an incomparably sharp aura was born from the nascent soul. Taoist Master Han held a light flying sword in his hand. The flying sword was like a thin thread, and thousands of willow catkins fluttered in the air, either hiding in the void or falling into the nascent soul. Although this flying sword wasn't as sharp as Taoist Master Di Quan's silver spear, the cracks in the void created by the flying sword were enough to make Zhang Daoran and the others' eyes light up. Yi Mingzi held a pearl in her hand. There was a faint shadow of a strange beast inside the pearl. When Yi Mingzi's nascent soul activated it, the strange beast came out of the pearl. This strange beast looked like a dragon, but it wasn't. A strange and violent aura instantly filled the entire cave. Although the strange beast hadn't truly transformed, its thunderous roars were incessant. Yunmengzi held a chipped disc in her hand. The brilliance on it was restrained, but the edges revealed teeth. Clusters of tiny light rays spurted out from the teeth. Although it wasn't completely activated, the origin chi of heaven and earth surged out from the left side of the disc, and the light rays of the disc fiercely shrank and contracted. Seeing that the 4 nascent souls of the 4 cultivators were all male, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. It seemed that he was really paranoid. The so-called fairy Xiang Feng didn't come here by coincidence. Fellow Taoists, attack! Taoist Master Di Quan lightly reprimanded, and the silver spear in his hand turned into a silver bolt of lightning that pierced towards the side of the jade bottle. The lightning was dazzling, and the group of low-level disciples couldn't help but close their eyes. Within the light, Taoist Han's flying cotton seemed to be blown by the wind and was even more invisible. It also landed on the restriction. Roar! Yi Mingzi activated her true essence. The strange beast that had been circling around the pearl let out a long roar and turned into the thickness of an arm before charging towards the restriction. The strange beast's scales were exceptionally clear, and strange runes faintly appeared within them. A fist-sized horn grew increasingly larger as it approached the restriction. Yunmengzi's nascent soul didn't grasp the timing to swing the disc well. It seemed to hesitate slightly, or perhaps the direction was inaccurate. However, the light that was leaning towards Xiaohua distorted and immediately followed the other three's magic treasures to attack the restriction. It was only because of Yunmengzi's momentary hesitation, but the sound of thunder once again filled the jade table. The three magic treasures that stabbed into the restriction were immediately entangled by hair-thin thunderbolts. Ka 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 ka, sounds like glass cracking. Twisted cracks appeared on the silver spear and the silver light dimmed. Yi Mingzi's strange beast was even more pitiful. With a whoosh, all the scales on its body were lifted by the thunderbolts and layers of blood-red runes flowed out like blood. On the other hand, the unknown Taoist Master Han, following the thunderbolts, the sword threads turned into thin green threads, dodging most of the thunderbolts. Very few thunderbolts landed on the sword threads, only trembling slightly a few times before gradually disappearing. It was very clear that Taoist Master Han's flying sword was a rare wood attribute. Puff puff. With two muffled sounds, Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's nascent souls opened their mouths and coughed out half a mouthful of blood. Their nascent souls were already dispirited. Sizzle. Seeing this, Yunmengzi was shocked and hurriedly took back the disc. Just as the disc stopped, there was another light, kacha, sound. A thin lightning bolt hit the edge of the disc at lightning speed. A small crack appeared on the disc after being hit by the lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, the disc fell into the nascent soul's hands. The nascent soul didn't stop and entered Yunmengzi's body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Fellow Taoist Yunmengzi actually listened to my advice. The other fellow Taoists don't seem to care. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's faces were slightly red. They withdrew their nascent souls and looked at each other before looking at Taoist Han. Although Taoist Han wasn't injured and his magic treasure wasn't damaged, it was even more impossible for him to break the restriction. Therefore, Taoist Han smiled bitterly and withdrew his nascent soul and magic treasure. He said to Zhang Daoran, "Fellow Taoist Daoran, it seems that we have no fate with this spirit pill. Now it's your turn to make a move. We will rest on the side for the time being." "All right." Zhang Daoran nodded. "After this old man and the others make a move, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the four of you will make a move again. Let's do as fellow Taoist Daoran says." Taoist Han nodded and flew to the side. He frowned as he looked at the jade table and pondered. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi flew to the side and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. As for Yunmengzi, she looked at Xiaohua and the others with a slightly gloomy face. The so-called Yunmengzi was of course Fairy Xiang Feng. The reason for her hesitation was of course Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was close at hand and unguarded. As long as she activated her magic treasure, it was very likely that she could kill Xiaohua on the spot. Unfortunately, when Fairy Xiang Feng sent a sound transmission to Taoist Master Di Quan and the others to discuss, the three of them did not agree. Not to mention the treasure, the three of them had already set their eyes on the jade bottle. Just the presence of Zhai Xingzi and the other four was enough to deter the three of them, making them not dare to make a move. The moment Fairy Xiang Feng activated her magic treasure, she saw the beast-shaped black hole in Xiao Hua's direction from the corner of her eyes. Only then did she put away her magic treasure and continue to attack the restriction. Of course, it was only when she was hesitating that the counterattack of the restriction did not severely injure Fairy Xiang Feng. At this moment, seeing Zhang Daoran discussing with Xiao Hua via sound transmission, Fairy Xiang Feng couldn't help but feel lucky. Zhang Daoran asked Xiao Hua via sound transmission, "Brother Xiao, this restriction is indeed as powerful as you said. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others. They didn't listen to your suggestion and made a move themselves. As expected, they suffered a huge loss. What do you think we should do now? What do you think, Brother Daoran?" Xiao Hua did not directly answer, but instead asked a question. This. Zhang Daoran pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, although our cultivation is deeper than Taoist Master Di Quan's, the difference is negligible. If they can't break the restriction, we can't break it either. This old man wants to see what Brother Xiao can do." A smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face as he looked at the empty space on the jade table where Mo Yuntong had been placed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, "If I had a way, would I have waited until now?" "Oh." Zhang Daoran was somewhat stunned. "Just now, didn't we discuss in vain?" "Haha, how could it be for nothing?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If it was for nothing, why would I discuss with you?" Zhang Daoran scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Xiao, just now when we were discussing how to break the restriction, you didn't mention making a move yourself. I thought you had the confidence to break the restriction at the crucial moment, but if you don't make a move now, with how powerful this restriction is, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch a hair of it." Chapter 37-39. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. "Just because I don't make a move doesn't mean others won't make a move." Who else can make a move?" Zhang Daoran was puzzled as he looked at Fu Jiwen, Xue Ping, and the others in the distance. Zhai Xingzi didn't disturb them. When Zhang Daoran looked at Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping, he immediately observed their expressions and smiled. "Fu Jiwen, come over here." "Yes, senior." Fu Jiwen was startled and flew over. Zhang Daoran stopped transmitting and looked at Fu Jiwen, asking curiously, "Brother Xiao, you said, it was Fu Jiwen who made a move?" "Of course it's him. Who else could it be?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Hua's stingy and protective nature was revealed again. Although he couldn't make a move now, he still didn't forget to pull his disciple into the group. If he had directly asked Fu Jiwen to make a move, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong might have objected. But now, even if they wanted to object, looking at the injuries of Taoist Master Di Quan and the others, they naturally felt that Fu Jiwen was qualified to get a share of the loot. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Since they didn't say anything, with Fu Jiwen's seniority, no matter if he got a magic treasure or elixir, others wouldn't treat him badly. Sure enough, Sun Kong frowned and said with some displeasure, "Brother Xiao is joking, right? What can Fu Jiwen do?" Gidge. Gusuchuri also understood Xiao Hua's thoughts and covered her mouth with a smile. "Taoist Master Xiao, you're really Gu clan. The men of Gu clan are all good men." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "You female cultivators must cherish them." "That's." Gusuchuri looked sweetly at Zhai Xingzi and said, "This concubine understands better than anyone. What can this brat do?" Gongshu Isin also asked coldly. Fu Jiwen naturally understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua ordered indifferently, "Fu Jiwen, take out the thunder amplification wood." "Yes, senior." Seeing that there were outsiders, Fu Jiwen immediately changed the way he addressed Xiao Hua and took out the wooden box made from the thunder amplification wood. "How's the time?" Xiao Hua seemed to have a plan and asked with a smile. "If nothing unexpected happens, there should still be a few more moments." Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. Xiaohua nodded, then let's wait a little longer. Taoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi sighed helplessly. If the pills are taken out, how are we going to distribute them? You've given us a huge problem. Brother Zhai Xing. Hearing Zhai Xingzi's confident tone, Zhang Daoran asked in bewilderment, can't we just go with what we discussed earlier? What do you mean by that? Right, let's do as Brother Daoran said. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fu Jiwen is a junior, so he should have the awareness of a junior. Don't you agree, Fu Jiwen? Yes, I will listen to your instructions. Fu Jiwen was even more cooperative than Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi looked at Gusu Qiudi helplessly and shook his head. This time, we are basking in Fu Jiwen's glory. Let's bask in it. In the past, this concubine also basked in it a lot. In the future, this concubine will probably bask in it as well. Gusu Qiudi smiled like a little fox. At worst, we'll just give Fu Jiwen some more benefits. Sister. Gongshu Isin was unhappy and said loudly, what do you mean? Can Fu Jiwen break the restriction? If Taoist Master Xiao says he can, then he can. Gusu Qiudi also started to keep them in suspense. Sun Kong seemed to have realized something and looked at Fu Jiwen up and down. However, Zhang Daoran was still not at ease. He smiled and said, since Fu Jiwen is going to help Taoist Master Xiao break the restriction, then, how are we going to cooperate with Fu Jiwen? Xiaohua shook his head mysteriously and said, what Brother Dao Ran wants to do, is indeed very important. Because you have to choose, which restriction to break first. Even though Zhang Daoran was half a step into the out-of-aperture realm, he did not have the slightest confidence in breaking the restriction. Now that he heard Xiaohua's tone, it was as if the treasure in the restriction was in his hands. He could not help but be shocked. He. Seeing that he had enough of showing off, Xiaohua's expression became serious. He coughed and said, fellow Taoists, let's follow our previous discussion and stand still. All right. Gusu Qiudi was the first to agree. She pulled Zhai Xingzi to stand at a corner of the jade table. However, Gusu Qiudi did not take out any imperial equipment, while Zhai Xingzi took out Falling Star. Of course, what puzzled Taoist Master Di Quan and the others was that Zhai Xingzi did not use his nascent soul. Since Zhai Xingzi moved, although Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were puzzled, they also took out their magic weapons and stood in front of the jade table. Seeing that Gusu Qiudi did not take out her imperial equipment, Gongshu Isin was a bit hesitant. She did not know if she should take out her imperial equipment like what they discussed before. Seeing this, Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, these are all Taoist treasures. You and I have no use for them. We can help. However, Zhai Xingzi and the others want to take the pills first. We don't have to interfere. All right. Gongshu Isin was also full of doubts and stood beside Gusu Qiudi. Senior Xiao, it's time. Fu Jiwen reminded in a low voice. Do it. Xiaohua nodded. Fu Jiwen received Xiaohua's order and carefully opened the Yanlei wooden box in his hand. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal was revealed in midair. Heaven Punishment Prison. Gongshu Isin was from a famous sect and recognized the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal at a glance. She could not help but call out. However, after calling out 3 words, she immediately felt something was wrong and quickly shut her mouth. Her gaze looked very frantically at Xiaohua and then at Gusu Qiudi. She really did not think that Gusu Qiudi and Xiaohua actually had something to do with the Immortal Palace's Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. This was a great crime against the immortal law. Carefully place it above the restriction. Xiaohua instructed in a low voice. Yes, senior. A kind of warmth appeared in Fu Jiwen's eyes. He slowly placed the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal 1 qi above the restriction. Slowly descend. Xiaohua instructed again. Yes, Senior. Fu Jiwen still complied. As the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal slowly approached the restriction, the hearts of Zhang Daoran and the others were all in suspense. Hold on tight. When it's about time, let go. Xiao Hua reminded Fu Jiwen. Yes. Fu Jiwen stared closely at the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. His fingers slowly loosened. Gotcha. Just as everyone was staring at the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared. They were like horned dragons that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment these bolts of lightning appeared, they immediately attacked the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal from all directions. However, just before these thunderbolts appeared, Fu Jiwen's fingers loosened. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal landed on the restriction of the jade bottle. Although most of the thunderbolts landed on the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal, there were still some that affected the restriction. Rumble. The fine thunderbolts that had just injured the two nascent soul stage cultivators also flashed out from the restriction and struck the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. Whing. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal made a rumbling sound in the lightning threads. Inscribed chains floated and overflowed from the lightning threads. A kind of indescribable solemnity, a kind of orderly and irresistible feeling was born from these chains. Waves of purple thunderbolts followed these inscribed chains and landed on the restriction that dared to challenge them. Gotcha. Rumble. Endless rumbles sounded on the jade table. Not only were Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong dumbstruck, but even Daoist Master Di Quan and Daoist Master Han were dumbstruck. Even Fairy Xiang Feng, who originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack Xiao Hua, opened her mouth slightly and threw her plan aside. She blankly watched the entanglement and struggle between the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Immortal Palace and the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Dao Sex Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator. Xiao Hua was really a little proud. Cang Langzi was a Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator, but he was much weaker than the Immortal Palace, let alone the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the restriction on the jade bottle had become thin in a moment, if they didn't make a move, the jade bottle might be destroyed by the lightning of the battle between Confucianism and Taoism. Xiao Hua had to remind them, hurry up. Okay. Zhang Daoran and the others only woke up at this time as if they had just woken up from a dream. They each urged their magic treasures to hit the restriction under the lightning. Boom! In a flash of brilliance, the three magic treasures hit the restriction with lightning speed. Whoosh! But just as the brilliance was born, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique more skillfully than anyone else. He forcibly grabbed the jade bottle in the restriction that had just cracked a little. However, before Master Sun Kong could frown, Xiao Hua's hand flashed in front of Fu Jiwen's eyes like a dragonfly skimming the water. The jade bottle instantly fell into Fu Jiwen's hand before Fu Jiwen realized it. Even if Master Sun Kong wanted to say something, he was afraid that he couldn't. After all, Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen were master and disciple. Although Xiao Hua himself said that he wouldn't snatch the jade bottle, it was reasonable for him to snatch it for Fu Jiwen. Especially, with Fu Jiwen's cultivation, he couldn't use these elixirs at all. Senior Xiao. At this time, Gongshu Exin hurriedly called out, hurry up and put the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal on another restriction. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at her and said lightly, if you have the ability, take it yourself. You. Gongshu Exin was a little breathless with anger. Looking at the lightning above the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal, she also realized that this was the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. The thunder of Heaven Punishment represented the wrath of heaven. How could an ordinary cultivator trigger it? But thinking of this, Gongshu Exin couldn't help but look at Fu Jiwen again. Yes, this kind of lightning punishment, why wasn't Fu Jiwen afraid? Seeing Xiao Hua take the jade bottle so easily and she didn't even have the thought of making a move, Fairy Xiang Feng was really ashamed and angry. She couldn't help glaring at Immortal Di Quan whose eyes had already fallen to the ground. When Immortal Di Quan noticed Fairy Xiang Feng's gaze, he unconsciously swallowed the saliva that almost flowed out. He looked at Immortal Han and Yimingzi with a bitter smile. He really regretted that he didn't agree with Zhang Daoran's suggestion. Chapter 3740. Fujiwen, quickly let me see what kind of elixir is inside. Gusu Chudi smiled and stretched out her hand. Yes, senior. Fujiwen obediently raised his hand and the jade bottle flew into Gusu Chudi's hand. His gaze still fell on the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal. Although the thunderbolts on the restriction had already subsided and the lightning on the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal was now extremely weak due to breaking the restriction, Fujiwen's heart still clenched when he thought about how he didn't use the thunder-amplifying wood to block the lightning today. Damn it, why did I take in such a stupid disciple? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and scolded. What are you looking at? Wasn't the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal the same when I didn't give you the thunder-amplifying wood? Today, the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal has been worn down by the restriction lightning and doesn't have much power anymore. Don't worry. Yes, Master. Fujiwen was a little absent-minded and answered, but his gaze didn't move away from the lightning. Brother Daoran, come and take a look. The jade bottle in Gusu Chudi's hand had already fallen into Zhai Xingzi's hand. After seeing it, Zhai Xingzi's face flushed red. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly beckoned Zhang Daoran over. How could Zhang Daoran not know the rarity of the elixir in the jade bottle? Looking at the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal that no longer had any lightning, he chuckled and didn't rush over. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal in his hand. His figure landed beside Fujiwen and placed the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal in the thunder-amplifying wood. He then said to Daoist Master Di Quan, Daoist Master Di Quan, according to our agreement, it's time for you to take action. After the four of you take action, if you succeed, we'll immediately enter the final maze. If you fail, hee. After saying that, Zhang Daoran used his hand to pull Fujiwen and said to Zhai Xingzi and the others, let's go over there and talk. Immediately after, Zhang Daoran and the others walked away with their heads held high. The seven of them gathered in a corner of the cave. After Zhang Daoran set up a restriction, they hid inside to discuss how to split the teams. Although Xue Ping and the others were a little jealous in their hearts, their jealousy varied from person to person. For example, Xue Ping immediately realized that Xiaohua accepting Fujiwen as his disciple was not as simple as he had thought. When he thought about his encounter inside the stone wall, he had long since calmed down. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him, he sighed in his heart and closed his eyes to comprehend. Daoist Master Di Quan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of the four nascent soul cultivators, 2 were injured, and 2 had suffered under the restriction. How could they still have the strength to break the restriction? Although Zhang Daoran's words weren't sarcastic, there was a hint of mockery. However, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Their minds were already spinning as they pondered on how to break the seal. However, Fujiwen relied on the Heavenly Punishment Prison crystal to break the restriction. This method couldn't be used casually. The 4 of them racked their brains but couldn't find a way to resist the restriction of a tribulation-passing cultivator. Half an hour later, Zhang Daoran removed the restriction. Everyone, including Gongshu Exin, had a smile on their faces. Daoist Master Di Quan and the others felt even more bitter in their hearts. Obviously, a bottle of panacea refined by a tribulation-passing cultivator had been cleanly divided up by these shameful opponents. If they couldn't come up with something to break the restriction, they would lose the qualification to break the restriction. Of course, when Zhang Daoran and Daoist Master Di Quan discussed before, they didn't mention the time to break the restriction. However, Daoist Master Di Quan didn't think that the 4 of them had any qualifications to delay the time. Sure enough, without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, Sun Kong looked at the restriction on the jade table that hadn't moved in the slightest and said with a smile, "It seems that the four fellow Taoists are very polite. You had to wait for us to be present before breaking the restriction. In that case, I ask the four fellow Taoists to make a move. We've already discussed and prepared to wait for the four fellow Taoists to try before getting the last spirit channeling magic treasure." Spirit channeling magic treasure. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He knew that on the hidden immortal continent, spirit channeling magic treasures were spirit tools. Hearing Sun Kong's confident tone, Taoist Master Di Quan looked at Taoist Master Han and the others and asked helplessly, "What do you three fellow Taoists think?" This. Taoist Master Han wasn't as depressed as Taoist Master Di Quan. He had been looking at the jade table with narrowed eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Now that he heard Taoist Master Di Quan's question, he hesitated slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun Kong, can you give us a bit more time?" "Hee, why not?" Sun Kong waved his sleeve and laughed loudly, "Then I'll give the four fellow Taoists 20 hours. After 20 hours, we'll make a move." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." Taoist Master Han cupped his hands and replied. At this time, not to mention Taoist Master Han, even Shui Ping and the others knew that Fu Jiwen's heavenly punishment prison crystal would definitely produce heavenly punishment lightning again after 24 hours. Taoist Master Han. Seeing Taoist Master Han take the initiative to speak, Taoist Master Di Quan's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "You?" Taoist Master Han nodded slightly and took out a few formation plates. He formed hand seals and the formation plates landed on both sides of the jade table. The formation plates flickered with obscure fluctuations and enveloped the entire jade table in a moment. Then Taoist Master Han took out a few formation flags and rubbed them with his hands. Strands of strange brilliance fell into the formation flags. These formation flags floated and landed in the void above the jade table. When everything was ready, Taoist Master Han smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please come with me. I just saw Taoist Master Xiao break the formation. I have some insights." "Okay." Taoist Master Di Quan and the others were delighted. Only Fairy Xiang Foam was a bit hesitant, but she still flew with the three. When Taoist Master Han set up a silent barrier, the four began to discuss. "Hee, Lady Gongshu." Xiao Hua looked at the formation set up by Taoist Master Han and said with a smile, "How confident do you think Taoist Master Han is in breaking the restriction?" Gongshu Exin rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "I should be the one asking Senior Xiao this question, right? Taoist Master Han is your Tao sect cultivator. You should know better than me." "I can't see it either. But it seems they came prepared." Xiao Hua touched his nose and completely erased the doubt in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Perhaps this Taoist Master Han is the instigator of entering the Cloud Mountain Maze formation. Yes, this Taoist Master Han knows formations. Moreover, his magic treasure is a wood attribute flying sword. Presumably, he has already thought of a way to restrain the restriction lightning. This Taoist Master Han is amazing." Gusu Churi nodded and said. However, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were Zhai Xingzi. The three people's eyes revealed doubt. Sun Kong asked curiously, "Brother Daoran, have you heard of this Taoist Master Han's name?" "No." Zhang Daoran replied flatly, "I haven't even heard of that Yun Meng Zi. It's really strange. A Jade Pavilion gathering actually involved so many nascent soul cultivators of my hidden immortal continent. It's really out of my expectations." Zhai Xingzi was also stunned. He even looked at Xiao Hua, "Let's not talk about others. With Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation, although I'm not close to you province, I haven't heard of any rumors. Am I, a bit ignorant?" Seeing everyone talking about his background again, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a very mysterious smile, "I'm not surnamed Gusu. Why do you know me? Besides, don't ask about a hero's origin. Miracles are naturally man-made. There are so many nameless great experts in this world. Who knows where a divine clone is hiding? Different. Zhang Daoran shook his head. Hidden immortal continent of Confucian cultivators, how can there be too many miracles? What about Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Their faces were filled with envy and reverence. Clearly, this Grand Mist Ancestor had long been a legend of the hidden immortal continent. Not long after, Taoist Master Han and the others had finished their discussion. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Fairy Xiang Feng was biting her lips with a helpless expression. Fellow Taoists, this time I am the abbot of breaking the seal. According to our previous discussion, I ask that you all do your best. Taoist Master Han and the others sat in front of the jade table as before. Taoist Master Han raised his hand and cupped his hands towards the three of them. Alright, we will listen to Taoist Master Han's instructions. Yi Mingzi was the first to answer. Taoist Master Di Quan and Fairy Xiang Feng did not speak. They only nodded slightly. Seeing this, Taoist Master Han raised his hand and took out a fist-sized bead from his Taoist robe. Thunder-devouring bead. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was secretly shocked. The thunder-devouring bead in Taoist Master Han's hand was very similar to the thunder-devouring bead that Xiao Hua had brought back to the thunder-controlling sect from the Dawn Rain continent. However, the thunder-devouring bead in Taoist Master Han's hand was clearly a bit shabby. Although there were some threads of lightning inside, they could not cause the lightning to change. In particular, the outer layer of the thunder-devouring bead actually had traces of golden lines, and on top of these lines, there were many strange lightning runes that were as thin as ants. These lightning runes floated along with the light, and their shape was also like a horned dragon. Damn it, what is the background of this Taoist Master Han? He actually has a thunder-devouring bead in his hand. However, it seems like this thunder-devouring bead is not his life magic treasure. I don't think it's that important. Xiao Hua sighed and immediately understood what Taoist Master Han was thinking. Fellow Taoists, please prepare. Taoist Master Han raised the thunder-devouring bead, swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a low voice. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth and said, Taoist Master Han, I have a suggestion. Oh. Taoist Master Xiao, please speak. Taoist Master Han was slightly startled as he said in surprise. Xiao Hua laughed, Taoist Master Han, how confident are you? 30%. Taoist Master Han replied without hesitation. So it's like that. Seeing that Taoist Master Han did not hide anything, Xiao Hua nodded and said, since Taoist Master Han is only 30% confident, and after 20 hours, we are 100% confident. In order to save time, I have a suggestion. If Taoist Master Han feels that he is about to fail this time, can you remind me, or if I feel that Taoist Master Han has reached a critical moment where he is about to fail, I can help. I only need 40%. Chapter 3741. This? Zhenren Han really didn't expect Xiao Hua to have such a suggestion. Even Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were somewhat stunned. Zhenren Zhao's words. Can you speak for the other fellow Taoists? Zhenren Han thought for a moment and whispered to Zhenren Di Quan and the others. While they were discussing, Xiao Hua also transmitted his voice to Zhang Daoran and the others, telling them about his sudden decision. Zhang Daoran and the others had already obtained spirit pills, and they were all half a step into the out-of-body realm. That life source magic treasure was very important. It was a communication channel between the main body and the nascent soul. They couldn't give up their life source magic treasure, even for a spirit weapon. In particular, there was only one spirit weapon on the jade table. It was not easy to take it out, so they all agreed with Xiao Hua's suggestion. Hearing that Zhang Daoran and the others didn't object, Jinren Han naturally didn't have any objections. If Xiao Hua made a move, they would have a 60% chance of success. If Xiao Hua didn't make a move, they would only have a 30% chance of success. In fact, at this time, Jinren Han and the others didn't understand that this was Xiao Hua's earliest suggestion. After the discussion, Daoist Master Di Quan and the others released their Yuanying. Daoist Han rubbed his hands. What fell from his hands was not light, but thunder threads. The thunder threads turned into a lightning net and landed on the thunder-devouring bead. The entire thunder-devouring bead rumbled. Thunderbolts were produced from the thunder-devouring bead. The entire thunder-devouring bead was like a small horned dragon that pounced on the restriction. Boom, boom, boom. The scene that everyone was familiar with appeared once again. The lightning above the restriction also surged towards the thunder amplification tree. Different types of lightning collided with each other, and one by one, they were annihilated in the void. Seeing the lightning above the restriction weakening, Jinren Han shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please make a move." As soon as his voice fell, Jinren Di Quan and the others urged their life source magic treasure to attack the restriction. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Fairy Xiang Feng's magic treasure was changed to a bell. There were 2 bells, and as he waved them, 2 beams of light, one green and one red, intertwined and rushed into the restriction. Crackle crackle. The 4 magical treasures hit the seal, especially Fairy Xiang Feng's green and red brilliance. Although it couldn't be compared to Xiao Hua's spirit-punishing vital light, it was still very sharp. The entire seal shook violently and let out extremely powerful thunderclaps. Boom. Amidst the thunderclap, 30% of the lightning threads sent the magic treasures of the 4 nascent soul cultivators flying, and the remaining 70% of the lightning threads landed on the thunder-devouring bead. The thunder-devouring bead shone brightly, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Following that, there was a crisp pa-pa-pa sound, and the surface of the originally worn-out thunder-devouring bead actually began to crack. After half of the 7 layers of lightning threads were absorbed by the thunder-devouring bead, the cracks on the thunder-devouring bead grew even larger, and the other half of the lightning threads bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the magic treasures of Daoist Han and the others. Not good. Perfected Han controlled the thunder-devouring bead and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, "My magic treasure can't hold on any longer. Fellow Taoists, be careful." As he spoke, Perfected Han was the first to withdraw and fly back dozens of feet. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others had long since suffered from the restriction, and they were like birds startled by the twang of a bow as they hastily retreated. "Xiao is going to make a move." Seeing this, Xiao Hua reminded them, and a golden light flew out from his Taoist robe. Shua! Almost faster than the lightning, the Ting Jiao cut through the loosened restriction below the thunder-devouring bead. At the same time, the restriction was torn open, and there was a loud rumble. The Ting Jiao shears were also hit by layers of lightning and tumbled in the air. Ah! What's going on? Gongshu Isin stared intently at the spirit weapon inside the restriction. But after the golden light flashed, the spirit weapon suddenly disappeared. She exclaimed in disbelief and looked up at Xiao Hua. She really didn't understand how Xiao Hua had taken the spirit weapon away from the restriction that was only a sliver torn. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure slightly swayed in the air, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Granny! Tsang Langzi's restriction is really powerful." Xiao Hua used his mind to take the item, and in just a moment, he was still injured by the lightning. Xiao Hua understood his own difficulties and bitterly smiled in his heart. As soon as the spirit tool fell into Xiao Hua's space, the restriction on the jade table immediately disappeared, and the lightning completely disappeared. When Xiao Hua put away the Ting Jiao shears, only the damaged thunder-devouring bead was left floating in the air. "Alas, I lost a treasure, but it's still like drawing water with a bamboo basket." Taoist Master Han sighed and waved his hand, and the thunder-devouring bead was about to fly up. At this moment, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and cut off Daoist Master Han's magic power. Smiling, he took out the spirit tool and said with a smile, "Daoist Master Han, I'll make a deal with you." Oh! Daoist Master Han saw Xiao Hua stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead and was slightly surprised. Looking at the thunder-devouring bead and then at the spirit tool, he suddenly realized, "Daoist Master Xiao, you've taken a fancy to my thunder-devouring bead?" "That's right." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I've taken a fancy to your complete thunder-devouring bead. Unfortunately, the thunder-devouring bead is damaged and can't match up to 40% of the spirit tool's value. I'm in a bit of a difficult position." Daoist Master Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's words were clearly bargaining. If Xiao Hua was in a difficult position, why did he stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead? He was clearly afraid that he wouldn't agree to the deal. It was obvious that he was trying to blackmail him. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Daoist Master Han felt a little distressed. Xiao Hua's attitude could be considered amiable. If he was in a different situation, with such a great disparity in strength, what he did would be far more excessive than Xiao Hua. Thinking for a moment, Daoist Master Han waved his hand and removed the magic power controlling the thunder-devouring bead. He said with a smile, "This thunder-devouring bead was obtained by me through life and death. It's very important to me. Although it's already damaged, I'm not willing to give it up." Everyone in the cave mansion was well aware that this sentence was also a bargaining. However, Xiao Hua didn't mind. After all, the thunder-devouring bead was in his hands and the spirit tool was also in his hands. Although he first controlled the thunder-devouring bead to reveal his true thoughts, this was both passive and active. It was better than forcing the thunder-devouring bead into Daoist Master Han's hands. Forget it. Since Daoist Master Han also values the thunder-devouring bead so much, this thunder-devouring bead should be worth 40% of the spirit tool's value. Xiao Hua took a step back and said with a smile, "I'll use 40% of the spirit tool to exchange for this thunder-devouring bead." Straightforward. Daoist Master Han was as surprised as everyone else. They couldn't think of why this damaged thunder-devouring bead was so important to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua would rather give up the spirit tool to obtain this thunder-devouring bead. However, Daoist Master Han was also a decisive person. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. With a wave of his sleeve, the thunder-devouring bead fell into the space. Once again, the space was filled with lightning and strange phenomena. Xiao Hua once again raised his hand, and the flute-like spirit artifact flew towards Daoist Master Han. He said, "I will give 40% to Daoist Master Han." Daoist Master Han now has 55% of this psychic treasure. "Hee, I'll take 60%. Daoist Master Han was in a good mood. He smiled and prepared to accept the spirit tool. However, right at this moment, the spirit artifact let out a sharp sound that pierced straight into everyone's ears. The spirit artifact suddenly shook and actually escaped from Daoist Han's hands. It drew an arc in the air and rushed into one of the holes. "Still want to escape?" Xiao Hua's Naiwan Palace flashed with golden light and blocked the spirit tool's attack. Then, he sneered and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to control the spirit tool in an instant. Then, he took out a talisman from his Daoist robe and stuck it on the spirit tool under the urging of his magic power. The spirit tool's undulations immediately disappeared and it obediently lay in Xiao Hua's hand. "Fellow Daoist Han, keep it well." Xiao Hua smiled and threw the spirit tool into Daoist Master Han's hand. Daoist Master Han's face was a bit red. He couldn't keep his face. Xiao Hua didn't care about the spirit tool, but someone did. Old Senior Xiao. Seeing the spirit tool's power, Gongshu Xin hurriedly said, "Old Senior Xiao, this is a Daoist spirit tool, you, how can you easily give it to others? But after Gongshu Exian finished speaking, no one echoed her. Gongshu Exian looked around and saw Gusu Chiodi and the others looking at her like she was an idiot. In an instant, the greed that had just arisen subsided and her face flushed red. Wasn't she a Confucian cultivator? What did she want this spirit tool for? Even Master Sun Kong didn't say anything, how could she open her mouth? Besides, she didn't say anything earlier. Now that she saw the spirit tool's power, what was the point of bringing it up again? Daoist Master Han put away the spirit tool and brought Daoist Master Di Quan and the others to a corner to set up a restriction. After a while, the four flew back with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they each gained something. As for whose hands the spirit tool fell into, Xiaohua didn't care and didn't ask. Zhang Daoran looked at the cave abode that looked like it had been washed by water, and then looked at the four different cave entrances. He smiled and said, the matter here is over, and we have no other way out. It seems that we can only break through the last maze. Fellow Taoists, what do you plan to do? Master Sun Kong glanced at Taoist Master Han and the others and asked indifferently, fellow Taoist Han and the others also want to attack the formation with us. Taoist Master Han said with a smile, I also don't want to follow behind you, but, there's no other way. Although Master Sun Kong didn't care about the spirit tool, he didn't want it to fall into the hands of others. This was what ordinary cultivators thought, so he asked Taoist Master Han. Zhang Daoran shook his head and looked at the four holes. He said, for more passages, just like before. According to our experience in the previous maze, the most dangerous part of this maze is the protection outside. This maze seems to be where Senior Tsang Lungzi tests our strength. Therefore, I think it's better to split up. What do you think, Taoist Master Xiao? Of course. Xiaohua said with a smile, if we stay together, we'll have fewer opportunities. I agree to split up. In that case, I'll take this passage. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't object, Zhang Daoran raised his hand and pointed at a jellyfish-like hole. I want to travel with Brother Daoran. What do you think? Just as Zhang Daoran finished speaking, Taoist Master Han hurriedly spoke and cupped his hands towards Zhang Daoran. Chapter 3742. Zhang Daoran looked at Taoist Han, then looked at the strange faces of Taoist Di Quan and the others. He nodded slightly and said, of course. I'll lead the way. Brother Daoran will bring up the rear. Taoist Han saw that Zhang Daoran agreed and flew into the cave without saying a word. Haha, why is Taoist Han more anxious than this old man? Zhang Daoran laughed and waved his hand, disciples, hurry up and enter the cave. Yes. Zhang Daoran and the other disciples agreed in unison and flew into the cave with the few low-level disciples. Just as Zhang Daoran was about to fly into the cave, Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly flew in front of the jade table and waved his sleeve. The jade table was taken into his space. Then Xiaohua let out a long breath. He clapped his hands and looked around. He smiled and said, phew. I finally remembered. I always felt that something was missing. It turns out that I didn't take this jade table away. Faint. Zhang Daoran looked at Xiaohua's stingy appearance and almost laughed out loud. He said loudly, Brother Xiao, let's meet again in the cave. Okay, I'll wait for Brother Daoran inside. Xiaohua replied with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Daoran's figure in midair dropped slightly by half a foot. This was simply more powerful than any spell. Since Taoist Han mentioned that he would follow Zhang Daoran, Taoist Di Quan and Yimingzi didn't stand on ceremony. They followed Zhai Xingzi and Sun Kong Shangren into the cave. Taoist Di Quan and Yimingzi wanted to walk together, but seeing Sun Kong Shangren's vigilance, the two consciously separated. Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng saw that everyone had left and asked with a smile, can I follow Daoist into the last maze? Of course. Xiao Hua looked at the last remaining somewhat fat cave. The strange beast's shape was like a turtle and also like a big bear. He nodded slightly. Dao Qing had already said that he knew Daoist Di Quan, but Dao Qing had already left in advance. At this time, Fairy Xiang Feng was alone. Like Daoist Han, she cupped her hands at Xiao Hua and said, "Since that's the case, I will also lead the way." With that, Fairy Xiang Feng flew into the cave. Xiao Hua turned his head and shouted, "Fu Ji Wen." However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the pitch-black cave entrance. He sniffed and said very strangely, "Strange, why is there a fragrance on Yunmeng Zi's body?" Senior. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's call, Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping flew over. Fu Jiwen asked, "Shall we go in as well?" Fu Jiwen, do you think this? Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Xiao Hua wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked at Xue Ping and the rest and asked, "There's no one else here. Let me ask you, are you following behind me? Or enter this old man's nation weapon? Junior is willing to enter the nation treasure." A cultivator with serious injuries spoke up. Xue Ping and the others hesitated for a moment before entering as well. Without another word, Xiao Hua put them into the Kunlun ruins and flew into the cave with Fu Jiwen. After waiting for Xiao Hua and the others to enter the cave, a few moments later, cloud patterns once again appeared on the stone wall where Xiao Hua and the others had appeared. The Confucian cultivator who was at the 5th level of origin energy from before flew out with a flushed face. As soon as the Confucian cultivator with thick eyebrows appeared, clouds surged around him again. However, when he saw the unusually clean cave abode and the 4 open tunnels, he immediately understood what had happened. This old man has truly underestimated these Dao sect cultivators. I even underestimated Tsang Langzi. My trip to the Cloud Mountain Maze today was worth it. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator hurriedly stood there. The flying inscriptions carried an awe-inspiring aura and formed a cauldron-shaped cocoon around him. The inscriptions that had condensed into crystal threads did not dissipate for a long time. However, it was only a moment before the Confucian cultivator opened his eyes reluctantly. He looked at the pitch-black tunnel and sighed, "What a pity. I still have to catch up. Otherwise, if Xiao Hua leaves the cave abode, it'll be a little troublesome." After saying that, the Confucian cultivator pondered for a moment and flew into a tunnel. An hour after the Confucian cultivator disappeared, 3 Confucian cultivators wearing bright yellow robes also appeared. The 3 of them were even more decisive than the Confucian cultivator with the thick eyebrows. They didn't stop at all. The 3 of them didn't separate and rushed into a passage. The second layer of the maze was different from the previous ones. The cave was obviously much larger, and there was light coming from an unknown source. In particular, the restriction on divine sense was much stronger. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua could only extend his divine sense to a range of a few dozen meters, unable to extend it any further. At this time, Xiao Hua had already caught up with Fairy Xiang Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng's so-called scouting ahead was just a polite attitude. If Xiao Hua did not bring Fu Jiwen, he could let Fairy Xiang Feng fly in front. However, with Fu Jiwen, Xiao Hua could only let Fu Jiwen take the heart-stabilizing plate and lead the way. Of course, Fairy Xiang Feng did not dare to not do anything. In this second layer of the maze, she had already blocked many attacks for Fu Jiwen and had even used her life source magic weapon several times. Alright, Daoist Yun Meng. Seeing Fairy Xiang Feng working so hard, Xiao Hua felt a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, "You rest for a moment. Next, Fu Jiwen and I will lead the way. Then I will have to trouble Daoist Xiao." Fairy Xiang Feng was truly exhausted. Her cheekbones flashed with a strange light. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a pill from the space. He handed it to Fairy Xiang Feng and said with a smile, this is a pill refined by Xiaohua. It can replenish quintessential essence. Why don't you try it? Fairy Xiang Feng smiled and took the pill. However, she did not consume it and replied, I am just a bit exhausted. I will be fine after resting for a while. Xiaohua's expression did not change. He slapped his hand and the seal of overturning sea flew above Fu Jiwen's head to protect him. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng looked around and asked curiously, where are Xue Ping and the others? Did they stay in the cave? No. Xiaohua replied without turning his head, Xiaohua has a country weapon. I will temporarily keep them inside and let them out after we get the cave. Oh. Fairy Xiang Feng was slightly surprised. She rolled her eyes and said, Daoist Xiao is very protective of your disciples. Xue Ping and the others are not Xiaohua's disciples. Xiaohua corrected, Xiaohua only met him once. Since you only met him once? Fairy Xiang Feng asked in confusion, Daoist Xiao believed Xue Ping's words. You dare to bring him into the Misty Mountain Maze? Yes. Xiaohua nodded, aren't we in the Misty Mountain Maze now? His words are not wrong. That is not what I meant. Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly explained, what I mean is that Daoist Xiao is already able to bring them in. Moreover, in the cave from before, I saw that these low-level disciples had already found some useful treasures. In particular, when they passed through the stone wall, they obtained a lot. Daoist Xiao does not need to bring these burdens. Daoist Xiao means to leave them in the cave from before. That is not it. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Fairy Xiang Feng was at a loss for words. She was purely trying to dispel Xiaohua's conflict and increase his favorable impression of her. I just feel that Daoist Xiao is doing too much for these strangers. Perhaps. Xiaohua activated the seal of overturning ocean, and a ferocious earthen-yellow radiance rushed past Fu Jiwen, sweeping away all the huge rocks that were smashing towards him. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly, they are still my Dao sect's disciples after all. I also want to give them some benefits. Daoist Xiao is so kind. Fairy Xiang Feng sneered in her heart. However, her tone did not change. She then asked, oh, right. I was invited by Daoist Di Quan. However, I heard from Dao Qing that Daoist Xiao had just returned from the Yaotai gathering. Could it be that Daoist Xiao did not kill my Dao sect disciples on the Yaotai mountain? Of course I have killed Dao sect disciples. However, I have killed more Confucian sect disciples. Xiaohua did not seem to notice. He still had his back facing Fairy Xiang Feng as he said, moreover, I have killed many Dao sect disciples. However, I have saved many more. I don't believe it. Fairy Xiang Feng laughed, that year, I participated in the Yaotai gathering and killed many people. There were many Dao sect disciples inside. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. Xiaohua turned around. His eyes were very clear, I have no regrets. Humph, no regrets. Fairy Xiang Feng cursed inwardly. After passing through the maze, she did not see Fairy Su Ming and did not hear Zhai Xingzi and the others mention her. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know that Fairy Su Ming had died in Xiaohua's hands? I heard that this Yaotai gathering was different from before. Not only did Golden Core cultivators die inside, even nascent soul cultivators were almost wiped out. Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Xiaohua nodded, indeed. Why? How would I know? Xiaohua shook his head, I was also seriously injured inside. I was lucky to escape and do not know the details. Of course, if Daoist Yunmeng wants to know who I have killed, I can tell you the reason. Don't. Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly waved her hand, Daoist Xiao, you are preparing to kill me. I don't want to hear this. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua laughed, if I don't mention names, how would you know? I have endured for a long time. If I don't tell anyone, I will feel uncomfortable. Very well. Fairy Xiang Feng laughed bitterly, I can only believe in Taoist Zhao's character. Then, Xiao Hua explained in detail why he killed Taoist Xiang Tian and Taoist Chu Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng's expression changed several times. In the end, she sighed slightly and said, Taoist Xiao, you killed them well. One of them bullied the weak and forced people to buy and sell. In the end, he even harmed the innocent. The other one was even more sinister. He wanted to take advantage of your injuries to steal your Qiankuan bag. He indeed deserved to be killed. Chapter 37-43. If fellow Taoist Elmar thinks so, then that's great. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I've always convinced people with virtue. Now that you and I are going to break through the maze of Misty Mountain, we should trust each other. Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Fairy Xiang Feng nodded. I have absolute trust in Taoist Xiao. Oh, right. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, does fellow Taoist Elmar know Fairy Su Ming? Of course. Fairy Xiang Feng blinked her eyes and said curiously, Ji Prefecture's Fairy Su Ming is a late nascent soul stage cultivator, how could I not know? At this point, Fairy Xiang Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, could it be that Taoist Xiao has something to say directly to Fairy Su Ming? Or, does Taoist Xiao have other ideas? Oh, according to what I know, although Fairy Su Ming has never dual cultivated, she still has dual cultivated, Taoist Xiao. Without waiting for Fairy Xiang Feng to finish speaking, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. He rolled his eyes at her and said, no matter how useless I am, I won't find such an arrogant female cultivator as my dual cultivation partner. I'm just joking with Taoist Xiao. Why is Taoist Xiao looking for Fairy Su Ming? Fairy Xiang Feng asked. Nothing much. Xiao Hua's face sank. In the future, whether it's Ji Prefecture or Hidden Immortal Continent, there won't be a cultivator called Fairy Su Ming. Oh. Why? Fairy Xiang Feng was surprised, but suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly stopped in midair and asked in a low voice, what does Taoist Xiao mean? I've only met Fairy Su Ming once, I don't care about the grudges between you and Fairy Su Ming. Why is Taoist Xiao talking to me about this? Hee, Taoist Elmar doesn't need to worry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I just want to tell Taoist Xiao that the cultivator who forced her to buy and sell was Taoist Chu Feng. Fairy Su Ming wanted to take revenge for Taoist Chu Feng and wanted to besiege me with other cultivators in the first maze, but I killed her. Sigh. Fairy Xiangfeng took a deep breath and sighed, damn Fairy Su Ming. That Taoist Master Chu used her name to commit a lot of evil deeds, but these evil deeds were nothing more than gossip in Fairy Su Ming's ears. Now that she was dead, it was her retribution. In fact, there is really no need for Taoist Master Xiao to mention this to me. Xiao Hua stared at Fairy Xiang Feng and asked word by word, oh, this Xiao wants to know if fellow Taoist saw Fairy Su Ming when you entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiang Feng didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, she calmly replied, this old man can swear a blood oath that this old man didn't see Fairy Su Ming and the others outside the Misty Mountain Maze. Hearing Fairy Xiang Feng's words, Xiao Hua's expression relaxed. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Elmar, there's no need to be so serious. I was just asking. It was also at this time that a rumbling sound came from afar. It was as if the entire secret passage had collapsed. An earth-shattering cloud of dust mixed with gravel rushed toward Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing this, Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly waved her hand. A jade bracelet like magic treasure flew out. At the same time, she shouted, Taoist Master Xiao, be careful. This old man just happens to have a bracelet that repels dust, okay? Xiao Hua didn't have time to care about whether Fairy Xiang Feng had sworn a blood oath or not. He agreed and stepped aside, watching the jade bracelet fly in front of his head. The jade bracelet emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. That brilliance was like a long cover. Not only did it cover Fu Jiwen and himself, it also produced a strange fluctuation in front of his head. It separated the dust and gravel that were rushing over to both sides. However, the strength of the gravel in the secret passage was extremely great. The brilliance of the jade bracelet trembled rapidly like a candle in the wind. Taoist Master Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng softly reprimanded and called out, "This is the restriction of the secret passage. It seems to be quite powerful. We must work harder to break through. The longer we stay in this restriction, the more dangerous it will be. This old man will lead the way." "Okay. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Xiang Feng's vigorous figure flying in front of him. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, the restrictive spells in the second layer of the formation were far stronger than those in the first layer. Fairy Xiang Feng would not care about the dust and pebbles that were pouring into the tunnel like a flood if she were anywhere else. However, as she kept moving forward, she found it harder and harder to keep going. This was because not only did she have to find the direction in this secret passage, she also had to maintain the magic power of her magic treasure. Especially as she went deeper into the secret passage, Fairy Xiang Feng found that her magic power was getting more and more exhausted. Moreover, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the secret passage was getting thinner and thinner. The magic power consumed by yuanying was much more than usual. Taoist Master Xiao. After flying like this for an hour, there was still no end in sight. Fairy Xiang Feng could only open her mouth and say, "This secret passage is strange. This old man's magic power is actually not enough. This old man reckons that I can still hold on for the time of a meal. After that, I will let Taoist Master Xiao lead the way." And this Xiao has already sensed it. Xiao Hua's face also became serious. He said, "This maze is actually starting to restrict my Taoist magic power. At the same time, it is also gradually isolating the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. I fear that there will be big trouble ahead." "Humph." Fairy Xiang Feng snorted coldly. She took out a pill from her bosom and put it into her mouth. She said very heroically, "This old man wants to see how powerful this maze is." As she spoke, Fairy Xiang Feng once again activated her magic power. The jade bracelet shone brightly. Like a bamboo umbrella swaying in a storm, it rushed into the distance. "Fu Jiwen." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and ordered, "You can hide in here." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen hurriedly kept the heart-calming plate. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and kept Fu Jiwen. Then, Xiao Hua pointed at the seal of the ocean and shouted, "Taoist Yun Meng, this Xiao will help you." Wang Wang. The coiling dragon roared. The seal rumbled. An earthen yellow light that was much more vast than the jade bracelet shot out from the seal of the ocean and chased after it like a flood dragon. "Thank you, Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiang Feng looked at the power of Xiao Hua's seal of the ocean and her heart sank. However, there was no change in her expression. She only smiled and nodded. She retreated slightly and made space for Xiao Hua. Just like that, they flew for another 2 hours. Seeing that the secret tunnel was even wider and the qi of heaven and earth was almost gone, Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng's true essence was suppressed by the restriction in the secret tunnel and could not flow. Their nascent souls were also tightly locked in their lower dantian and could not be released even if they wanted to. Fairy Xiang Feng was still fine as she was only a nascent soul. However, Xiao Hua had more than 100 nascent souls in his lower dantian. That terrifying pressure almost made him collapse. Helpless, Xiao Hua could only take out the Kunlun mirror and keep all the nascent souls in the Kunlun ruins. Phew! With the nascent souls gone, the pressure suddenly decreased. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Fairy Xiang Feng suddenly shouted in surprise, "Taoist Xiao, quickly release your divine sense. Divine sense is restricted here. Oh. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his divine sense. As expected, the restriction on his divine sense was long gone. His divine sense was very free in the secret tunnel. What? What is going on? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. However, he felt a lot more at ease. Since his divine sense could be controlled and his divine sense could be used, he had one more method to protect himself. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a sound like the sound of water. Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng both felt their Dharma treasures break through a layer of barrier. Their bodies also became lighter. The surrounding dust and rocks and the heavy pressure disappeared. When they looked around again, it was just a misty space. Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. The two of them did not dare to put away their Dharma treasures and released their divine sense to check. It was not a big deal, but the two of them had a strange expression on their faces. Because their divine sense could not scan the edge of the space at all. Taoist Xiao, can you still use your Dharma power? Fairy Xiang Feng saw Xiao Hua's expression and knew that things were not good. No. Xiao Hua shook his head. However, he looked down and said, although we cannot use flying techniques or Dharma power, we are still standing in the air. Then he looked up at the seal of overturning ocean that rushed out earlier. There was no light, no Dharma power fluctuation. It was just floating in the air as if it was placed on a table. Xiao Hua walked a few steps and even jumped a few times. He reached out his hand and took the seal of overturning ocean. He weighed it in his hand and said, our Dharma treasures cannot be used either. Ouch! Saying this, Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. What is it? Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng also picked up the jade bracelet from the air and asked hurriedly. Qiankuan bag cannot be used. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This. Fairy Xiang Feng tried a little. As expected, the jade bracelet could not be put into the Qiankuan bag. Her expression changed greatly. Woo! At this moment, a gust of wind came from an unknown place. It was very cold and desolate. Fairy Xiang Feng could not help but shrink her neck. However, just as she moved, she froze in place. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Hua. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not notice Fairy Xiang Feng's movement. Instead, he looked into the distance. After a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Taoist Yun Meng, follow me. Saying this, he did not wait for Fairy Xiang Feng to speak and walked towards the right. Taoist. Fairy Xiang Feng opened her mouth. She did not know where Xiao Hua's confidence came from. After all, in this place, there was only light. Spiritual sense could not see the edge of this place. Even a Yuanian cultivator was no different from an ordinary blind person. However, Fairy Xiang Feng tactfully followed behind Xiao Hua. However, when she saw Xiao Hua's defenseless junior, her eyes flashed with a strange expression. Xiao Hua did not walk in a straight line. Most of the time, he would even walk backwards. In particular, every time he changed directions, Xiao Hua did not stop at all. It was as if he could see the path under his feet clearly. Xiao. Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng could not help but say, you can see the space restriction. Chapter 37-44. No. Xiao Hua replied without the slightest hesitation. When Fairy Xiang Feng heard this, she almost jumped up. She even said in a low voice, since you can't see, why are you bringing me around here? Xiao Hua shrugged and replied humorously, since Taoist friend doesn't know where to go, why don't you follow me? Just treat it as digestion. Digestion? Fairy Xiang Feng almost fell down again. This was the Misty Mountain Maze, a maze set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Their lives could be in danger at any time, how could he be so casual? At this moment, Fairy Xiang Feng really wanted to slap Xiao Hua's face. After walking for a while, Fairy Xiang Feng's heart began to move. Unlike the arrogant Fairy Su Ming, she didn't have the intention to let Xiao Hua go. Although Xiao Hua said so much, she didn't believe him completely. Xiao Hua's character didn't have much light in her eyes. What she wanted to do was to kill Xiao Hua and calmly escape. Now that they were in this mysterious space, even if she did not have any means to attack Xiao Hua, as long as she could escape from this space and kill Xiao Hua, wouldn't she achieve her goal? While thinking, Fairy Xiang Feng looked at Xiao Hua's back and looked left and right. Then, she turned around and started to walk away. Whing, whing. Just as Fairy Xiang Feng walked a few feet forward, the seemingly ordinary light in front of her immediately disappeared. Following a series of rumbling noises, leaves and pine needles flew toward her like a storm. Oh! Fairy Xiang Feng scanned with her divine sense and immediately found the difference between the leaves and pine needles. She knew that the leaves contained a strong force. She snorted and did not hesitate to raise her hand to cast a spell. Just as she raised her hand, Fairy Xiang Feng's expression changed drastically. How could she still use her dermic powers at this moment? These seemingly ordinary flying leaves and pine needles were now sharp weapons for murder. He could instantly kill her right here and now. Oh no! Fairy Xiang Feng quickly retreated, but she had miscalculated. Not only could she not cast any spells, but her movements were also somewhat slow. How could she block the continuous flying leaves? Fairy Xiang Feng knew that things were not good. She could only hope that her armor could block so many attacks. CSI. The flying leaves and pine needles seemed to have the power to tear the void apart. Fairy Xiang Feng's face turned even paler when she heard this. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Xiang Feng's spiritual sense transformed into a hand. She did not care whether it was effective or not, and grabbed at the air like a yuanying hand. Woo! Out of Fairy Xiang Feng's expectation, a nascent soul hand similar to the one she usually used appeared and grabbed all the flying leaves and pine needles in the hand, sweeping away all the miscellaneous items in the space. I see. Fairy Xiang Feng immediately came to a realization. She understood why she could only use her spiritual will in this space. This space is where Senior Tsang Lang Zi tested the juniors of the Tao sect. What's important is the finer control of one's divine sense. Just as Fairy Xiang Feng came to a realization, Kachacha. 1,000 feet above her head, streaks of lightning appeared. Then, layers of dark clouds rolled and formed all sorts of indescribable shapes. Numerous fist-sized hailstones formed in the dark clouds and came crashing down. Good timing. Fairy Xiang Feng was filled with a heroic spirit. She performed a spell with both hands. Even though she did not use any arcane energy, it was no different from using arcane energy. One after another, cherry blossom-like lights appeared above Fairy Xiang Feng's head, protecting her firmly. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Unfortunately, Fairy Xiang Feng had underestimated the power of the hailstones. The hailstones immediately destroyed the cherry blossoms that had just bloomed. Moreover, the second and third layer of hailstones did not stop falling. It seemed like they had no intention of stopping. Not good. Seeing the power of the hailstones, Fairy Xiang Feng's pride was crushed in her heart. She hurriedly released her spiritual will to form more cherry blossoms. Of course, the cherry blossoms were destroyed by the hailstones again. Fairy Xiang Feng was indeed a late-stage yuanying cultivator. She was extremely proficient in controlling her spiritual will and coordinating her spells. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she had already formed close to 100 layers of cherry blossoms. These 100 layers of cherry blossoms blocked the 100 layers of hailstones, protecting her from being injured by the hailstones. Woo! When there was a gap, Fairy Xiang Feng immediately activated her yuanying hand. The yuanying hand grew to the size of a few mu and grabbed towards the sky. In an instant, the entire layer of clouds was torn apart. Fairy Xiang Feng took this opportunity to retreat. However, the moment the layer of clouds was torn apart, the hailstones fell onto the yuanying hand. The huge force caused the yuanying hand to collapse. Fairy Xiang Feng had no choice but to continue using her spells to form more cherry blossoms to block the hailstones. Then, she slowly retreated. This repeated for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Fairy Xiang Feng was starting to feel tired. Not only were there too many hailstones, but the force of the hailstones was also too strong. Fairy Xiang Feng's spirit sense was greatly depleted, and she could vaguely feel a tearing sensation coming from her Naiwan palace. Fairy Xiang Feng raised her head and looked at the cherry blossoms that were swept away by the hailstones. The cherry blossoms should have been tens of feet away from Fairy Xiang Feng, but now, they were only tens of feet away from Fairy Xiang Feng's head. Fairy Xiang Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. She did not expect that the spiritual will that she had cultivated for 1,000 years could only last for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Looking at the endless hailstones and the distance she had retreated had already exceeded the distance she had advanced. She still could not see Xiaohua. Fairy Xiang Feng laughed bitterly. Just a moment ago, she was still scheming against Xiaohua. However, she did not expect that she was the stupidest one. Oh. Taoist Yunmeng, so you are here. At this time, Xiaohua's shocked voice sounded in front of Fairy Xiang Feng. Just now, this Xiao turned around and could not find you. I did not expect you to fall into a restriction. Taoist Xiao, quickly use your yuanying hand. Fairy Xiang Feng heard Xiaohua's voice and called out without hesitation. However, just as she said that, she was filled with regret. Yes, this was a dead end. Although she could not escape, why couldn't she drag Xiaohua down with her? Could it be that she was inferior to Fairy Su Ming? Yuanying hand. How can I use it without magic power? Xiaohua was also shocked. However, looking at the cherry blossoms above Fairy Xiang Feng's head, Xiaohua fell into deep thought. He then looked at the hailstones rushing towards him and quickly slapped his forehead. Boom! His spiritual will rushed out and a yuanying hand of several mu in size appeared, tearing apart the hailstones and black clouds above him and Fairy Xiang Feng. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Xiaohua was naturally not as foolish as Fairy Xiang Feng. When he saw this, he naturally understood that Fairy Xiang Feng felt extremely bitter in her heart. Taoist Yunmeng, follow this Xiao. Xiaohua's yuanying hand was much more solid than Fairy Xiang Feng's. That layer of hailstones was unable to destroy it. Xiaohua had enough time to find the exit. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng was somewhat helpless. She clearly did not want to obtain any benefits, but in a life-and-death situation, she had no choice but to follow Xiaohua. Looking at how Xiaohuadong quickly walked out of the dark clouds, Fairy Xiang Feng squinted her eyes and looked at the previously calm light screen. She bowed and said, I thank Taoist Xiao for your help. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua casually waved his hand and said, follow this Xiao. Don't be careless. This place is really dangerous. Yes. Fairy Xiang Feng slightly gritted her teeth. It was unknown whether the hatred in her heart had increased or decreased. Xiaohua was still leisurely strolling around. However, there was no danger in this stroll. Not to mention hailstones, there were not even pine needles or flying leaves. However, the space was still boundless. It seemed that even if he walked for 10,000 years, it would still be the same. Oh. Why is there wind? Fairy Xiang Feng's heart was not as clear as Xiaohua's. Only now did she notice that the sound of wind when they first entered the space had increased. It made her feel a real chill. Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng could not help but say, this wind is somewhat strange. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Please fellow Taoist, there is no need for you to say anything. This Xiao has been blown around for a long time. How could I not know? Then, is there any other way out?" Fairy Xiang Feng gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. However, she still held back her anger and asked. Xiaohua shrugged and shook his head, "This Xiao does not know. However, this Xiao feels that, as long as there is wind blowing past, there must be an exit. Perhaps the exit of this space is right in front. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid?" Fairy Xiang Feng said angrily, "You are talking about an ordinary cave. This is a maze set up by Senior Tsang Lang Zi. How could there be, Wu?" Before Fairy Xiangfeng could finish, a strange gust of wind blew her words back into her throat. Fairy Xiangfeng was caught off guard. Her body tilted slightly. She did not dare to be careless and quickly released her spiritual sense. A several chi large covered her. Whoosh, whoosh. A few terrifying sounds could be heard coming from the cover. Fairy Xiangfeng could see that the cover formed by her divine sense was being torn apart by the strange wind. See. Fairy Xiangfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "If this wind landed on my body, if I did not have a magic treasure to protect me, wouldn't my body be cut into pieces?" Thinking of this, Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly looked at Xiaohua. "See." Fairy Xiangfeng screamed again as if she had a toothache. Xiaohua, who was not far from Fairy Xiangfeng, was shaking, but he didn't use his divine sense to protect himself. Instead, he simply stretched out his hands and stood there as if he was hugging the wind. The strange wind that could cut through the divine sense barrier blew on Xiaohua's body. His Taoist robe was torn apart like a butterfly, but Xiaohua didn't seem to have heard it. It was as if his body wasn't afraid of it at all. Chapter 3745. Shameless. Fairy Xiangfeng couldn't help but spit out in shock. This was because the Taoist robe on Xiaohua's body had already begun to shatter, and his arm was already exposed. Inside, there was dark golden skin. Unfortunately, Fairy Xiangfeng was now Yunmengzi. Even if she didn't want to look, she couldn't avoid it. She could only use her divine sense to form a barrier and follow behind Xiaohua with difficulty. Fairy Xiangfeng felt like an ordinary person trudging through a violent gale. As she ventured deeper into the storm, an indescribable feeling of suffocation arose from her Naiwan palace. It was as if the wind had turned into mud, covering her mouth and nose. Her chest heaved rapidly. She wanted to gasp for air, but she couldn't breathe in a single breath of fresh air. One. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng was about to call out to Xiaohua, the entire space started to shake. The strange wind that was squeezing her to the point of bursting suddenly disappeared. Not good. Xiaohua yelled from afar. Taoist Yunmengzi, quickly come over. Fairy Xiangfeng also felt a sense of danger. She hurriedly rushed over to where Xiaohua was. However, before she could reach Xiaohua's back, she saw a funnel-like object gradually forming in midair in the originally misty space in the distance. The strange wind that had stopped earlier started to grow stronger again. However, this time, the strange wind had a rotational force. Wind. Hurricane. Fairy Xiangfeng blurted out, "It's like the tsunamis and hurricanes of the East Sea." She looked at the wobbling funnel in the distance that looked like a baby that couldn't walk yet. That's right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He looked at the hurricane that was slowly moving over and said calmly, "This hurricane is the true test of space. The hurricane is moving towards where we need to go. We can't avoid it. Only by using a divine sense ability to escape from the hurricane can we pass Senior Tsang Langzi's test. This is almost impossible." Fairy Xiangfeng smiled bitterly. This old man's spirit energy is already at the upper stage of the 4th grade. Although my spirit energy hasn't undergone any special refinement, before the test, my spirit energy is already somewhat exhausted. My Naiwan palace is abnormally painful. Even a spirit-severing stage cultivator would find it difficult to pass such a trial, let alone a leaving aperture stage cultivator. To nascent soul cultivators like us, this cloudy mountain bewildering formation is a dead end. Perhaps we should have tried to find a way out of the cave just now. Fellow Taoist, do you regret it? Xiaohua asked indifferently as he faced the gale that had already begun to blow. Of course not. Fairy Xiang Feng narrowed her eyes. She knew that her answer was completely irrelevant to Xiaohua's question. That's great. How could Xiaohua know what Fairy Xiang Feng was thinking? He nodded and said, since you don't regret, then protect yourself first. Let me see if I can bring you out of this hurricane. You. And, bring me along. Fairy Xiang Feng was in disbelief. It's a pity that this Xiao's nation armament can't be used. Xiaohua said somewhat regretfully, otherwise, this Xiao would have collected you first, and things would have been much easier. Perhaps. Fairy Xiang Feng declined to comment. How could she be willing to fall into Xiaohua's hands? While they were speaking, the gale had already closed in. The surrounding space had already formed a huge whirlpool under the enormous hurricane force. Xiaohua looked at this huge funnel hurricane. It was very similar to the huge whirlpool under Yaotai Mountain. However, this funnel's might was far inferior to that whirlpool. Okay, now is the time. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to be blown away by the hurricane, Xiaohua roared and shouted, "Fellow Taoist El Dreamy, quickly stretch out your arm." Oh, okay. Fairy Xiang Feng's barrier was already on the verge of shattering. Hearing Xiaohua's roar, she was slightly startled and immediately stretched out her arm. Let's go. Xiaohua grabbed Fairy Xiang Feng's arm. His body flew up gracefully and started to spin in the direction of the hurricane. How is this possible? Fairy Xiang Feng saw that Xiaohua was flying extremely steadily as though he was using a flying technique. She naturally did not dare to believe it. However, when she scanned with her spiritual will, she immediately understood. Xiaohua actually used his spiritual will to form two wings on his back. Now, with a flap of the wings, he actually flew up. While Fairy Xiang Feng was dumbfounded, Xiaohua's little tail had already started to curl up. When he felt the strange wind, he was already thinking about how to escape. When he was fighting with Kong Hongwu at the foot of Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu's sacred art of transforming his Aoran Qi into wings immediately appeared in his mind. Kong Hongwu had already refined his spirit to the void and could form wings. Although Xiaohua's cultivation did not have such a divine ability, his spiritual will was far superior to Kong Hongwu's. Now, he actually succeeded. Of course, to form wings with his spiritual will to fly, he still had to resist the hurricane. Xiaohua's spiritual will was greatly exhausted. However, Xiaohua had plenty of experience fighting against the hurricane. Thus, he was not in any danger. God! After a long time, this thought appeared in Fairy Xiang Feng's mind. To be able to form wings with his spiritual will, especially without the use of any spells, meant that his control over his spiritual will was extremely precise. It was something that she could not even imagine. Moreover, she knew very well that if one did not have an ancient secret technique, it would be impossible to cultivate this divine ability successfully. At least from what Fairy Xiang Feng had seen, there was no second person like this in the entire hidden immortal continent. Xiang Tian, Xiang Tian, of all people, why did you have to offend him? Fairy Xiang Feng felt a sense of helplessness. If what Xiaohua said is true, why did you? Thinking of this, Fairy Xiang Feng did not know what to think or how to complain. Rumble. Fairy Xiang Feng's entire body shook. Even Xiaohua's body was somewhat unbalanced. Xiaohua's spiritual will wings were somewhat messy. In an instant, the two of them were like two balls of paper dancing in the wind. Rumble. Fairy Xiangfeng's entire body shook. Even Xiaohua's body was somewhat unbalanced. Xiaohua's spiritual will wings were somewhat messy. In an instant, the two of them were like two balls of paper dancing in the wind. Xiaohua very naturally loosened his grip and was about to cast a spell. At this moment, Fairy Xiangfeng's figure floated to Xiaohua's back along with the wind. Xiaohua's dark golden neck was only a few feet away from Fairy Xiangfeng's head. Fairy Xiangfeng's eyes opened wide. Her eyes flashed and her hand on her chest involuntarily moved to her waist. However, when she felt the sharp protrusion on her waist, a rare trace of hesitation appeared in Fairy Xiangfeng's heart. However, this hesitation disappeared in a flash. Fairy Xiangfeng moved her finger and was about to take out the sharp protrusion. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly shouted. "Damn it, this old man forgot that spiritual power cannot be used." Watch this old man. As he spoke, Xiaohua's spirit sense changed in the air again. A flying boat that looked like a flying leaf appeared below Xiaohua and Fairy Xiangfeng. Xiaohua stepped on it and waved his hand. "Daoist El Dreamy, come on up quickly. This Xiao understands." Fairy Xiangfeng saw that the opportunity to assassinate Xiaohua had disappeared and felt rather regretful. She had no choice but to step on the flying boat. She smiled and said, "What did Daoist Xiao understand? This is Senior Tsang Lang Zi testing our spiritual will. Not only is it testing the thickness of our spiritual will, it is also testing the control of our spiritual will. In this space, all spiritual power is empty. There is only spiritual will. Spiritual will is spiritual power." Xiaohua was somewhat excited. He looked at the flying boat and shouted. "Spiritual will can even replace magic treasures." Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the excited Xiaohua with disdain. She already knew this when she first fell into the trap. However, she still agreed. Daoist Xiao is truly powerful. Even now, this old man still does not understand how a Yuanying's hand is used. Furthermore, look at Daoist Xiao's wings and this flying boat, it is truly amazing. This is nothing. Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, rumble. There was another huge tremor. The flying boat instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Xiaohua seemed to be prepared for this. He reached out and grabbed Fairy Xiangfeng again. His divine intent condensed again. This time, Fairy Xiangfeng was even more dumbfounded. Under his divine intent, a pair of 100-meter-long wings appeared on Xiaohua's back. When the wings spread, it gave off the feeling of a great rock soaring 90,000 miles with the wind. I must have seen wrongly. Fairy Xiangfeng did not dare to believe her spiritual will. This pair of wings was extremely realistic. Not only were the huge wings flapping in the whirlwind, but the feathers on the wings were also trembling. It was as though real feathers were fluttering in the air. With the wings formed by his spiritual will, Xiaohua was like a bird in the sky, free and unrestrained in the whirlwind. During this period, the wings formed by his spiritual will were shattered hundreds of times. However, every time they were shattered, the wings would immediately reappear. Xiaohua's body did not even sway. Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual will was constantly staring at Xiaohua's back. Seeing how miraculous Xiaohua's spiritual will was, her heart turned cold. She had activated her divine sense to protect her own body. No one knew better than her about the hurricane and the force behind it that Xiaohua was currently facing. No one understood better than her how difficult it was to condense a pair of wings with one's divine sense in this hurricane. Not only that, at the very beginning, when she was struggling with Xiaohua in the whirlwind, Xiaohua's body was constantly swaying. His entire body was also trembling. However, after half a meal, she discovered that Xiaohua's body was gradually stabilizing. His entire body seemed to be one with the wings on his back. He was like a real bird circling in the whirlwind. The whirlwind was naturally not an ordinary one. Not only did it have a terrifying wind force, there were also small whirlpools within the whirlwind. These whirlpools also had a tearing force. The barrier formed by Fairy Xiang Feng's spiritual will was shattered by these whirlpools. However, since Fairy Xiang Feng could protect herself, there was no need to mention Xiaohua. Chapter 3746. Xiaohua didn't know how big this hurricane was. After flying for several hours, he finally saw the edge of the hurricane. Only then did the oppressive force begin to slowly lessen. If that's the case, then we don't need to fly anymore. Xiaohua did his best to rush out of the hurricane and shouted with a loud laugh. But just as he shouted, Xiaohua's body suddenly fell, and his face became deathly pale. After Xiaohua stabilized his body, a pair of wings that were only a few feet long grew out and slowly brought Xiaohua and Fairy Xiang Feng down. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "Daoist El Dreamy, this Xiao's spirit sense has been greatly exhausted. It seems that we can only walk step by step. No worries." Fairy Xiang Feng's eyes flashed and smiled. "I'm already very satisfied to be able to escape with Daoist Yun Meng's blessing. What's wrong with walking a few more steps?" "Okay, we'll walk slowly," Xiaohua said as he released his hand. Fairy Xiang Feng also transformed into a simple flying boat and descended from the sky. After Fairy Xiang Feng landed, she immediately placed her hand on her waist and bit her lip. At this moment, other than spiritual will, there were no other sacred arts that could be used. Xiaohua's struggle in the hurricane had already exhausted his spiritual will. Fairy Xiang Feng didn't think that Xiaohua would have a stronger spiritual will than her when her own Naiwan palace was in extreme pain. See, not good. Before Fairy Xiang Feng could take out the item, Xiaohua looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" "Daoist Xiao." Fairy Xiang Feng moved her hand away from her waist and looked into the distance and released her spirit sense again. However, the area dozens of miles in front of him was still empty, and there was nothing suspicious about it. "Listen," Xiaohua was very mysterious. He put his index finger on his mouth and whispered. Fairy Xiang Feng frowned and listened attentively. Sure enough, in just a few moments, her expression changed drastically. That was because there was a slight vibration coming from the wind. It was slow and rhythmic. Even though the vibration was slight, it covered a huge area. Fairy Xiang Feng's expression changed not only because of the vibration but also because of Xiaohua's sharp senses. If not for Xiaohua's warning, Fairy Xiang Feng wouldn't have noticed it. This must be another test. Fairy Xiang Feng's mouth was bitter as she looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. Xiaohua looked around and nodded. Yes, and it came from the path we had to pass. I'm afraid we can't avoid it. If Fairy Xiang Feng suggested. We can avoid the trap first. With Daoist Zhao's ability, the trap won't be able to hurt us. Then, we can avoid the test. At this point, Fairy Xiang Feng didn't even want to continue. She knew that there was no need to test it. The trap before the hurricane and after the hurricane were definitely different. Since it was a test, even if they hid in the trap, they might not be able to avoid the test. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand. Let's see what the test. All right. Fairy Xiang Feng had no choice but to agree. I will need your help in the next test. At the same time, Fairy Xiang Feng felt a sense of guilt. That's right, why did I come to the Misty Mountain Maze Formation? Daoist Xiaohua to avenge Daoist Xiang Tian. But, before she could do anything, Xiaohua had helped her time and time again. Treasures, opportunities, and now, her life was saved by him several times. She even had to ask him to take care of her here. How could she do anything? Kill. Thinking of this, Fairy Xiang Feng wiped away her good intentions. There are no good men in this world. Xiao Hua is just trying to buy people's hearts. Roar. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, a huge brown bear charged over from afar. This brown bear was more than 10 zhang tall and its fur was standing on end. The brown bear was running on all fours. Occasionally, it would stand up and roar towards the sky. Its arms were waving crazily in the air. I understand. Seeing the brown bear, Fairy Xiang Feng immediately thought of the shape of the tunnel. How could she not know that this brown bear was the final test of the maze? But since it was the final test, the danger was self-evident. If it's just one or two then it's fine. Xiao Hua was very calm. He squinted his eyes at the approaching brown bear and said. If it's a group, then it will be troublesome. That's right. A light flashed in front of Fairy Xiang Feng. A spear appeared and floated in the air. I can't just hide. I'll help Daoist Xiao. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and continued to walk towards the brown bear. Fairy Xiang Feng reached out and grabbed the spear. A cold feeling came from the spear. Fairy Xiang Feng waved the spear and a gust of wind came. It was no different from a real spear. Fairy Xiang Feng looked again. She really did not understand how this space was set up. Could it be, tribulation-passing cultivators are really omnipotent in this cultivation world? Fairy Xiang Feng was a little excited. But soon, the excitement turned into a sigh. Pity. I won't be able to see my tribulation-passing realm in this life. Thump, thump, thump. As the brown bear ran, the ground beneath Fairy Xiang Feng's feet began to tremble. The bear, which was hundreds of feet long, now looked extremely ferocious. An unpleasant stench assaulted her nostrils. Fairy Xiang Feng could even clearly see the blood-red eyes of the brown bear. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to act, Fairy Xiang Feng roared. Kill, as if she wanted to vent the hatred in her heart, the spear in Fairy Xiang Feng's hand flew straight towards the chest of the brown bear. Roar. The spear was like lightning, and the brown bear went crazy. The bear's paw slapped on the spear, but the strength of the spear was enough. The bear's paw bounced back as if it had been electrocuted. Pooh! The moment the bear's paw bounced back, the spear pierced the brown bear's chest. However, the long spear pierced through the bear's chest, and it flew straight for 100 meters before slowly disappearing. The brown bear still rushed forward for a few meters, then it fell to the ground and disappeared in a moment while howling. Good. Xiao Hua gave a thumbs up. Daoist Yunmeng is really good. Thank you, thank you. Fairy Xiang Feng said modestly. Another spear appeared in her hand. However, this time, Fairy Xiang Feng's gaze fell on Xiao Hua's throat. Dong, dong, dong. The ground shook again. Even more stench came from afar, and even more screams came from afar. Kill, kill, kill. Fairy Xiang Feng moved her gaze away from Xiao Hua and looked into the distance. That group of brown bears had turned into Xiao Hus. When these brown bears were close enough, Fairy Xiang Feng roared and waved her arms. Spears flew out of her hands and killed the brown bears one after another. They fell down and disappeared. Seeing Fairy Xiang Feng so fierce, Xiao Hua was surprised. However, he didn't have time to think about Fairy Xiang Feng's transformation. He released his divine sense and looked at the seemingly endless brown bears. These brown bears were not like the hurricane from before. They were extremely lethal. Moreover, seeing Fairy Xiang Feng's spear attack, some of the brown bears were already able to block it. Needless to say, the brown bears behind were even more powerful. Presumably, the spear would not be able to kill them easily. What should he and Fairy Xiang Feng do when they encounter such a brown bear? Could it be? Senior Tsang Langzi really wants to kill the Dao sect juniors who enter the maze. Xiao Hua was confused. If that's the case, why did the previous maze have a cultivation technique? But if he only wants to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the maze, why does he have to kill them like this? Even with Yunmengzi's late-stage Yuanian cultivation, he can't handle it. I understand now. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Canglangzi was an ancient cultivator who went through the tribulation. Let's not talk about his own cultivation, just the cultivation of the other Daoist seniors should be around the 7th or 8th stage. As for the 2 layers of formations that Senior Canglangzi set up outside the maze, it would be difficult to break through without a 7th or 8th grade essence force. Therefore, the maze within the cave is naturally targeted at the 8th grade essence force. Even though the maze has been worn down for millions of years and its power is very weak, the maze within the cave is much weaker than the maze outside. Therefore, its power is much greater. Damn it, it seems like I have harmed everyone. If it weren't for Xiaohua, Zhang Daoran and the others wouldn't even be able to break through the outer formation, how could they enter the maze? If they couldn't enter the maze, they wouldn't lose their lives. Seeing how Fairy Xiang Feng was facing such a difficult situation, Xiaohua could already imagine the danger Sun Kong and the others were facing. If they lost their lives, it would be Xiaohua's fault. Xiaohua couldn't help but recall what Fairy Jing had said to him in front of Heartbreak Mountain, as well as her advice to him. Yes, an ancient maze, it's not something we can easily enter with the Dao sect in its declining state. Xiaohua sighed and condensed his spiritual will into a hammer. Boom! The hammer fell and several brown bears were reduced to nothingness as they howled in grief. Ah! Fairy Xiang Feng was caught unprepared. She cried out in surprise and the spear in her hand stopped moving. Looking at the hammer that destroyed several brown bears, she fell into a daze. She knew in her heart that although her spear was powerful, the spear itself was made of spiritual will. Every time she used it, she would consume some of it. Her already sore Naiwan palace was now in a tearing pain. She simply could not hold on for too long. But looking at Xiaohua, his spiritual will was like a hammer. How much spiritual will did he consume? Could it be that Xiaohua didn't consume much spiritual will in the hurricane? Chapter 3747. Daoist Master Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng suddenly felt a sense of relief. She laughed and said, "Since we can't retreat, why don't we just charge forward? We can kill as many brown bears as we can. This old man is satisfied to be able to die together with Daoist Master Xiao." "Good. As you wish." Xiaohua was also filled with lofty sentiments. He loudly responded and pounced towards the brown bears. As Xiaohua's figure moved, boom, boom, boom. Huge rumbling sounds came from midair. The entire space shook. Huge rocks fell from the sky like falling stars, smashing towards the thousands of brown bears. Fairy Xiang Feng was stunned for a moment. She smiled bitterly and also charged forward. The long spear in her hand stabbed out. Fairy Xiang Feng had already made her decision. Perhaps only if she died under the paws of the brown bears would she not hesitate to kill Xiaohua. Perhaps if she and Xiaohua both died here, she would be able to take revenge for Daoist Master Xiang Tian. As the two of them charged into the group of brown bears, an apocalyptic scene appeared. Huge rocks fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Along with the deafening sound, the brown bears disappeared one by one. Although there was no smoke or dust, within a radius of a few li, there were cries and cries everywhere. Fairy Xiang Feng first tried her best to use her spiritual sense to kill the brown bears. However, after an unknown period of time, her spiritual sense had already dried up. Not to mention the long spear, she could not even condense a blade of grass. At the same time, Fairy Xiang Feng did not know how long she had been running with Xiaohua. A fatigue that she had not felt in 1,000 years appeared in her body. When she looked at Xiaohua again, she saw that he was no longer as vigorous as before. The falling rocks in the sky had also become sparse. However, the brown bears in front of Xiaohua and Fairy Xiang Feng were still endless. They could not kill them all. Xiang Tian, this concubine will follow you. You will not be lonely in the underworld. Fairy Xiang Feng muttered in her heart. Her body also slowed down. Damn it! Seeing Fairy Xiang Feng land, Xiaohua also stopped. He shouted, Daoist Yun Meng, hold on for a while longer. I'm afraid this old man cannot hold on anymore. Fairy Xiang Feng smiled sadly. This old man, although I was prepared and thought of the ending, this old man never thought of the process. Ending? Process? Xiaohua was startled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the brown bears that filled his vision, then turned back to look at the sky from before. He said confidently, Daoist Elmar, please wait a moment. I understand. Spiritual Master Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng was slightly surprised. She raised her head and saw several huge rocks exploding in midair. Each of the huge rocks formed a huge whirlpool. These whirlpools quickly gathered at one spot and finally formed a whirlpool that was dozens of feet in size. This whirlpool spun rapidly and gradually expanded. As it expanded, the suction force increased as well. Woo! At first, the brown bears didn't care at all and pounced on Xiaohua and the others. But before they could get close, the vortex sucked them in. When the suction force was enough, the brown bears flew up from the ground and landed in the vortex. Not only that, as the brown bears landed in the vortex expanded again and pounced on the ground. See. Fairy Xiang Feng saw this and immediately understood Xiaohua's intention. This was an unimaginable idea. Since spiritual will could condense into anything, then the brown bears were naturally condensed by something similar to spiritual will. Xiaohua used his spiritual will to condense into a vortex and used his unimaginable spiritual will to push the vortex to suck the brown bears into the vortex. Then, not only could he kill the brown bears, after the brown bears were killed, their spiritual will would fuse into the vortex and increase the suction force of the vortex. This way, the vortex would be pushed one after another. Naturally, it was much more effective than the falling rocks and spears. Go! Xiaohua shouted. His face was as pale as paper. However, the huge vortex had already escaped from Xiaohua's control and slowly flew into the distance. As the vortex flew, more and more brown bears were sucked in. Boom! Xiaohua's body fell to the ground. He groaned in extreme exhaustion and said, Daoist Elmar, this Xiao's Naiwan palace no longer has a trace of spiritual will. Let's rest for a while. Let's wait for this space to collapse. Rest is a must. Fairy Xiang Feng clenched her teeth. She stood up not far away and walked to Xiaohua's side. She took out a few qi-long fang from her waist. This fang was blood red and almost transparent. At the tip of the fang, there was a trace of black. Furthermore, Daoist Xiao does not need to worry about resting anymore. Daoist Elmar. What is the meaning of this? Xiaohua lay on the ground weakly. Seeing Fairy Xiang Feng walking over with her fang, he asked curiously. Ha! Fairy Xiang Feng saw Xiaohua's confusion and laughed, what meaning can this concubine have? This concubine is only here to take the life of another. You. Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly tried to crawl up from the ground. Unfortunately, after struggling for a while, he could only barely sit up. He looked at Fairy Xiang Feng and said, You are not Elmar. Of course this concubine is not Elmar. Fairy Xiang Feng laughed sharply, this concubine is Fairy Xiang Feng. You personally killed that Reverend Xiang Tian's dual cultivation partner. How is this possible? Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xiang Feng and said in shock, You are clearly a male cultivator. Before I reached the yuanying stage, I was naturally a male cultivator. Fairy Xiang Feng smiled sinisterly, but after reaching the yuanying stage, I became a female. I understand. Xiao Hua had already calmed down. He nodded and said, "This Xiao has heard about your matter. At that time, this Xiao also sympathized with you." Sympathize? Is there any use in sympathizing? Fairy Xiang Feng's face showed loneliness. Sympathy can only be cheered by the weak. When I reached the late yuanying stage, there was no sympathy in this world. Forget it. Since you want to take revenge for Reverend Xiang Tian. This Xiao also has nothing to say. However, this Xiao has already told you the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Although you love Reverend Xiang Tian, your love is already a burden. It is this love that led Reverend Xiang Tian to his death. Perhaps this Xiao will let him off in this Jade Pavilion gathering. However, there will be a day when he will die from his arrogance. No matter what, whoever killed Xiang Tian, I will kill that person." Fairy Xiang Feng said coldly, "I do not care who is right or wrong." Xiao Hua stared at Fairy Xiang Feng and asked, "Even if it is your life savior?" "That's right." Fairy Xiang Feng replied without hesitation, "Reverend Xiao has saved me many times. I have long remembered it in my heart. Previously, I also had many opportunities to kill Reverend Xiao Hua, but I was hesitating. Because this space is truly dangerous. No one can guarantee that they will be able to leave alive. If Reverend Xiang Tian and I were to die here, I naturally would not kill anyone. Unfortunately, Reverend Zhao's methods are heaven-defying. Such a difficult problem was easily solved by you. I have no choice but to take action. However, Reverend Xiao, please do not worry. I will not live alone. As long as Reverend Xiao dies in my hands, I will immediately commit suicide to repay Reverend Xiao for saving my life. Just based on the fong in your hand?" Xiao Hua said coldly, "Do you think that it can pierce through this Xiao's diamond body?" "Reverend Xiao, I am afraid that you do not know what I am holding in my hand." Fairy Xiang Feng said coldly, "This is a venomous dragon fong. Not only is it incomparably sharp, it is also extremely poisonous. Even if you have cultivated some diamond body, you will not be able to block this fong. The venomous dragon fong might not be able to pierce you to death, but the poison is enough to kill you." See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Fear appeared on his pale face. However, after a moment, Xiao Hua sighed, "Forget it. This Xiao is indeed too kind. Although your background is somewhat strange, this Xiao did not look into it. This entire time, I have been taking care of you, protecting you to this place. Since you insist on taking this Xiao's life, this Xiao does not even have the strength to truss a chicken. I can only let you do as you wish. Come, as long as you do not let down your conscience, then do it." Conscience? Is there still a conscience in this world? Fairy Xiang Feng was somewhat agitated. "When I was being bullied by those filthy people, where did their conscience go? Where are those people with a conscience? The suffering that I went through, who would know? Whenever this concubine is mentioned, who would think of the suffering that this concubine went through? They only think of filthy people, they only know how to say that my methods are ruthless. Even, there were cultivators who came to bully me after I formed my nascent soul. They keep saying that they look up to me. Where did their conscience go? Although Xiangtian is somewhat arrogant, he always protects me and gives in to me in everything. He never mentions anything that makes me unhappy. In my eyes, he is the one with the most conscience. Just for this so-called conscience, you go against your conscience to kill this Xiao." Xiao Hua said coldly, "What is the difference between you and those people who humiliated you? There is no point in saying more, Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiang Feng raised the venomous dragon fong and said indifferently, "If not for the fact that you are my savior, I would definitely not say so much to you. I would definitely not let you know the truth. As she spoke, the venomous dragon Fong descended like lightning. However, before it even landed halfway, Fairy Xiang Feng's hands began to tremble. Her entire body began to tremble and tears began to flow from her eyes. Who knows how many years she had persevered, but at this moment, she finally collapsed. Fairy Xiang Feng raised her hand and shouted towards the sky, "Xiangtian, you are forcing this concubine. Although this concubine has always doted on you and this concubine has never allowed you to do anything outrageous, how much have you done behind this concubine's back? Do you think this concubine does not know? This concubine has always been lucky and felt that perhaps no one would dare to touch you. However, this concubine knows that if you continue to act like this, something will happen sooner or later. Xiangtian, Xiangtian, it is not that this concubine does not want to take revenge for you. However, if this concubine kills Daoist Xiao, this concubine is no better than a pig or a dog. What is the difference between this concubine and those animals? Xiangtian, wait for this concubine will follow you." As she spoke, Fairy Xiang Feng raised the venomous dragon Fong and descended towards her snow-white neck. Chapter 3748. However, the moment the venomous dragon tooth was about to land, a powerful force grabbed Fairy Xiang Feng's hand. Who? Fairy Xiang Feng turned pale with fright and looked around. There is no one else in this space. Xiao Hua stood up with a smile on his face and said with a smile. Fairy Xiang Feng looked like she saw a ghost and said in shock, You, don't ask me if I'm fine. Xiao Hua shrugged, this Xiao is naturally fine. How can you be fine? Even if it's a 7th grade spirit sense, it would be unavoidable for it to dry up here, right? Fairy Xiang Feng was shocked. Then, she exclaimed, could it be that you already knew that I am Fairy Xiang Feng? Hee, spirit sense, let's not talk about it. That's this Xiao's secret, I can't tell my enemies. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but speaking of your reason, this Xiao was already vigilant and was basically certain. How did you know? Since you were suspicious and even certain, why did you save me? Fairy Xiang Feng was confused. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, firstly, when Fairy was breaking the seal in the cave, you didn't use your natal magic artifact at the start. Presumably, you were trying to hide something. Fairy Xiang Feng clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. You let Di Quan lead the way and hide yourself. You thought that nobody would know, but Di Quan's occasional questions were all directed at Fairy. Doesn't that mean you're the mastermind? Especially, when choosing the passage, Di Quan and the rest rushed to choose others. Obviously, they wanted to leave this Xiao last and be separated with you. Isn't that a flaw? Because they knew you wanted to kill this Xiao and they knew they weren't my match. Since you knew you weren't my match and still wanted to kill this Xiao, then if you're not Fairy Xiang Feng, who are you? Also, even though Fairy changed your appearance and your Yuanying is also a male, the fragrance on Fairy's body is still there. This can't help but make this Xiao suspicious. Fairy Xiang Feng bit her lips and retorted, that's what you thought after the fact. Xiao Hua ignored Fairy Xiang Feng and said, as for why I saved you, it's because, you're different from Fairy Su Ming. Fairy Su Ming is extremely arrogant and wanted to perish together with me when she saw me. As for you, even though your temperament has changed greatly, this is all because of the evil others have done to you. So you chose to fight evil with evil. What's more, once you cultivate to the 4th grade of Essence Force, others will fear you. You won't be able to experience the kindness of others. This Xiao feels that if you can experience the good in this world, perhaps, the evil in your heart will decrease. Therefore, this Xiao cannot not save you. This Xiao hopes that there will be more good in this world. Fairy Xiang Feng's tears flowed down as if no one had ever said such words to her in her life. With evil in one's heart, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one's heart won't be calm, and one's foundation won't be firm. Only with kindness in one's heart can one have a clear path between heaven and earth. Xiaohua continued, back then, I met a fish called Little Cabbage. Xiaohua narrated the story of Little Cabbage, causing Fairy Xiangfeng's face to be filled with tears and grief. Finally, Xiaohua smiled and said, and you, did not disappoint this Xiao. There's a saying in Buddhism that one can become a Buddha by letting go of the butcher's knife. Fairy is that fearless Buddha, a Buddha that has cut off the evil in your heart, a Buddha that has cut off everything from your past. I believe that with today's kindness and resolution, as well as the comprehension in the maze array, Fairy's future will be immeasurable. This concubine understands. Fairy Xiangfeng stopped crying and said with a choked voice, many thanks Taoist for your explanation. Even though this concubine cannot let go of the hatred in my heart, this concubine will try to think of Taoist's kindness in the future and treat people with kindness. Good, if Fairy understands, this Xiao will let you go. Xiaohua nodded, but, if you let go of the venomous dragon tooth, this Xiao will take it away to prevent any more evil thoughts in your heart. And, this concubine understands. Fairy Xiangfeng let go of the venomous dragon tooth and Xiaohua also retracted his Buddha sense. As soon as Xiaohua retracted his Buddha sense, Fairy Xiangfeng immediately collapsed to the ground. Her state of mind changed so drastically in such a short period of time, it was really hard for her to accept. Without arcane energy, she was no different from an ordinary female cultivator. Gotcha. At this time, a crisp cracking sound came from the distance, and cracks filled the sky in an instant. It was Xiaohua who had used the space to condense the vortex, and used the space's divine sense to break the space's restriction. Following the space's rupture, divine sense attacks that were 100 times more powerful than the soul stab swept across the sky, as if the space was struggling on its deathbed. Ah! How could Fairy Xiangfeng withstand these divine sense attacks? She screamed and fainted on the ground. On the other hand, layers of golden light appeared outside Xiaohua's Naiwen palace as the innate divine restriction blocked the attacks. Wang! The moment the space cracked, Xiaohua sensed the heaven and earth yuan qi. He quickly slapped his hand and summoned the Kunlun mirror. While keeping Fairy Xiangfeng into the Kunlun ruins, he also kept the venomous dragon tooth into his spatial dimension. Sigh, poor Fairy Xiangfeng. Xiaohua kept the Kunlun mirror and sighed in his heart. Just as he said, if Fairy Xiangfeng was like Fairy Su Ming and attacked without any care, Xiaohua would not hold back either. However, with Fairy Xiangfeng's probing and Xiaohua's vigilance, Xiaohua gradually recalled the words about Fairy Xiangfeng's background. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. At the same time, a hateful person would also have a pitiful side. Ordinary people with a compassionate heart would sigh at Fairy Xiangfeng's background, not to mention Xiaohua, a cultivator with a compassionate heart of a Buddhist sect. Along the way, Xiaohua was both on guard and enlightening her. Now, it seemed that, it was still very effective. Fairy Xiangfeng was able to rein in the horse at the last moment. It could not be said that she had thrown away her burden, but at least, she was not ruthlessly destroyed by Xiaohua. After this lesson, this poor person might have an epiphany. With the gains from the Misty Mountain Maze formation, her cultivation level will also improve. Her life will be exciting again. At this moment, the space within the maze formation collapsed and the surroundings were in chaos. The omnipresent waves were more powerful than a forest of blades and spears, wreaking havoc in the entire space. The target of these waves was the Naiwen Palace. If it were not for the innate divine restriction outside Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, he would have been rolling on the ground in pain. If it were a serious injury, his Naiwen Palace would have been torn apart by the waves. This Xiao is really lucky. Xiaohua could sense that the innate divine restriction in his Naiwen Palace was flashing with golden light. Layers upon layers of divine miracles that seemed to be in a deep slumber began to awaken. One after another, ordinary or strange star charts appeared above his Naiwen Palace, revealing their majesty amidst the golden light. Xiaohua could not help but sigh, I wonder where this innate divine restriction came from. It has saved this Zhao's life time and time again. Hornwood dragon, fighting wood vermin, Kuei wood wolf, these are the real innate divine restrictions. How can those sinners of Star Lord Palace represent them? That's right, other than the rabbit in the capital sky star formation and the rooster in the plentiful sun devil devouring immortal formation, there were even more lightning dragons, tigers and leopards appearing in the golden light. The original names of these innate divine restrictions did not matter. No one knew if they existed or not. Since the Immortal Palace or the Tao sect gave these rather interesting names based on the appearance of these innate divine restrictions, they would be called these names. If the Immortal Palace could use them, so could the Tao sect. With the activation of the innate divine restriction, traces of obscure waves rushed into Xiaohua's space. They either landed on the green-robed Xiaohua's body or in the starry sky of the Tao of Heaven Xiaohua. Xiaohua understood that this was the comprehension of the innate divine restriction. If his 10 avatars could comprehend all of these divine restrictions, his cultivation would definitely improve beyond his wildest dreams. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's avatar rushed into the space. He ignored the green-robed Xiaohua and landed in the starry sky. He cupped his hands and said, "Tao friend Tao of heaven Tao, I greet you." There was no sound or movement in the starry sky. However, Xiaohua knew that Tao of heaven Tao had heard him. He continued, "I know that this innate divine restriction is very abstruse. Ordinary cultivators can't comprehend it. Even if it's the green-robed Tao friend, his main body wouldn't allow him to comprehend the abstruse of the divine restriction. Only Tao friend Tao of heaven Tao, whose main body is the abstruse of the Tao of heaven, is able to comprehend this innate divine restriction naturally. Furthermore, you won't suffer any backlash from the divine restriction. You will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, on behalf of the other Tao friends, I earnestly request Tao friend to comprehend these innate divine restrictions." The entire starry sky suddenly stopped. It was very strange. However, in just a moment, the waves coming from the Naiwan Palace seemed to be grabbed by a big hand and didn't go anywhere else. They were all thrown into the starry sky. It was like a stone thrown into the water. In an instant, the entire starry sky became alive again. At the same time, waves of comprehension rushed towards Xiaohua like a mountain flood and a tsunami. Xiaohua hurriedly cut off these comprehensions. He smiled bitterly and said, "Tao friend Tao of heaven Tao, I'll leave these comprehensions with you first. When I have the time, I'll slowly absorb them. Although you and I have the same comprehension, this huge amount of comprehension is enough to make I explode." Following Xiaohua's voice, the huge amount of waves instantly disappeared and turned into a trickle. "Many thanks, Tao friend." Xiaohua cupped his hands and came out of the space. However, just as Xiaohua's consciousness came out, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because when Xiaohua entered this spiritual sense space, he was inside the passage of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Although this passage was tall and spacious, it was still limited. If the spiritual sense space collapsed, the passage would inevitably be revealed. Now, the spiritual sense attack in the entire space had already disappeared. The feeling of light had already weakened. The passage from before still hadn't revealed itself. In particular, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense. Although his Buddhist sense couldn't be compared to his spiritual sense, it still couldn't find the end of the space. Chapter 3749. This is. Xiaohua, who had already grasped the pearl of wisdom, began to wonder. He couldn't imagine what kind of difficulties there would be after the test of the divine sense space. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense to explore his surroundings, suddenly, from the four corners of the space, 4 pillars of Aoran Qi soared into the sky and wrapped around Xiaohua. The 4 pillars of boundless Qi fell from the sky and condensed into 4 strange shapes. They looked like beasts, but also like something else. They couldn't be identified. Once these four boundless chi forms were formed, a kind of aura that could suppress everything was emitted from them. It quickly filled the entire space. What was special was that these four similar auras were mixed together like water and milk. They surged and rushed towards Xiaohua. Not only that, when the auras sealed the space, thousands of inscriptions gushed out from the four Aoran chi forms, condensing into sentences and articles one by one, and finally forming a book that covered the entire space. How can this be? Is it possible that they want to test the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator now? Xiaohua was completely puzzled, somewhat at a loss. Who? Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes widened, and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. He switched his Buddhist sense to soul sense and looked below one of the Aoran chi forms. Following Xiaohua's stern shout, a Confucian cultivator wearing a brocade robe came out from the Aoran chi pillars, but this Confucian cultivator was in a very sorry state. Not only was his hair abnormally messy, but his brocade robe was also torn to pieces. At this time, the Confucian cultivator was holding a square-shaped imperial tool in his hand. Clouds lingered inside, and wisps of Aoran chi formed from the void and fell on it. As soon as the Confucian cultivator stepped into the air, he immediately looked at Xiaohua in surprise. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly, and he asked curiously, "Huh? Your divine sense hasn't been exhausted yet. How did you find this old man?" Xiaohua didn't answer the Confucian cultivator's question. He looked at the imperial tool in the Confucian cultivator's hand, then narrowed his eyes and looked at the Aoran chi that had already merged together in the air. At this time, how could he not know that this was the Confucian cultivator's origin array? How could he not know that he had fallen into the Confucian cultivator's trap? However, he was very puzzled. Where did this Confucian cultivator come from? How did this Confucian cultivator follow him? How did this Confucian cultivator avoid the spiritual force storm in the spiritual force dimension? Moreover, how did this Confucian cultivator set up such an origin formation in such a short period of time? "Sir, as long as you tell me who you are and why you set up this defensive formation, I will tell you how I discovered you," Xiaohua coldly replied. "Defensive array? Huh, you really are a half-baked Confucian cultivator." The Confucian cultivator laughed and said, "Our Confucian cultivator's array formation is called the origin array, how can it be called the imperial array? The so-called primordial array is also called defensive array is nothing but nonsense. This Xiao's lack of skill is my own problem. I don't need others to lecture me." Xiaohua stared at the Confucian cultivator and asked, "I heard that Confucian cultivators are most particular about not changing their names. May I know what your name is?" "Hehe, you are indeed sharp-tongued. It is no wonder that Duanmu Qing lost to you." The Confucian cultivator chuckled and said without hiding anything. Hearing this Confucian cultivator mention Duanmu Qing, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He looked at the Confucian cultivator's thick eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "So you are from the Duanmu family?" "That's right. This old man is Duanmu Yangsheng." The Confucian cultivator ignored Xiaohua's gaze and calmly replied. Seeing this, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Although this Xiao is very respectful to Confucian cultivator families, the Duanmu family has really disappointed this Xiao. The reason for this Xiao's enmity with Duanmu Qing is very simple. For this small matter, your Duanmu family first lent a scroll to help the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar Nation. Now, you even sent your excellency to kill this Xiao from afar. Is this the action of a proper Confucian cultivator family? Moreover, this Xiao remembers that Duanmu Qing is only a scholar. In order to deal with this Xiao, the Duanmu family actually sent out a great grandmaster. Don't you think this is shameful?" Duanmu Yangsheng smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to tidy up the scattered hair on his head. He said, "Fortunately, this old man came. If it was someone else, wouldn't it be like throwing a meat bun to a dog?" As he spoke, Duanmu Yangsheng raised his eyes and looked to the left and said, to be honest, this clan order should not have been accepted by this old man. However, this old man just happened to want to avoid trifling matters within the clan. Therefore, I took the initiative to go to Black Wind Ridge to find you. But what this old man did not expect was that Black Wind Ridge actually had another scenery. With this old man's cultivation, I could not easily enter the formation. This old man already had a premonition in his heart that you were going to give this old man a surprise. When this old man knew that you were going to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering, this old man purposely waited for you along the way. Although this old man did not manage to wait for you, this old man heard of Daoist Master Zhao's great name from the mouths of some nascent soul cultivators. At that time, this old man could not help but have a whole new level of respect for you. How could you be the little Confucian cultivator that Duanmu Qing spoke of, who only had the strength of a second or third grade essence force? You could even assassinate the state teacher of the Bronze Pillar State and even participate in the Yaotai gathering. If you did not have the strength of a fourth grade essence force, this old man's name, Duanmu, would be erased from this old man's name. Moreover, looking at this spiritual sense space, damn it, even this old man's spiritual sense has been messed up. If this old man did not have an imperial equipment passed down from my ancestors, this old man is afraid that before this old man could even see you, I would have been buried here, right? Since that is the case, how confident do you think you are? Xiao Hua looked at this opponent whose strength was second only to Kong Hongwu and asked indifferently. 90%. Duanmu Yangsheng said with great confidence. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you are very conceited. Of course. Duanmu Yangsheng said with a smile, you only have the strength of a fourth grade essence force, while this old man has the strength of a fifth grade intermediate essence force. How can you be this old man's opponent? Moreover, if there is no accident, this spiritual sense space should have been broken by you, right? This old man does not think that, you still have much spiritual sense in your Naiwan palace. Lastly, since you are proficient in the array formation of the passageway, you must have seen that you and I are currently inside an essence formation. This essence formation was set up by this old man at the risk of exhausting my spiritual sense. With this essence formation, this old man can replenish the true chi and spiritual sense that I had previously exhausted. If this old man did not have a kind of warning sign, would definitely say that I am 100% confident. You have calculated very well. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, however, if you used this scheme to bully the weak, even this Xiao would feel ashamed. Duanmu Yangsheng smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, you are wrong. Today, this old man only needs to kill you here. Who would know that this old man came here? Who would know that my Duanmu family had once made a move against you? You have said so much, could it be that you want to wait for this old man to show mercy? Could it be that you want to wait for other cultivators? No, this Xiao only wants to confirm whether or not you deserve to be killed. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said coldly as he looked at Duanmu Yangsheng. Ha ha, Xiao Hua, you are really too arrogant. Duanmu Yangsheng laughed, and at this moment, Xiao Hua's whole body suddenly produced a strange fluctuation. His whole body was like a breeze blowing, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Duanmu Yangsheng's side. He raised his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. Boom! It smashed down with a bang. Puff puff puff. Just as the wishful steel staff fell, dozens of great spirit chi were born in midair. Although the wishful steel staff was like a hot knife through butter, when the wishful steel staff fell on Duanmu Yangsheng's body, his figure had already turned into an afterimage, and Duanmu Yangsheng's figure had already appeared in another place. Spirit refining. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. Duanmu Yangsheng proudly said, yes, this old man has already killed a spirit refining great master. Xiao Hua, you are not this old man's opponent, so obediently surrender. This old man will not take your life, and will only capture you back to the clan. As far as this old man knows, the clan may not punish you too severely. This Xiaohua has seen many sanctimonious hypocrites. If this Xiaohua falls into the hands of you Confucian cultivators, you will not say such things again. Xiaohua said coldly. He knew that the news of his great strength must have been reported to the Duanmu family by Duanmu Qing, and this Duanmu Liangsheng must have been prepared. In this elemental formation, Duanmu Liangsheng almost had the ability to teleport, and Xiaohua could not do anything with the wishful steel staff alone. Just as Xiaohua raised his hand and was about to take out the seal of overturning the sea or the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and came up with a plan in his heart. He waved his hand and a golden light flashed out, striking towards Duanmu Liangsheng's neck. At the same time, Xiaohua slapped his forehead with his hand. Rumble. Numerous pillars of righteous qi that were much thicker than the usual pillars of righteous qi came out from the origin formation. What was special was that there were 4 pillars of righteous qi that were as thick as a thumb that rushed out from the 4 monstrous righteous qi and landed on Xiaohua's body along with the other righteous qi pillars. 1-1. 2 deafening sword cries were produced from Xiaohua's body, and 2 green and red sword lights flew out, flying towards Duanmu Liangsheng's chest. Ah! Xiaohua's soaring dragon shears was extremely fast. Once it was swung out, it immediately landed a few feet away from Duanmu Liangsheng. Duanmu Liangsheng cried out in alarm, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He almost did not even have the chance to activate the elemental formation. Duanmu Liangsheng was still afraid, and raised his hand. A green and bewitching light was produced from his fingers, and a verdant flying sword flashed with a dazzling brilliance and appeared in midair. At the same time, the flying sword in Xiaohua's mouth had turned into a rainbow and once again rushed towards Duanmu Liangsheng's chest. True Qi. Sword Qi. Duanmu Liangsheng was stunned. How do you also have Confucian True Qi? However, Duanmu Liangsheng was only stunned for a moment. He waved the long sword in his hand, and like a peacock spreading its tail, a fan-shaped sword light immediately appeared in midair. Each sword light was composed of tens of thousands of sword splendors, and each sword splendor had crazily rotating inscriptions. Xiaohua's flying sword fell on this sword light, and with a loud boom boom, a series of qi waves rose up, and one by one, the inscriptions were torn apart. The entire sword light was broken by more than half, but the 2 flying sword power was still blocked. Chapter 3750. Duanmu Liangsheng looked at Xiaohua's flying swords in disbelief. He really did not expect that Xiaohua, a half-baked Confucian cultivator, would have such strength. Furthermore, Xiaohua's flying swords were so powerful. However, Duanmu Liangsheng was still in shock. He saw the brilliance of the 2 flying swords converge, and then the awe-inspiring qi within 100 feet seemed to be boiling and surging toward the green sword light. Buzz buzz buzz. The violent sword hum once again resounded through the sky. A green flying sword of several hundred feet in size appeared out of thin air. As Xiaohua's hands formed a sword seal, it carried a seemingly endless power as it slashed toward Duanmu Liangsheng. Under the sword light, an area of several hundred feet was shrouded. An indescribable feeling of palpitations rose from the bottom of Duanmu Liangsheng's heart, causing him to involuntarily stagnate. It was also during this stagnation that the huge sword light landed on the sword brilliance that had yet to be completely destroyed. The seemingly sharp sword brilliance was torn apart with a slash sound, and on Duanmu Liangsheng's forehead, a rarely seen layer of goosebumps appeared. The reason why Duanmu Liangsheng laid down the primary formation was not only because of the excessive consumption of his divine sense, but also because he had used some secret techniques when contending with the divine sense space. He had no choice but to rely on the awe-inspiring qi of the primary formation. In particular, in his plan, within this primary formation, he could rely on his divine sense to transform into nothingness, as well as the means of a Confucian cultivator to move around everywhere. Even when facing Xiao Hua, who was at the upper fourth level of divine sense, he would still be in an invincible position. However, he did not expect that Xiao Hua actually had the strength to transform into a sword and could also use the awe-inspiring qi of the primary formation. Therefore, when faced with the sword light that carried the power of the primary formation, the first thing he thought of was to dodge. Duanmu Yangsheng's figure swayed and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, the green sword light trembled slightly. The space of several hundred feet flashed with fine sword light at the same time. The sword light emitted a piercing sword qi. Although the sword qi and sword light could not be seen by Duanmu Yangsheng, there were so many sword lights that it actually produced a kind of confinement force, dragging his body down. As the sword qi permeated the awe-inspiring qi, the confinement force became stronger and stronger. Damn it! Duanmu Yangsheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is the primary formation that I set up. I'm the one in charge of the primary formation. Why does it feel like I'm a pigeon in a magpie's nest? Boom! Duanmu Yangsheng waved his sleeves and a vast wave of energy surged out from his body. It surged towards the green sword qi and sword beam. However, at this moment, Kang! Another sword hum was heard. After the green sword beam, another red sword beam soared into the sky. It was much sharper and more imposing than the green sword beam from before. It came crashing down on Duanmu Yangsheng. When Duanmu Yangsheng saw the power of these two swords, he was even more surprised. It was far more shocking than when he discovered Xiao Hua's true strength. However, at the same time, he also wanted to test Xiao Hua's strength. He no longer urged the vast wave of energy. Instead, with a wave of his right hand, his right arm suddenly grew longer and thicker. The green flying sword from before once again appeared. As Duanmu Yangsheng urged his genuine qi and waved it out, shua! A startling rainbow flew up even more gracefully than Xiao Hua's flying sword. Not only did it cut Xiao Hua's sword qi into two, it also ruthlessly slashed at the two flying swords. Keng Keng. Seeing his own flying sword's imposing aura, Duanmu Yangsheng narrowed his eyes and used the eye-clearing technique to look at Xiao Hua. To Duanmu Yangsheng's surprise, Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth again and his two hands formed a sword seal. Another two sword beams flew out from his mouth. One of the sword beams was golden and extremely dazzling. The other was a faint green qi and its true luster could not be seen clearly. Once these two sword beams came out, an equally powerful sword aura was generated. They turned into two giant swords and pounced on Duanmu Yangsheng. Before the two flying swords even landed, the green and red flying sword from before chimed in with a sword hum. The sword qi that had been suppressed by the bamboo sword beam suddenly surged. Duanmu Yangsheng raised his eyebrows and was secretly surprised. This Xiao Hua, could it be that he obtained the lost sword technique of legalism? Otherwise, how could he display such an authentic Confucian sword technique? Go! Duanmu Yangsheng was shocked. He activated 20% of his vital qi on the flying sword in his hand. The bamboo sword beam expanded and blocked the aura of the four flying swords. Seeing that the four flying swords were about to collide with Duanmu Yangsheng's flying swords, Duanmu Yangsheng opened his mouth and activated the primary formation with his left hand. Keng Keng. Duanmu Yangsheng heard two familiar sword hum. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he looked up again. To his surprise, Xiao Hua's sword force this time was even more ferocious than the previous two times. Before he could even see the sword light, a monstrous sword force had already rushed toward him. Especially when two streaks of misty green sword light appeared. 6 flying swords, 6 streaks of sword qi had already merged into one. Although the green-red sword light in front had already struck Duanmu Yangsheng's flying sword, the other 4 flying swords behind seemed to have reached him first. They struck at lightning speed at the same time. Ah! Duanmu Yangsheng could not help but exclaim. His body expanded rapidly and wisps of sword chi leaked out. It was as if thousands of tiny flying swords were rushing out of the air. Some pierced into the void, some pierced into Duanmu Yangsheng's Confucian robes, and some pierced into the billowing chi waves, Keng Keng. Just as Duanmu Yangsheng was forced to activate his vital chi to block Xiao Hua's 6 flying swords, the sword intent of the bamboo flying swords decreased. Duanmu Yangsheng heard 2 sword hum in his ears. How is this possible? Duanmu Yangsheng was dumbfounded. Duanmu Qing, did you make a mistake? How can this Xiao Hua be a Tao cultivator? He must be a disciple of the declining legalism, right? This is 8 swords in one breath. Other than legalism disciples, no one else can do this without legalism's secret technique. Furthermore, this Xiao Hua's first 3 flying swords were completely condensed from vital chi. Although the remaining 6 flying swords were not condensed, they no longer had a sword form. Isn't this the legalism's sword intent? Xiao Hua's 6 huge swords were destroyed by Duanmu Yangsheng's flying swords. However, only the sword beams and sword intent were destroyed. The condensed sword chi was only sent flying. When Xiao Hua's last 2 swords were unleashed, the 6 flying swords that were forced back by Duanmu Yangsheng surged with sword intent. 8 sword beams rushed toward Duanmu Yangsheng like a sun. Duanmu Yangsheng was astonished and felt that he was unstoppable. Duanmu Yangsheng did not have time to activate his flying swords. He hastily slapped his forehead. Buzz! 3-colored vital chi spewed out. When the vital chi landed in the air, it immediately merged with the vital chi of the primary array. Then, Duanmu Yangsheng's sub-body rapidly formed. The moment the sub-body appeared, it immediately clenched its fist. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the vital chi suddenly surged. The huge fist smashed toward the 8 sword beams. The fist's momentum was like thunder, causing the entire primary array to rumble. Clang, clang. Just as Duanmu Yangsheng's sub-body was about to win, 2 more sword hums sounded. Duanmu Yangsheng's body trembled. His condensed sub-body almost collapsed. Duanmu Yangsheng could not help but groan in his heart. This Xiao Hua, how many flying swords does he have? No, the sword hums are not right. Ouch! He has turned into a sword. Of course, the 2 sword hums were not the same as the previous one. The first hums were soft, but it was a breath of sword chi that flew out from Xiao Hua's body like a meteor. The second sword hums had the intention of 10,000 swords worshipping their ancestor. It resonated with the first sword hums. Immediately after, within the space of several dozen feet to the left of Xiao Hua, the noble spirit was swept away. Xiao Hua's own body emitted a sword aura. That sword aura was mixed with a soaring sword will and unyielding sword aura. It transformed into a sharp flying sword that charged towards the fist of the second body. Moreover, as Xiao Hua transformed into a sword, the 9 flying swords from before seemed to have transformed into a single flying sword. The strength of that flying sword was more than twice as strong as before. What a genius! Duanmu Yangsheng groaned. He could not help but admire this genius. Xiao Hua's cultivation is only at the upper 4th grade of essence force. To think that he has such attainments in the way of the sword. This is the first time this old man has seen someone like him. Although he is a disciple of the legalism sect and even has the cultivation of Taoism, he was captured by this old man just because of that small matter with Duanmu Qing. Who knows what kind of trouble he will cause? Shouldn't this old man make a decision? However, before Duanmu Yangsheng could make a decision, Xiao Hua's transformed flying sword was already close to him. Good. Seeing such power, Duanmu Yangsheng's heroic spirit was ignited. He had long forgotten about Xiao Hua's astonishing divine strength. He shouted, "This old man wants to see what cultivation you have. If you can withstand 3 punches from this old man will make the decision to let you go. Hearing Duanmu Yangxing's words, Xiao Hua, who had already transformed into a sword, frowned. The killing intent in his heart gradually dissipated. He thought to himself, oh. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Why does this Duanmu Yangxing's words sound more and more like the words of a human? Completely different from Duanmu Qing. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that this person is extremely scheming and wants to tempt me with his words. However, even so, I cannot rashly kill him at this moment. Not to mention the huge price I have to pay to kill him. If I kill him, won't the Duanmu family know about my strength? If I kill him, they will send over cultivators even more powerful than Duanmu Yangxing. Since that is the case, why don't I keep Duanmu Yangxing alive and use him as the cover for myself? Yes, I will do that. I will use this to trick the Duanmu family. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's sword did not stop moving. He coldly said, "What a big talk. Eat my sword first." Seeing that Xiao Hua's sword was unparalleled, Duanmu Yangxing's body waved his hands. His arms surged with a jade-green color. His fists also flashed with a jade-green sword light. Even the upper body of his body had turned into jade-green. Chapter 3751. Boom! The 9 stars soaring sun flying sword pierced right in front of Duanmu Yangxing. A violent sword chi rushed into his body. Duanmu Yangxing's eyes were filled with a kind of fanaticism. His entire body shook violently like a roly-poly toy. Immediately after, there was a loud roar. Xiao Hua's sword body fell, woo! Duanmu Yangxing's huge body fell several dozen feet. At the same time, Duanmu Yangxing let out an angry roar, break. His sword-like arms blossomed with an extremely resplendent light. Duanmu Yangxing had actually used 70% of his qi to strike Xiao Hua's sword. Hiss. Although Duanmu Yangxing's body was trembling and had fallen several hundred feet, he was still standing majestically. When he looked at Xiao Hua's sword form, he was sent flying with a loud bang. However, Xiao Hua's body was still in the form of a flying sword without any changes. Seeing this, Duanmu Yangxing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, just at this time, Xiao Hua's figure that was sent flying by the sword suddenly flashed with the color of lightning. Rumble! Several thunderbolts were produced from the sword. Immediately after, the 9 stars soaring sun flying swords were also attracted by these thunderbolts. One after the other, one after the other, one after the other. By the time Duanmu Yangxing noticed, Xiao Hua's sword body in the 9 flying swords had already turned into a shadow in the sky. Oh, not good. Seeing Xiao Hua escape from his sight in an instant, Duanmu Yangxing was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, this little guy actually wanted to escape from the beginning. It turns out that he did not intend to fight with this old man. Duanmu Yangxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly waved his body and several streams of Aoran Qi rushed into the void like pearls. The moment the Aoran Qi disappeared, the entire primary array shook violently. The 4 strange Aoran Qi figures at the 4 corners of the primary array let out a series of chanting sounds. One after another, Aoran Qi pillars rushed out from the figures and shot towards the place where Xiao Hua had disappeared to. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he turned into a sword and pierced into a corner of the origin formation with the sharpness of the 9 stars transit of the sun. However, the space was extremely distorted and countless inscriptions overflowed from the distorted space, flashing crazily. There was even a Haoran Qi pillar that landed on the distorted space, trying to repair the torn gap. Open. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His entire figure slightly separated from the sword and immediately took out the Kunlun mirror. Where his transcendence energy was activated, a beam of light rushed to the place where the space was torn apart. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out. The entire primordial formation was torn apart by a crack of several feet. Go! Xiaohua didn't stop at all. His transformed sword once again activated the lightning escape. Together with his flying sword, he pierced through the gap and disappeared. Boom! The moment Xiaohua disappeared, a big hand reached out in a flash. Unfortunately, it only caught a few streaks of lightning in the hand and did not even touch the flying sword body. Damn it! Duanmu Yangsheng's sub-body had teleported to the crack. He looked at the spot where Xiaohua had disappeared and the crack was rapidly shrinking. He could not help but curse. The huge sub-body opened its mouth and a tricolored brilliance landed on the four objects. Boom! The entire space was shaking. The pillar of great chi, along with some colorful clouds, quickly fell into the objects. The primary formation was retracted and the true appearance of the maze was revealed. This was a rather large space. There were many waves of dermic power in the surroundings. Under the waves of dermic power, there were many forks in the space. In one of the forks, there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Damn it, you dare to play this trick with me. Fine, I'll play with you. I don't believe that I can't capture you. Duanmu Yangsheng was flustered and exasperated. In his heart, on one hand, Xiaohua might be a junior. He wanted to give him face and let Xiaohua go, but Xiaohua did not appreciate it and escaped when he was caught off guard. On the other hand, Xiaohua was only a 4th grade elemental energy cultivator while he was a 5th grade elemental energy cultivator. He had already lost face by dealing with Xiaohua. Now that he let Xiaohua escape, he really did not know how to explain it. Perhaps Duanmu Yangsheng's current mood was turning into anger out of humiliation. However, Duanmu Yangsheng did not expect that the real ending was not what he had imagined. It was his words just now, those words that came from the bottom of his heart, that really saved his life. Not only did Duanmu Yangsheng's pressure not redeem his face, but it also pushed him into the abyss of death. Xiaohua's thunder escape was indeed fast, but the sound it made was also loud. Although there were many forks in the maze, Duanmu Yangsheng could easily chase after Xiaohua. Moreover, because there were so many forks, the speed of the thunder escape was gradually limited. When Xiaohua realized that he had changed to the wind escape, this wind escape was obviously not as fast as the thunder escape. Moreover, Duanmu Yangsheng was also proficient in flying. Although he was unable to catch up with Xiaohua, he was still unable to shake him off. After flying for an hour, Duanmu Yangsheng suddenly realized that Xiaohua had lost his way. Xiaohua had already flown through the same forks more than once. The characteristics of these forks were very obvious. Duanmu Yangsheng only needed to take a glance to distinguish them. Moreover, Xiaohua had actually rushed through them several times. Seeing this, Duanmu Yangsheng's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. He secretly laid down an origin formation at the side of several forks where Xiaohua would easily appear. Although he could only lay down a part of them each time, he could not stop Xiaohua from flying so many times. Duanmu Yangsheng was so successful that even he himself did not dare to believe it. However, when he saw Xiaohua once again rush through a simple origin formation that he had laid down, Duanmu Yangsheng opened his mouth and a mouthful of true energy fell into the void. Boom! A layer of clouds similar to the twilight emerged from the forks. Waves of awe-inspiring chi mixed with inscriptions blocked Xiaohua's path. Why is there an origin formation in the cloudy mountain maze? When Xiaohua saw the origin formation appear, he was first shocked. When he realized that the awe-inspiring chi in the void came from behind him, he was even more shocked. This old thing, how could he lay down an origin formation in front of me? Just as this thought appeared, Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror appeared again. Boom! Wherever the Kunlun mirror's light beam passed, layers of inscriptions melted. The origin formation that Duanmu Yangsheng had painstakingly laid down earlier was unable to stop Xiaohua. Now, how could a simple defensive formation that was hastily laid down be a match for the Kunlun mirror? Xiao Hua's figure rushed through the origin formation. His eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fire talismans immediately flew to the surroundings of the secret passage. Then, Xiao Hua laid down another restriction in the secret passage and rushed into the distance again. This little guy's cultivation is ordinary, but his ability to escape is extraordinary. Seeing this broken origin formation, although Duanmu Yangsheng didn't think that a simple origin formation would be able to trap Xiao Hua, he merely wanted to use the origin formation to delay for a while. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. However, he didn't remove the origin formation because he knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Hua would return to this place soon. Unfortunately, just as he rushed through the origin formation, he felt an obscure transcendence energy appear. Duanmu Yangsheng was slightly startled. He knew that he had touched some kind of restriction. He hurriedly urged his figure to retreat. Rumble. Xiao Hua's most adept fire talisman star formation had already rushed towards Duanmu Yangsheng. Duanmu Yangsheng waved his hand, and a tsunami-like awe-inspiring qi immediately wrapped around these exploding fire talismans. However, not only was this exploding energy powerful, it was also tricky. It was almost all-pervasive. As long as Duanmu Yangsheng's defense was the slightest bit weak, that energy would immediately drill into it. In particular, this secret passage had the restriction of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. When that wave of qi rushed into the restriction still had the power to counterattack. It was as if Duanmu Yangsheng had touched the restriction of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. For a moment, Duanmu Yangsheng was in a very sorry state. Even his Confucian attire was somewhat tattered. When he flew out from the smoke with his face covered in dust, Xiao Hua had already fled far away. Xiao Hua. Duanmu Yangsheng let out a long shout. The clouds under his feet actually gave birth to sword light. If this old man doesn't capture you today, this old man's surname isn't Duanmu. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Hua hear him? Just as Xiao Hua heard the faint sound of an explosion, a bright light flashed in his mind. He instantly understood how Duanmu Yangsheng had laid down the origin formation. Seeing that another fork in the road had appeared, he was just about to rush into one of them. Then, he immediately stopped, picked the one at the edge, and flew in. Furthermore, in order to create a diversion, Xiao Hua had even specially used the Devil Realm's concealment technique. It's just that Xiao Hua's hundreds of plans, after he had flown for the time it took to eat a meal, his figure had just turned out from a secret passage, and before he could recognize the other forks, he saw layer after layer of inscriptions covering the sky and covering the earth like grasshoppers, all of a sudden enveloping Xiao Hua within. As Xiao Hua's figure was blocked, layers of vast qi waves rushed out from the rock walls, drowning Xiao Hua. A kind of vast power tightly shackled Xiao Hua. Duanmu Yangsheng. Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly, "This Xiao only feels that you are a straightforward person, different from Duanmu Qing's narrow-mindedness. This is why this Xiao doesn't want to meet you in a life-and-death battle. Since you are forcing me step by step, this Xiao will make you fearful at every step. Today, you will die here." As he spoke, the top of Xiao Hua's head spouted out a tricolored cloud. An abundant power pushed away the vast qi that was binding Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's figure flashed with a dark golden brilliance, and his transcendence golden body was displayed. Wu. Just as Xiao Hua's tricolored true qi rushed out, the entire origin formation emitted a strange sound. All the noble qi crazily trembled, and along with the trembling, a very small wind sound was born. Soon after, layers upon layers of noble qi began to rotate, and a huge rotating passage was born in front of Xiao Hua. This passage was perfectly straight, and it seemed to lead to the inside of the rock walls. It also seemed to be the end of the secret passage. No, this isn't Duanmu Old Ghost's origin formation. Doubts arose in Xiao Hua's heart, but he didn't have time to think too much. The revolving passage had a force that he couldn't resist pushing him forward. Moreover, in the distance, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. Chapter 3752. Xiao Hua wanted to activate the lightning escape technique, but unfortunately, he couldn't activate the magic power in his meridians. His nascent soul was also imprisoned in his lower dantian. Only the true qi in his middle dantian was abnormally lively. This is really an origin array. Xiao Hua understood. However, this wasn't set up by Duanmu Yangsheng. It should be the origin array set up by Senior Tsang Langzi. Thinking that this was an origin array set up by Tsang Langzi and the bone tempering technique he obtained from the stone wall, Xiao Hua couldn't help but look forward to the familiar feeling in the distance. In his heart, he secretly pondered what this familiar feeling was. Xiao Hua thought of many possibilities, but when he arrived at this misty space and saw countless dark green clouds condensed into mountains, trees, beasts, and city walls, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the middle of the clouds, he saw a turtle shell that looked like the noon sun embedded in it. The turtle shell emitted a dark green color, and a vigorous aura filled the entire space. All the creatures condensed from clouds and mist seemed to be worshipping this brilliance. Turtle shell. Heaven's heart. Xiao Hua groaned and couldn't help but open his mouth. This turtle shell was actually hidden here. Looking at the brilliance and clouds, there must be a heaven's heart inside. Senior Tsang Langzi's divine ability is so great, he actually hid the heaven's heart of a Confucian cultivator in this misty mountain maze formation. No wonder Confucian cultivators couldn't find the heaven's heart in the hidden immortal continent. Even Xin, a disciple of a Confucian family, only had half a heaven's heart. No wonder the misty mountain maze formation's protection is so tight. If it wasn't for this maze formation, how could it protect the heaven's heart for thousands of years? If I didn't first activate the true qi in my chest and conceal the heaven's heart's aura, I'm afraid this origin array might not have brought me here. With a thought, Xiao Hua slapped the top of his head, and the tricolored heart of heaven rushed out of his dantian along with his Jin Qi. The tricolored brilliance fell on the spatial clouds, and with the dark green color, it actually became a multicolored brilliance. Even though the Wanxiang in this space was condensed from clouds, it looked extremely similar to an ordinary object. When he looked at the tricolor heaven's heart again, it was attracted by the aura of the tortoise shell. It turned into a stream and landed near the tortoise shell, surrounding it. Fellow Taoist. Quickly let me out. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua's voice trembled slightly, and he said anxiously, I seem to have understood a little. That's right, this really is the essence of Confucian cultivation. Xiao Hua was also overjoyed. He hurriedly patted his chest with his hand. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua charged into the space with his sword light. His tricolored body immediately produced a powerful suction force. Wind swirled and clouds surged. The objects formed by the surrounding clouds were all shattered and then rushed into Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body. Swish swish swish. There was a soft sound like falling leaves. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body couldn't help but swell. When Xiao Hua grew to 100 meters tall, he opened his mouth and a stream of qi fell on the tortoise shell and the tricolor heaven's heart. For rays of light rushed into them. The light around Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body flashed rapidly. His body slowly shrank until it was the same size as Xiao Hua. If it weren't for some differences in skin that were difficult to distinguish, this Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua would be almost exactly the same as Xiao Hua. Although Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua shrank, he didn't open his eyes. The aura of the tortoise shell didn't disappear because it entered Xiao Hua's body. Instead, because of the tricolor heaven's heart, this aura became even denser and gradually filled the entire space. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiao Hua very untimely chanted the name of Buddha, and his body slowly retreated to the side. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua replaced Xiao Hua. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua didn't have the appearance of standing out like before. He also didn't have the sword qi that could pierce the sky. All of the sword shapes had disappeared, and only a scholarly robe that seemed to be condensed from the pages of a book was on his body. Although there were still armor inscriptions flashing in his eyes, the inscriptions had a kind of upright and plain-spoken aura that was far stronger than that of an ordinary scholarly cultivator. A slender sword was casually hanging from Xiao Hua's waist. There was a scabbard on the sword, and the scabbard was still in the shape of a scroll. Faintly, an incomparably sharp sword qi would seep out from the gaps between the scabbard. The 8 flying swords that formed Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua had all condensed into one. The originally very obvious heart-shaped sword intent was now also hidden in Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body. The sharp edge was no longer suitable for the mediocre Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, and could no longer show the mature Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua raised his hands, and his scholarly robe fluttered in the wind. The clouds and mist in the entire space seemed to spread through the entire space with Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's perception, and the clouds and mist in the entire space began to slowly change under Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's perception. At first, the transformation was extremely slow, as if it was stagnant. The entire space was deathly still. After an unknown period of time, perhaps a gust of wind blew, and a grass seed moved. This grass seed broke out of the ground and grew into a blade of grass. Then, thousands upon thousands of grass seeds moved, and thousands upon thousands of blades of grass grew out of the ground. A blade of grass, a tree, a mountain, a city, a chicken, a dog, a cow, a person, a speck of dust, a ray of light, a star, a world. There were more and more things in the entire space, and the changes became faster and faster. In the end, all things turned into flowing lights that flashed around Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. After an unknown amount of time, all the flowing lights suddenly stopped. Then, with a boom, a burst of silent rumbling sounds, and the entire space was fragmented and destroyed. All things turned into a rotating cloud and mist. This rotating cloud and mist drew a strange arc in the air and fell on top of Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's head. Although Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua still hadn't opened his eyes, the cloud and mist fell down and merged into Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body without any resistance. The cloud and mist was like the finishing touch. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body gradually emitted a multicolored light from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. When an indescribable liveliness and vitality appeared in Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's eyes, a scroll slowly unfolded in a certain place in the space, and spread to Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's feet. Congratulations, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua flew to Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's expression and cupped his hands with a smile. A solemn expression appeared on Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's face. He returned the greeting and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." However, it seems that fellow immortal still hasn't completely grasped the true essence of Confucian cultivation. There are still many questions that you don't understand. Xiao Hua's tone changed as he asked. Fellow immortal. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's face vividly showed bitterness. This is the true essence of cultivation that countless Confucian cultivators diligently seek. You and I came from a Taoist sect. Now that we have the fortune of being able to peek into the mysteries of heaven, what are you still not satisfied with? Right now, you and I have 4 of the 5 heavenly hearts. When we find the last heavenly heart, you and I will be able to gather the 5 energies and truly understand the secret of Confucian cultivation. Even if we gather all 5 heavenly hearts, I fear that it will still be difficult to find the true secret. Xiao Hua shook his head. If it was only the gathering of the 5 heavenly hearts, how could the 5 heavenly hearts fall apart? Wouldn't Confucian cultivators do everything possible to protect these 5 heavenly hearts? Who knows? Let's wait until we find the last heavenly heart. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the scroll at his feet and said with a smile. We should leave this ancient maze as soon as possible. If Confucian cultivators find out that the heavenly heart is inside the misty mountain maze, I fear that the immortal palace will send immortal soldiers and immortal generals to tear this misty mountain maze apart from the inside out. Alright, fellow immortal, please return to your position. Xiao Hua patted the top of his head. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's figure turned into three-colored true energy and disappeared inside. Immediately after, Xiao Hua took the soaring dragon shears inside his Taoist robe and stepped on the scroll. His whole body followed the rotation of the scroll and flew forward. At this moment, Xiao Hua was really looking forward to it. The two maze formations gave him endless benefits. He couldn't imagine what kind of treasures he would be able to obtain in Song Langzi's immortal cave. Moreover, he finally understood why Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran were willing to risk their lives to break into this great formation. Because the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This trip to Song Langzi's immortal cave was more rewarding than all of Xiao Hua's adventures. However, Xiao Hua, who had been blinded by happiness, still thought too simply. Of course, in this immortal cave of Senior Dujia, everything was a treasure for the cultivators of the Dao sect, and they were rarely seen. But in fact, how could things that were suitable for cultivation and use be so easy to obtain? For example, the few things that Xiao Hua had obtained. The bone tempering technique of the dragon clan, the turtle shell that hid the heavenly heart, the spiritual intelligence that was used to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, the escape technique of the 5 elements, and the pill concoction method. Which of these 4 things could be used by ordinary cultivators? Cultivating the bone tempering technique of the dragon clan. Not to mention that human cultivators couldn't cultivate it, even if they did, they would end up with their bones broken and their flesh torn apart. As for the turtle shell, even G-Man of Meng Mountain couldn't figure out its secrets. How could ordinary Confucian cultivators and Taoist cultivators find anything strange about it? Compared to the turtle shell, the spiritual intelligence was even rarer. If Xiao Hua didn't have the opportunity to obtain Mo Yuntong from Xian Songzi, and if Xiao Hua didn't have the memories of Huang Yi and the others, how could he have obtained them? If that was the case, it was all thanks to Song Langzi for collecting so many things, and even more thanks to Xiao Hua, who was both a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist cultivator, that he was able to turn these useless things into treasures. In fact, when it came to the real Taoist cultivation technique, Song Langzi's understanding of cultivation, Xiao Hua didn't even touch the edge of it. Suppressing his excited little heart, Xiao Hua flew along with the scroll, and his figure slowly disappeared. However, when Xiao Hua flew out from the stone wall and saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but cry out, Are you kidding me? Why did I return to the original immortal cave? That's right. Once again, what Xiao Hua didn't expect was that although the stone wall he flew out from was not the previous one, the immortal cave he fell into was still the same one. The platform where Xiao Hua took away the jade table was also empty. The jade wave that Xiao Hua took away from the spiritual intelligence was also empty. The entire immortal cave was empty, just like when Xiao Hua left. Chapter 3753. It looks like I've taken the wrong path again. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the cave and landed on the 4 different entrances. He didn't panic, as if it would be strange if he didn't go the wrong way. However, he thought to himself, if I want to find the real cave, I'm afraid I have to choose another entrance. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and sent Fairy Xiang Feng out. Fairy Xiang Feng's face still had a sad expression. She didn't look anywhere else but stared at Xiao Hua as if there was still hatred in her heart. Cough cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice and said with a smile, Fairy Xiang Feng, although this Xiao killed Reverend Xiang Tian, but now I have saved you several times. In terms of gratitude and grudges, you and I are even. Just like what I said in the spirit sense space, you don't have to thank me. I don't expect you to let go of your hatred in such a short time. However, what I want to tell you is that there is a limit to my tolerance. I can tolerate it once, but I can't tolerate it 3 times. If you still can't let it go in the end and want to attack me, then I definitely won't be merciful. If that's the case, why did you save me? Fairy Xiangfeng's expression didn't change as she asked. AI, it's not easy for a person to live. Even ants struggle to live. Fairy has cultivated for thousands of years. Why do you want to die for some things that you can't cross? Xiao Hua knew that Fairy Xiangfeng's impulse to kill herself had passed and she might not kill herself. He sighed and said, the reason why we cultivators are cultivators is to separate ourselves from love and go against the heavens. Fairy's past was because you were too involved in the love of the world. That's why you're in this situation now. Fairy should think about the essence of cultivation and comprehend what you've gained from the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiangfeng sighed softly. Magic power surged around her body, and her figure and face changed slightly. Soon, she returned to her female form. Fairy Xiangfeng raised her eyes and looked around. Shock flashed in her eyes. After a while, she looked at Xiao Hua and said, what Taoist Xiao said makes sense. However, my mind is in a mess right now and I might not be able to listen. This time, I gained a lot from Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave. Not only did I gain some enlightenment, but I also obtained the spirit tool on the jade table. If what you said is true, I might be able to reach the leaving aperture stage if I cultivate in peace. However, it's easier said than done. Since you know how to do it, then do it. It's better than thinking about the past. Xiao Hua could only comfort him. Fairy Xiangfeng sighed and said, sigh, if only there was unruffled water in this world, how great would that be? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about Jai Xingzi and Gusu Churi, he knew that the forgotten emotions water might not be useful. But then, Xiao Hua smiled and said, to be honest, Fairy, this Xiao knows of a place called Heartbreak Mountain. It has the forgotten emotions water that you are thinking of, Is that true? Fairy Xiangfeng's face was filled with disbelief. After Xiao Hua told her the location of Heartbreak Mountain, Fairy Xiangfeng nodded as if there was hope. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Once I leave this place, I will immediately go to Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, his heart at ease. Since the poor Fairy Xiangfeng had a glimmer of hope, even if this glimmer of hope was shattered, who knows how many years later, even if Fairy Xiangfeng were to think about it again, she might not have the will to die now, right? Since she had a goal, Fairy Xiangfeng looked around and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, you are indeed lost. We should have already entered this place before, right? Indeed. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This Xiao knows that I don't have the ability to break the maze, so I let you out and let you decide. Isn't it enough to go to the other 3 passages? There has to be an exit. Fairy Xiangfeng asked with some surprise. You don't need me to remind you of this, do you? Perhaps. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Xiao is not sure myself, so I asked you, and the other disciples to come out and let them decide for themselves. With that, Xiao Hua let Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping out. Everyone saw that they were still in the cave, but the others were gone, and there was an additional nascent soul female cultivator. They were all astonished. Xue Ping and the rest even felt that they had not left the cave. However, they did not dare to ask too much, and went forward to greet Fairy Xiangfeng. Fairy Xiangfeng waved her hand slightly, not paying much attention to them. When Xiao Hua finished explaining the ins and outs of the matter, everyone understood. Xue Ping smiled and said, since that is the case, Senior can choose another passage. We have no objections. It's different. Xiao Hua smiled slightly, and his eyes swept across the stone wall that he had just flown down. Seeing that there was no movement, he knew that Duanmu Liangsheng had not caught up. He said, this Xiao's choice is different from everyone's, so I asked Fairy Xiangfeng, to bring everyone to find their own opportunities. Oh. Taoist Xiao, you mean? Fairy Xiang Feng frowned. You won't choose the passage with us? Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua's gaze turned to the stone wall again, and he smiled bitterly. This Xiao has some difficulties that I cannot say here. Now that time is of the essence, I think you should choose a passage and bring these disciples in. Others might not be able to sense Xiao Hua's uneasiness, but how could Fairy Xiang Feng not see it? She already knew that after she entered the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua would definitely encounter something. She probed, Taoist Xiao, don't you need my help? Do you still have any strength left? Xiao Hua asked back. Sigh, all right. Fairy Xiang Feng was helpless, and similarly looked at the stone wall that Xiao Hua had looked at. She stood up and came to a passage that looked like a water droplet and said, this old one will choose this. If any disciple wishes to follow, then come over. However, this old one cannot guarantee your safety like Taoist Xiao. Why not? Xueping hesitated slightly, and said, we wait here for other seniors and fellow Taoists who have gone the wrong way. It's best not to. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He did not wish to implicate these cultivators because of his grudge with the Duanmu family, and similarly, he did not wish for them to see his fight with the Duanmu family. Yes. Although Xiao Hua's words were tactful, his tone was very certain. Xueping and the rest saw that there was no room for doubt, and did not dare to disobey, and walked behind Fairy Xiang Feng. This old one will leave now. Fairy Xiang Feng nodded toward Xiao Hua, and brought Xueping and the rest into the passage. Seeing that everyone had left, Fu Jiwen respectfully asked, Master, what kind of strong enemy did you encounter? To actually hide like this, and let Fairy Xiang Feng bring fellow Taoist Xueping and the rest into the passage. Damn it! Xiao Hua scratched his head, and cursed, it's our old enemy. Duanmu Qing. Fu Jiwen immediately understood, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He bowed and said, this disciple has made things difficult for Master. There's no need for that. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and said with a smile, since you are this old one's disciple, your matter is naturally this old one's matter. Moreover, that person from the Duanmu family might not be this old one's match, this old one just did not want to bother with him. Oh. Fu Jiwen smiled, since Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, why did you let these disciples leave? If Fairy Xiang Feng was by the side, she would be of help no matter what. Xiao Hua laughed coldly, Fairy Xiang Feng is Yunmengzi. During the Jade Pavilion banquet, I killed her lover, Taoist Xiang Tian. Do you think I can be at ease with her by my side? See. Xiao Hua's words immediately woke Fu Jiwen up. There was no need for Xiao Hua to explain anything else. Fu Jiwen already understood the strangeness of the matter. Thinking of the previous Fairy Su Ming, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There's also Xueping. Xiao Hua's gaze didn't leave the stone wall that he just landed on, and at the same time he was secretly on guard. He said, Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, but Master can't guarantee that nothing will happen to me. The person who is coming is a mid-tier 5th grade Essence Force Grandmaster. If Master were to slip up and get captured, or if some other accident happens, wouldn't Master be holding him back? It's better not to involve others with this kind of karma. SSS. Fu Jiwen sucked in another breath as if he had a toothache. He had already made it clear that he wouldn't bring Xueping and the rest to risk their lives, but when he heard that the person who came was a 5th grade Essence Force, how could he not be surprised? However, you are Master's disciple. Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you have to follow Master through water and tread on fire. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is a disciple's duty. Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. All right, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the soul extermination vital light. He looked at it proudly and said, it's a pity that this treasure has been refined for too short a time and has yet to reach the level of a spiritual tool. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of a 5th grade essence force Confucian cultivator? Then what should I do? Fu Jiwen asked softly. You are a Confucian cultivator. This Duanmu Yangsheng from the Duanmu family seems to be a straightforward person. He doesn't know who you are, so he might not make things difficult for you. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously. If something happens to Master, you can still help Master, right? Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes and gave an extremely sinister laugh. He didn't have anything else, but if the heaven punishment prison crystal came out at the crucial moment, the lightning on it would probably make Duanmu Liangsheng suffer the consequences, right? However, Xiao Hua held the soul extermination vital light and waited for a long time. Not to mention that there was no movement from the stone wall, even the other cultivators did not turn around. Damn it, could it be that that guy also got some dog's hit luck? What kind of opportunity did he encounter? Xiao Hua was a little irritated. Fu Jiwen, who was at the side, was calm and reminded in a low voice, Master, the heaven punishment prison crystal's lightning punishment seems to be coming again. Yes, let's wait a little longer. Xiao Hua waved his hand. His eyes probed the interior of the cave. When his eyes once again landed on the brown bear-like cave entrance, his eyes rotated as he asked, Fu Jiwen, do you still remember the path that we took earlier? Chapter 3754. Yes, this disciple remembers. Fu Jiwen was indeed smart. He understood Xiao Hua's intentions and replied sinisterly, Master, are you planning to follow his escape route? He, if you want to, hurry up. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and withdrew the soul execution yuan light. He shouted, when he returns, naturally, no, even if he returns, he won't wait here. He will definitely find another passage. We will definitely be safe if we take the original passage. But the dangers we encountered on the way. Fu Jiwen probed in a low voice, Master, are you still confident? Master has many methods. Xiao Hua proudly said, you just have to wait and see. Alright, Master, please. Fu Jiwen raised his hand. Although Xiao Hua didn't recognize the way, he had already memorized the dangers of the secret passage. He wasn't afraid of the divine sense space. Not to mention the Jade Blood Core transformation secret technique, his Buddhist awareness and soul awareness were more than enough. Xiao Hua walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the stone wall one last time. There was still no movement. He wanted to set up some traps here, but he was afraid that Zhai Xingzi and the others would encounter them when they returned. He simply didn't think too much about it and walked into the cave with Fu Jiwen with his head held high. However, he had never expected that when Xiao Hua stepped into the cave, he would be stunned in an instant. He had a dumbstruck expression. Even Fu Jiwen, who accompanied Xiao Hua in, had the same expression. Because in front of them wasn't the secret passage they entered before, but rather a rather large cave. This cave was similar to an ordinary cave. It was about 100 zhang in size. There were stone tables and chairs inside, as well as some strange carvings. What was special was that there was a cloud bed at the head of the cave. On top of the cloud bed was a small jade table. Motherfucker. Xiao Hua slapped his own forehead, and said regretfully as if he had been enlightened, Master should have thought of this long ago. How could Master have chosen the wrong path? I have already passed Senior Tsang Lang Zi's test twice. After this cave is naturally the inner cave. Yes, Master is right. Fu Jiwen secretly laughed in his heart. He understood very well that Xiao Hua couldn't possibly think this way. In fact, no one could possibly think this way. Anyone who reached the outer layer of the abode would choose another path to continue searching for the inner layer of the abode. Xiao Hua only came to the inner layer of the abode by accident because he wanted to avoid his enemies. However, he didn't know how many chances there were to enter the inner layer of the abode. If there was only one chance, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren and the others probably wouldn't be able to enter again. Of course, Fu Jiwen also knew that since Zhang Langzi had set up such a trap here, it was highly likely that no one else would be able to enter. It seemed that Xiao Hua had also thought of this. Looking at the smile on Fu Jiwen's face, Xiao Hua couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. Ha ha ha, my disciple, take your time to search. In the future, within this cave, even if other people come, they won't be able to obtain anything. Ha ha ha, master is right. Fu Jiwen also laughed. Senior Zhang Langzi's cave abode is really too dangerous. Since I was able to come here with master, I will definitely get back what we have sacrificed. Rest assured, master. That's master's good disciple. Xiao Hua laughed and released his Buddhist sense. However, what puzzled Xiao Hua was that within the abode, his Buddhist sense was actually imprisoned. My disciple, what about your eye-clearing technique and divine sense technique? Xiao Hua turned around and asked. Fu Jiwen honestly replied, Master, I can't use them. Strange. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and was very puzzled. What does Senior Zhang Langzi mean? Why does he have to imprison his divine sense in his own cave abode? Master, it should be that Senior Zhang Langzi set up the restriction after he left. Fu Jiwen reminded. That's not what I meant. Xiao Hua frowned and said, what I meant was, what does Senior Zhang Langzi want to do? In the secret passage and the outer layer of the abode, it was to test our strength. Does he still need to do it here? It shouldn't be necessary, right? Fu Jiwen looked around and said tentatively, unless Senior Zhang Langzi has another cave abode. It doesn't seem like there's another one. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. There's already a cloud bed here. Oh, where are the two entrances? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a pill room, a herb garden, or a place for refining tools. There shouldn't be another cave abode. At this point, Xiao Hua came back to his senses and patted his head. Look at master, what am I thinking? Go quickly. You go that way and master will go this way. See if there's anything in the cave abode and take it all. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will not leave behind even a single jade eye. Fu Jiwen obediently replied. Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and released his soul consciousness to explore the entire cave abode. Although Zhang Langzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator with endless means, he still couldn't completely seal off his soul consciousness. This cave abode was only 100 feet in size. Xiao Hua's soul consciousness swept through it and saw everything clearly. After Xiao Hua looked around, he felt a little disappointed. The entire cave abode was divided into 3 parts. The outer layer was near the stone wall. There were some jade shelves, but there were few things on them. Not only were there no ink cloud eyes that Xiao Hua expected, there wasn't even a jade bottle. On the other hand, there were 1 or 2 scattered magic tools on Fu Jiwen's side, but they didn't seem to be of excellent quality. The middle part was filled with jade chairs and other things. There were also some jade tables, which seemed to be used to entertain guests. There were also some jade plates and jade plates on them. However, these jade plates and jade plates were empty. Not to mention spirit fruits, there wasn't even a fruit pit. The remaining part was naturally where the cloud bed was. The cloud bed seemed to be a part of the stone wall. From afar, it looked like a protruding part of the stone wall. There was a jade table on top of it, and on top of it was a small jade rui. It seemed to be placed very casually. Seeing this, Xiao Hua suddenly lost interest. He curled his lips and secretly cursed, Senior Zhang Langzi, you're too stingy, aren't you? It wasn't easy for this junior to come here. Why didn't you leave behind any benefits? Could it be that you put all the good things in the cave abode in the maze to test the juniors? Although Xiao Hua complained, he also understood that he had gained a lot through the 2 layers of maze. Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xing Zi, Gusu Qiudi, Gong Shu Isin, and even Fairy Xiang Feng and Duanmu Yangsheng must have gained something. Since everyone had gained something, then the treasures in Tsang Langzi's cave abode were actually enough. It didn't matter whether Tsang Langzi put things in the inner layer of the cave abode or not. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua looked around the entire immortal's cave and had an idea in his heart. He said loudly, "Disciple, don't look around here. Quickly go. There are several magic tools on that jade shelf. Take them and go directly to the entrance." Tsang Langzi put all the things in the cave abode in the maze. Yes, this disciple understands. Fu Jiwen hurriedly nodded and rushed to the jade shelves Xiao Hua pointed at. Xiao Hua didn't pay any attention to the things in the cave abode and went straight to the entrance on the cloud bed. There weren't any restrictions on the entrance. It was just a long passage. Xiao Hua's soul sense didn't find anything special. But when his soul sense came to the passage, Xiao Hua's face was full of excitement. As expected. Xiao Hua quickened his pace. Senior Tsang Langzi didn't put anything in the inner layer of the cave abode. But there are good things in his pill room. Or maybe Senior Tsang Langzi didn't think of these things as good things. Xiao Hua didn't wait until he reached the exit of the passage. He impatiently used his soul sense to scan the pill room. When he entered the pill room, he didn't hesitate to walk to the stone wall of the pill room. He saw that the stone wall was filled with irregular grids. Most of them were empty. Only about 30% of the grids were filled with jade bottles. But when Xiao Hua saw the jade bottles, he was slightly stunned. Because there were some words written randomly on the jade bottles. They were of different sizes. What surprised Xiao Hua was that these words were actually very similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua could almost understand what kind of pills were inside at a glance. It wasn't until now that Xiao Hua realized that the words used in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode were the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly took out the ink bottle he got from the cave abode in front of him and checked it again. Sure enough, the words inside were really similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent's Taoist sect. Xiao Hua was too happy before and didn't notice it. It seems. Xiao Hua put away the ink bottle and thought to himself, the Dawn Rain continent's Taoist sect must have retreated from the hidden immortal continent, no, from the three continents. In other words, the three continents' immortals and Buddhas didn't destroy the Taoist sect. Our Taoist sect just went to another realm. From then on, we were separated from the three continents' Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. Similarly, the Dawn Rain continent's Buddhism annihilation isn't completely correct. It's just that the Taoist sect. That's not right. If our Taoist sect retreated to the Dawn Rain continent's realm, then how do we explain the Buddhist sect's ruins on the Dawn Rain continent? Could it be that the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators chased the Taoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent's realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but gasp. His eyes widened and he almost cried out, could it be, that the Dawn Rain continent was originally a part of the three continents? No, it's one of the four great continents. Xiao Hua was completely stunned. His gaze was fixed on the words on the jade bottles. His mind was spinning rapidly again. That's right, if the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators didn't cross realms to chase the Taoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent, then there was another possibility, the Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons sacred realm were all in the same realm. However, the Dawn Rain continent where the Taoist sect was entrenched was separated from the three continents where the Confucian, Buddhist, and Demon sects were. The place that was separated in the middle was Xiao Hua's Kueha Sea. It was the three great formations that Xiao Hua encountered at the bottom of Kueha Sea, the Great Meru Buddhist Formation, the Five Elements Annihilation Formation, and the Clear Time Demon Formation. Chapter 3755. Thinking of this, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. After all, his current strength was already comparable to the upper fifth grade of essence energy. Moreover, he was currently in the great formation set up by the tribulation-passing cultivator Canglangzi. Although the power of this misty mountain maze formation was extremely great, even if it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it still couldn't compare to the 3 great formations Xiaohua encountered before. That kind of formation was definitely not something that could be done by humans. Moreover, if the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents were not on the same plane, it would be easier for Xiaohua to return to the Dawn Rain continent. However, if the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents were separated by humans, no matter if it was Tao sect cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist disciples, they couldn't find or break these 3 great formations. Moreover, the 3 great formations had already been submerged in the dust of time. With Xiaohua's cultivation, how could he find them again? Therefore, Xiaohua very naturally chose the former possibility. He even consoled himself with a bitter smile. How could there be a cultivator in this world who could set up such a large formation? Not to mention tribulation passing, even a Mahayana cultivator. Speaking of this, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. These words were definitely self-deceiving. Because the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent indeed didn't have cultivators who could set up such a large formation, but what about outside the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent? What about outside this so-called cultivation world? Xiaohua didn't dare to imagine. Heavens! Xiaohua grabbed his hair and said with a bitter smile, I just want to live on the hidden immortal continent and find my home. That's right. After being distressed, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents are on the same plane, then, wouldn't it be more likely that my home is on the hidden immortal continent? That is to say, as long as I find my home, I can also find the way to the Dawn Rain continent. It seems that once this matter is over, I'll hurry back to the Black Cloud Ridge and help the Jiang country's princess establish a country. Then, I'll leave the country's affairs to Xiong Yi and Li Xiang. I'll bring some disciples to find Lu Zhen. Now that he had a clue about his home, Xiaohua's mood was very good. He threw the matter that had nothing to do with him to the back of his mind, and his gaze once again fell on the grid where the jade bottle was placed. There were restrictions on these lattices, but what made Xiaohua happy was that the lattices were simple restrictions in order to protect the jade bottles and the pills inside. Although these restrictions were unfamiliar to Xiaohua, they were nothing in Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua easily broke these restrictions, then he took all the jade bottles and stored them inside the space. Then, Xiaohua took out the ink cloud pupil and placed it on his forehead. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. The words, Vitality Pill, were written on top of the jade bottle. However, his handwriting was very sloppy. It could be seen that Canglangzi wrote it casually. This vitality pill is in Senior Canglangzi's ink cloud pupil. It's a pill used by spirit-severing cultivators to repair their spiritual sense. However, I don't know if the spirit-severing cultivators in Senior Canglangzi's eyes are the same as the ones in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant, but after a moment, Xiaohua felt relieved. This Xiao's spiritual sense has been tempered by the rockfall matrix, and now it has far surpassed the nascent soul stage. It has even surpassed the spirit-severing stage in the Dawn Rain continent. Even if this pill is not suitable, this Xiao has a secret technique to guard against it. This Xiao can use the jade blood pill core to repair my spiritual sense, but it consumes a lot of magic power. It's not suitable. Thinking about this, Xiaohua activated his spiritual sense secret technique and swallowed the vitality pill. Boom! This really made Xiaohua overjoyed. Although this pill had been stored for thousands of years, it did not lose its effect under the restriction. The medicinal power dissolved, and immediately, an indescribable flow rushed into his Naiwan palace. This feeling was very similar to the jade blood pill core. Good. Xiaohua felt his spiritual sense slowly recover, and praised, "Senior Tsang Langzi's alchemy technique is really marvelous. In a moment, I still have to see if Imo Yuntong was left behind in the cave." After swallowing the vitality pill, Xiaohua put the other jade bottles into his space and carefully stored them away. There were too many gains from the Misty Mountain maze, and he needed time to properly organize them. As for the current green-robed Xiaohua, not only did he need to refine his spiritual tool, he also needed to comprehend the 5 elements escape technique. Where would he have the extra time? With the gains, Xiaohua's heart relaxed, and he turned to look at the other places in the alchemy room. Since it was an alchemy room, there was naturally an earth fire and alchemy room. However, in the middle of the alchemy room, the earth fire was completely extinguished, and there was no flame. Not to mention, there was no alchemy furnace above the earth fire. And, the precious pills and alchemy furnace must be used by Senior Tsang Langzi himself, and he must have taken them away. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. He then looked at the cave entrance that was connected to the pill room. That cave entrance's restriction actually blocked even his soul sense. Clearly, it was very important. Xiaohua already understood what that place was. Outside this cave entrance is a medicinal garden. Xiaohua checked again to make sure he didn't miss anything in the alchemy room, and then walked to the entrance of the cave. The restriction that blocked his spiritual sense didn't stop Xiaohua's figure, and when he stepped into the cave, his heart filled with anticipation was once again satisfied. It wasn't beyond his expectations. The herb garden in Tsang Langzi's cave was also inside the array, and the space inside the array seemed to be several hundred li wide. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the heaven-earth yuan qi inside this space was especially abundant, far surpassing that of the outside of the cave. Spirit Gathering Array. The name of this array suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind, and then the array also appeared in Xiaohua's mind, but when Xiaohua released his spiritual sense and looked at the space, he slightly shook his head. This seems to be similar to a spirit gathering array, but not quite the same. Unfortunately, there isn't any array jade slip here, otherwise this Xiaohua would be able to comprehend it. Even if there isn't one here, who knows if there isn't one in another place. I don't know if this little guy Fu Jiwen has such an opportunity. Yes, Tsang Langzi was a master of arrays, and Xiaohua didn't believe that he didn't leave some array jade slips in his cave. Unfortunately, although this herb garden is very big, most of the spiritual herbs in the herb garden have already been taken away by Senior Tsang Langzi, leaving less than 10% behind. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept over and saw clearly, and then he bitterly smiled. These spiritual herbs may be rare in the eyes of others, but in this Xiaohua's eyes, they aren't anything. What is this? Just as Xiaohua was feeling disappointed, his spiritual sense fell on a very distant corner, and his body trembled slightly, and then he hurriedly flew towards that corner of the herb garden. After flying for a while, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of his hand, he released Xiaohua and Little Silver, and ordered them to help him take away all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden, and then he quickly flew to that corner. When Xiaohua landed in that corner, he felt a completely different coldness and an indescribable smell of blood. Xiaohua muttered thoughtfully, so that's how it is. But, inside this restriction, inside the yellow spring water, what is it? Xiaohua's gaze fell on a deep pit that was several zhang in size, and there was a layer of extremely tough restriction above it. The deep pit was filled with the yellow spring water that Xiaohua had seen outside the Cloud Mountain Maze formation, and in the yellow spring water, there was a thumb-thick, dark green tree. That small tree was several feet in size, like a coral, and had branches several feet in size. The branches were covered with the same dark green leaves, and the leaves were several inches in size, uneven, and covered with veined patterns. Those patterns were very strange, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had seen them. Looking at the top of each branch of the small tree, there was a jade fruit smaller than the belly of a little finger. The jade fruit was also covered with veined patterns, and it was somewhat similar to the leaves, but there was a faint golden connection between these veined patterns. This must be the most precious thing in the entire medicinal garden. Seeing the appearance of the small tree, Xiao Hua immediately thought to himself, but I don't know why Senior Tsang Langzi didn't take it away. Of course, when Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the yellow spring water, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that Tsang Langzi didn't want to take it away, but that he couldn't. This thing could only be planted in the yellow spring water, and the yellow spring water could only be found in this cave. Even if Tsang Langzi took it away, he couldn't plant it without the yellow spring water. That's not right. Xiao Hua thought to himself, the yellow springs water in the outer layer of the yellow springs array is obviously rootless. I reckon that Senior Tsang Langzi must have obtained it from somewhere. Since he was able to move the yellow springs water here, he can naturally move it away. It's not impossible for him to take this small tree with him. Or maybe Senior Tsang Langzi just casually planted it back then. Don't you think this thing can survive? Motherfucker, have I gone mad? I don't care whether the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent are together or not. I don't care why he left this small tree behind, I just need to put this small tree into my space. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and threw away these indifferent thoughts. He patted his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. Hiss. But when he saw the restriction in front of him and the situation inside the restriction, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In his delirium breaker Dharma eye, the restriction that was several feet in size was abnormally complex. Strands of brilliance intertwined together, and it was unknown how many times stronger than the restriction in the outer layer of the cave. Moreover, in this rainbow-colored barrier, in the middle of a pool of blood red, the shape of a dark green tree was especially dazzling, like a star. Heavenly Pattern Land Deed. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eye, and immediately thought of the patterns on the leaves and fruits of the small tree. They were actually extremely similar to the Heavenly Pattern Land Deed on the mysterious dark cloud. These leaves are somewhat similar to the twilight moon. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, could it be that this thing has something to do with soul cultivators? Damn it, Senior Tsang Langzi, who the hell is he? Why are there so many mysterious things in the cave?